Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to our live seminar on free 2-day seminar on for tax preparers. So this is all about your preparation of financial statements for purposes of filing our income tax return. Okay. Shout out po sa ating mga participants. Bakit nawala doon? Okay, so shout out po sa ating mga participants. Ilan na yung participants natin so far?
161.
Ang nandyan?
Opo, pala.
Okay, so out of ilan yung nag-register?
460.
460. So, halos 1/3. Wala mang 1/3, no? 1/4. Okay, hindi bale. Pwede naman nila itong tingnan pagdating na ng what do you call this? Replay, no? Anyway, yung talagang gustong kumuha ng certificate of attendance, then we will monitor po yung inyong attendance throughout the day, no? This is a 2-day seminar, so 8 hours, 8 hours. And our topics for today, for day 1, is the first topic is how to claim itemized and other deductions. Excuse me, pakipatay muna yung aircon. Kasi inuubo na ako. Yan lang. Huwag mong patayin. Okay. And next topic, so for 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements is very important since ito yung karamihan na may deficiency, no? At ngayon, ito rin yung pinaka-importante because this adds explanation to your financial statements. And then how to prepare consolidated financial statements, no? Dito sa consolidated financial statements, sinama ko na rin dito yung segmented, no? Kasi pag nag-consolidate ka, saan yun galing? Okay. And then, in the afternoon, also from 3:15 to 5 o'clock, we have reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. Ito yung mga schedules na nire-require din po ng SEC, no? So, our topics will discuss more on corporations, no? The Securities and Exchange Commission's Rule 68. Kasi yun yung nagpo-provide ng, nagre-regulate ng preparation po ng financial statements. Okay. So, delayed yung ating no? Okay. So, I would like to shout out our participants coming from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Doon sa mga corporate participants natin, no? Good morning po sa inyong lahat. And welcome to this first day of free seminar for tax preparer. Why tax preparer? Di ko sinabing accountants, di ko sinabing bookkeepers, because the tax preparers can be anybody, no? So, minsan, lahat tayo nagpe-prepare ng income tax natin, no? And sometimes, yung iba nakikipag-prepared pa din sa atin. So, the seminars that we have, this 2-day seminar is for the tax preparer para naman magkaroon tayo ng guide. Why? Because this is my experience noon pa. No, nag-audit ako ng mga income tax return. Ako talagang hirap kang mag-audit. Why? Kasi hindi mong maintindihan talaga yung ginawa ng financial statements. O sometimes, kinopia lang yung ibang mga data, hindi pa napalitan. No? I'm also guilty of that, lalo na kung naka-template na lang yan, tapos palit-palitan mo na lang ng data or information. Sometimes, yung mga information na iba, hindi mo lahat napalitan. So, anong tsura ng financial statements mo, no? Okay. And this seminar for tax preparer, halos lahat in-invite ko dito no? Lahat ng kakilala ko. Why? Kasi para pagdating na po ng financial statements, wala na tayong maraming questions at saka compliant yung ating financial statements na ginawa, no? Okay, so ingat-ingat lang tayo ngayon, especially ako after 3 attempts, no? Itong January lang dumating yung accreditation ko with is-easy na Group C, na yun naman pala hanggang January 2022 lang siya because after that, hindi na i-accredit yung individual. At least, partnership na yung kanilang i-accredit. So, ang accreditation ko is good only for 1 year na naman yan because pagdating ng 2022, dapat magpaparegister ako ng partnership. No? Dapat at least may isang partner ka. Okay? So, lahat yan, Hari, na-monitor mo yung attendance.
Ako, ito. Check pa rin ako.
Pero may nadadagdag pa.
May nalagdag pa. 171 na sila.
Okay. Sige. So, we'll start with our allowable itemized deductions, no? How to claim itemized and other deductions, no? If you try to look at sa ating income tax return, no? That's why ang advice ko talaga doon sa mga nagre-record sa books of accounts nila, and then yung mga nag-uumpisa pa ng mga bagong taxpayers, no, bagong nagbi-business, para hindi kayo mahirapan. Yung chart of accounts nyo, umpisa pa lang, dito na kayo kumuha ng chart of accounts nyo, especially dito sa itemized deductions, no? Para sabi ko, at least naka-cluster na doon yung inyong mga expenses. Hindi na kayo mahirapan pagdating ng filing ng income tax return. Why? If you try to look at Schedule 4 po ng 1701, nandiyan na sa screen ha. If you try to look at Schedule 4 ng 1701 natin, this 1701 is for individual earning mixed income, no, professionals and then business or compensation. So, Schedule 4, ordinary allowable itemized deductions, which is, ito rin yung nandun sa 1702, no? So, number 1 na pwede mong i-claim na itemized deduction is amortization, no? And then we have bad debts, we have charitable and other contributions, we have depreciation, entertainment, amusement, and recreation. We have friends benefits, interest, losses, pension trust, rental, research and development, salaries, wages, and allowances, SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, its DMF, and other contributions, taxes and licenses, transportation and travels, others, deductions that requires withholding tax, no? Yung creditable na expanded withholding tax natin. And ano yun? Janitorial and messenger services, the professional services, security services, and then the total. Pagdating naman ng Schedule 5, we have our special allowable itemized deductions. Those specialized industry, no? So, pwede silang mag-claim ng deductions which is unique to their industry. Just like halimbawa school, ano ba yung unique para sa school? We have the yung sabi ng tax code, ang school, pwede niya i-claim yung expansion niya or building expansion niya, building expenditures niya, which is ang capital expenditures. Meron siyang dalawang choices. It can be amortized, no, depreciated, or it can be outright na expense. No? May choice siya. Siya lang yung binigyan ng ganun. All others, hindi. Pwede mo lang i-depreciate. No? And then we have wharfage sa mga shipping, docking fee, terminal fee para sa mga airlines, no? So, yan yung mga allowable itemized deductions na unique sa business. And then we have also the yung net loss, no? Yung net loss, net operating loss carryover, no? So I just mentioned a while ago yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na chart of accounts, because when you start your business, yung chart of accounts nyo, dito nyo na i-align with the BAR chart of accounts para hindi na kayo mahirapan. Di ba, amortizations, no? SSS, GSIS. But yung i-discuss ko sa inyo this morning, although very limited lang po yung time natin, this is only for 2 hours, which I think hindi natin ma-discuss thoroughly lahat, no, na mga itemized deductions. Why? Because all of this itemized deductions, regulated po ito, no? Kaya hindi yun pwede na, ito yung gusto kong i-claim na deductions, mag-claim ka na. No way. Ano yun? Bawat deductions na i-claim mo, may substantiation requirements yan. At saka meron niyang requisite na it should be ordinary and necessary in your business. Kasi kung hindi siya ordinary, hindi siya necessary, it can be disallowed at hindi mo pwede i-claim. Excuse po. Excuse lang po, sandali ah. At saka meron niyang requisite na it should be ordinary and necessary in your business. Kasi kung hindi siya ordinary, hindi siya necessary, it can be disallowed at hindi mo pwede i-claim. Excuse po. Excuse lang po, sandali ah. Okay. Excuse me, Hari. Excuse me, Hari. So, diretso lang po tayo ha, kasi may mga ano yun, intervention, no? Okay. Sige, kaya dapat yung ating close eh. Hindi yung at the same time nag-online tayo, office, no? Kasi pag may dumating na clients, excuse me, ilak nyo nga yun. Ilak nyo. Pati yung doon, Hari, hindi ba yung nakalak doon? Pati dyan? Ah. Okay. Sige, go to po tayo ha. Diretso tayo kasi we're discussing about the ordinary allowable itemized deductions. So, yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na ang chart of accounts natin should align with the chart of accounts po ng BIR so that hindi na tayo mahirapan. At saka pagdating po sa posting natin in our books of accounts, tuloy-tuloy na. No? And the purpose po talaga sa seminar natin ngayon is for you na hindi kayo mahirapan pagdating po sa filing ng income tax return. No? So, kasi pagka hindi tayo compliant, no, kulang-kulang tayo doon pa lang sa recording natin, sa posting natin, sa use natin ng ating chart of accounts, doon na mag-umpisa yung ating problema, no? At saka, bakit po tayo nagkaroon ng ganitong seminar? Because also, we want to address yung maraming tanong ng mga YouTubers natin, especially in the comment portion, no? Na parang vague sa kanila kung paano mag-fill up, saan daw manggagaling yung information. No? So, of course, the information, galing yan sa inyo. At hindi kayo pwedeng magbigay ng information na hindi siya supported. No? O kaya gawa-gawa nyo lang. Doon talaga kayo mahirapan. Kasi in may mga previous experiences sa audit, ang daming gumagawa-gawa lang. No? Actually, dito sa YouTube, ganon din ang na-experience ko. Ma'am, yung income ko is below 250,000 pero gusto ko magbayad ng tax. Paano ka magbayad ng tax? Yung income mo, hindi. Gusto daw talaga. Hindi, mag-adjust siya, magawa siya ng income that will reach na taxable. Why? Kasi hindi nyo po pwedeng baguhin yung nasa system na ng BIR. If you try to look at the EBIR forms, the EBIR forms will automatically compute your tax due. So, yung tax due na yan, na lumalabas sa computation ng system, hindi nyo na yan pwedeng baguhin. Lalo na, saan yan nanggagaling? Doon din yan nanggagaling sa amount na in-input ninyo. No? Kaya natawa din ako minsan, live tayo, no? Sabi, Ma'am, salita ka ng salita dyan. Saan galing yung mga pinagsasabi mo? Saan galing yung mga pinagsasabi mong amount? Oh, you can just imagine. Ang nakikita ko lang dito sa YouTube is diverse yung ating participants, no? Hindi tayo pwedeng mamili ng participants na i-generalize natin, category na kalina. Ito marurunong talaga, no? So, diverse. Kaya yung ating pong dito is general din na maintindihan po ng lahat. May mga suggestion sa YouTube din po natin na nagsasabi na, please speak English. No? Sabi ko, okay naman yun, speak English. But sabi ko, Taglish na lang para win-win situation tayo. No? Hindi lahat English, hindi rin lahat Tagalog. Along the way, we will try na both. Pero parang imposible that we cater all to the needs of our diverse participants. Kaya in advance, pasensya na lang po doon sa talagang marurunong na, no? Kasi yung level na discussions po natin na general po talaga na pati yung wala pang background, hindi pa talaga marunong sa taxation, naiintindihan din po nila yung ating explanations, no? Okay. So, sabi ko sa inyo, all these itemized allowable deductions na you will be going to deduct or claim sa inyong income tax return as a deductions. Bakit po ba may deductions? This is allowed by law, no? Kasi when you try to compute your tax due, you start with your gross income or gross sales, no? Gross receipts, and then i-deduct mo yung direct cost, and then i-deduct mo yung operating expenses, and then ito na ngayon yung net income na tax due, no? So, saan mo lahat yan kukunin? Ikaw talaga ang magsusupply ng information dyan. At saan mo yan kukunin? That's why meron tayong mga free bookkeeping seminars also na nagtuturo po tayo doon on how to record your business transactions. Why? Kasi ang ilalagay ninyo dito sa inyong income tax return will be coming from your business transactions that you record in your books of accounts. So wala kayong books of accounts, gumawa lang kayo ng income tax return. So hulang-hula lang yan, no? By the time na ma-audit kayo, maraming findings yung examiner kasi wala kayong ipapakita na dokumento. No? So, sabi ko rin sa inyo, ito yung mga itemized allowable deductions na to, these are being regulated. No? So, hindi lang basta-basta na i-claim natin ito. Ano yung mga requirements dito? It should be necessary and ordinary. No? If we try to look at sa mga susunod natin na slides, nandito po yung batas. No? Kasi i-discuss ko sa inyo yung batas, papaano ang pag-claim ng mga deductions. No? Pero we will start muna dito sa, sabi ko na sa inyo, na chart of accounts na suggested ng BAR. No? So, we'll start with line number 1, which is amortization. Saan po ito? At anong klase itong tinatawag natin na amortization? Amortization can be, ang example dito, manggagaling yan sa halimbawa, leasehold improvements, no? O kaya yung expenses mo na research and development. Hindi mo siya, yung expense na yan, itong amortization nanggagaling ito sa isang account na expenses din, no? Halimbawa, meron kang leasehold improvement, meron kang research and development. Pero yung leasehold improvement mo na yan, pakikinabangan yan ng halimbawa 3 years or 5 years. So, sabi po na accounting standards, because these deductions follow also the accounting standards, no? Kaya hindi tayo basta-basta gumagawa lang, nagkiklaim lang ng mga deductions natin. We try to look at also the rules and regulations ng BAR, rules and regulations ng SEC, and also the accounting standards, no? Kasi ang accounting standards natin ngayon is international na, no? So we have international financial reporting standards that we also have to follow. So amortizations can be coming from your research and development or from your leasehold improvements or some other expenses na hindi siya pwedeng i-outright expense mo because the benefits is mahigit sa isang taon, no? Sa isang taxable period. So, halimbawa, 3 years siya, 2 years, or 4 years. So, anong tawag mo doon? I-amortize mo siya ng 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, or 5 years, depende sa period na pakikinabangan mo yung isang expense na yan. No? And then we have bad debts. No? Yung line number 2 natin dito is bad debts. Papaano pa ang bad debts? Lahat ba ng bad debts pwede natin i-claim? No? If you try to look at the tax code, may mga bad debts na hindi pwedeng i-claim. Lalong-lalo na kung between members of the family at between the corporations and the individual na ang pag-aari ng individual sa corporations is 50% or more. No? So, hindi din yan pwede. Depletion, ito yung charitable and other contribution, line number 3. Ito din po yung may limit. No? Ano yung limit dito sa charitable and other contributions? 5% for the corporation based on the net income before deducting the charitable contributions, and also the 10% for individual based also on net income before deducting the amount for contributions. But there are charitable and other contributions that are deductible in full, especially if these charitable and other contributions you donate to the government for the priority program of the government as certified by NEDA. So, deductible in full yan. And then also, deductible in full for those accredited donor institutions, no? At saka may mga purpose din sila. Kasi if not, balik siya doon sa charitable and other contributions subject to limitations, which is the 5% for corporation and 10% for individual based on net income before deducting the amount for contributions. No? We also have depletion. Ano itong depletion? This is the exhaustion of mineral resources. no? Halimbawa sa mga mining companies, sa gas, wells, no? Yung mga nag-exploit ng extractive industries natin, itong mga nag-exploit ng mga mineral products natin. Yung depletion na yan, na maubos na yung kanilang mga minimina na mga minerals, binibigyan sila ng allowance na kiniklaim nila yearly sa income tax return, no? Para din siya depreciation. But yung depreciation in line number 5, this is for the property, plant, and equipment, depreciable assets ng company. Binibigay din po ito na allowance ng gobyerno kasi ang machine, dahil ginagamit siya sa business, di-depreciate siya or nasisira siya, no? So, binibigyan ng allowance so that you can claim it in your income tax return at pagdating na ng araw na bibili ka ulit, no, your ma-replenish mo yung assets na ginagamit mo sa business. And then we have line number 6, the entertainment, amusement, and recreation. Ano po itong mga entertainment, amusement, and recreation? Ito yung may limit ito, no? Anong limit ito? 1% for sale of goods and then 1/2% for sale of 1/2% for sale of goods and 1% for sale of services, no? Yun po yung limit dito sa entertainment. And may requirement din po ito. Dapat may special books of accounts ito wherein you have to record ano ba yung event, kailan nangyari, sino yung in-entertain, no? And then dito sa entertainment, bawal yung mga illegal na entertainment dito, no? So alam nyo na kung ano yung mga illegal. Yung naglalasing, nagpupunta sa club, sa kung ano, bawal yun. Only the legal na entertainment, no? Amusement and recreation. Bakit? Halimbawa, nag-golf. During the golf, nagkakaroon ng mga transactions, may entertain ka na client, no? Lalo na yung mga nasa sales, sa loans, no? So, entertainment, amusement, and recreation should also be posted in your special books of accounts, no? At saka may resibo yan. And then we have the friends benefits, no? So, for the friends benefits, ano tong friends benefits? These are the benefits given to supervisory and managerial position natin. Ang friends benefits, hindi po to yung mga benefits na binibigay sa employee. At ano yung test na magiging taxable itong friends benefits? Pagka ang friends benefits binigay lang sa employee, not for the convenience of the employer. But if the friends benefits is given to the employee for the convenience of the employer, then hindi siya na magiging taxable. Because this friends benefits is subject to final tax. And how much is the final tax for the friends benefits? That should be paid by the employer. This is based on the, ngayon kasi under the train law, 35% na yung ating maximum na tax rate. Then you have to gross up the monetary value of this friends benefits and then i-multiply mo by 35%, no? So yun yung friends benefits tax na babayaran na sobrang laki, more than 50% actually yan ng friends benefits na binibigay. But in this example, since this is an itemized deductions, magkano yung friends benefits na pwede mong i-claim? Of course, yung actual na pwede mong i-claim na friends benefits, yung actual na binigay mo, no? Interest. Paano naman po kinocompute itong interest? Interest should be claim kung may loan ka, no? Kaya anong ginagawa ng iba dito, kahit walang loan, naglalagay ng loan. Bakit? For the sake of claiming interest expense, no? But ano dapat ang requirements dito sa interest? Dapat sa interest meron siyang tingnan mo doon. Kaysa nilak yung mga pinto, baka hindi na yun makapasok. Okay. Ito po yung interest natin should be coming from accredited financing institutions, at saka may substantiation requirements din to. Ano yung substantiation requirements niya? They should also be supported with receipts. And of course, may basis kung bakit ka nagbayad ng interest. Ano tong basis na nagbabayad ka ng interest? Siyempre, meron kang loan, no? So, halimbawa, yung loan mo is based on a promissory note. Then, matitrace mo ito doon sa account mo sa balance sheet, no? And then ano pa po yung dapat natin tandaan dito sa interest, yung sinasabi natin na interest arbitrage, no? Because your interest expense cannot be deductible in full kung meron kayong interest income. That would be deducted a certain percent ng interest expense nyo, deducted siya ng certain percent ng inyong interest income. Anong reason or anong rationale? Because, bakit ka pa mangutang kung marami ka pa namang pera? No? Kasi may pera ka, nag-earn niya ng interest income, so bakit kailangan mo bang mangutang? No? So, based on my experience, bakit kailangan mangutang kahit na maraming pera? Because, magkiklaim ng interest expense. No? At sa interest expense, makakatipid ka sa payment ng income tax. No? And then line number 9 are the losses. No? These are the losses incurred. At meron tayong, dito sa losses na to, meron tayong, what you call this, regulations, no? Yung sa bayanihan program ng COVID last year, di ba? Ang daming mga business establishment that incurred losses. So, nagkaroon ng regulations dito yung BIR, actually in the form of RMC, na yung losses na ma-incurred during the pandemic can be claimed for 5 years. No? Di-discuss natin yan mamaya sa NOLCO, no? Sa net operating loss carryover. That usually, yung operating loss, you can carry it over for consecutive 3 years, ngayon 5 consecutive years na. And then the pension trust, no? Itong pension trust, ito yung mga contributions of the employer for the benefits of the employee, no? Mga retirement benefits. But this pension trust is limited only to the contribution of the employer. Hindi kasama yung contribution ng employee dito, no? Rental. Of course, this rental is subject to 5% withholding tax, no? So, if you are claiming a rental expense, dapat meron kang 5% na withholding, no? This research and development, hindi ito masyadong regulated ang research and development dito sa Pilipinas. Ang sinasabi lang natin sa research and development is, if it benefits beyond the 12 months or 1 taxable year, then you have to amortize. Pero sa ibang bansa, ang research and development nila is limited only to the 10% of the gross, no? Pagka sumobra ka na dyan, you have to capitalize. So, ini-expense lang nila yung research and development if it is 10% of the gross. No? Pag sumobra na dyan, i-amortize mo na. Salaries, wages, and allowances, these are very important. And then, ang daming mga questions po dito sa salaries, wages, and allowances. No? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi natin ma-discuss lahat because ang dami po natin topics. Kaya nga, nung tinignan ko yung mga ginawa ko, overloaded yung participants dito. No? But it's up to you na to understand kung ano yung ating dinidiscuss ngayon. Anyway, lahat bahari yung day 1 na padala na sila.
Ako nga. Pera lang yung ngayon yung mga tumadagdag kasi na.
Yung mga dagdag lang. Anyway, yung handouts namin, kung may dagdag man, siguro ano na kayo kasi sa dami ng handouts na pinadala namin sa inyo, may dagdag pa. No? Ang totoo po niyan, yung mga pinapadala namin sa inyo are reading materials because we cannot discuss thoroughly. Kaya if you try to expand more, kasi ako ganyan ang ginagawa ko pag umattend kasi ako ng seminar, no? Hindi ko kasi maintindihan yung very short lang. hindi ko maintindihan yung very short lang ang explanation, no? So, ang ginagawa ko, nag-expand pa ako, nagre-research pa ako in order to know and understand kung ano po talaga yung about the topic. So, ang ginagawa ko dito sa mga participants ko sa inyo, nagre-research na ako mismo at nag-i-expand na ako ng topic. So, it's up to you. If you want to understand more, then I have all the materials given to you. Hindi kasi ako yung iba, kaya yung ibang mga speakers na hindi mo ibibigay kasi hindi na sila makinig. O kaya, ibitin mo yung participants mo. Ayoko nang ganyan. Yung participants ko overloaded. No? Na pagkatapos ng seminar ko, hilong-hilo na sila. Bakit? I give it all. No? Bakit? Bakit hindi ako ano ng information? Kasi ang information naging obsolete yan eh. Kahit ibigay mo yan lahat, bukas mag-iiba na naman yan. No? But the best lang na may maintindihan nila yung current so that walang misrepresentation, walang misunderstanding na, ay sabi ni Ma'am Elsa, ganito to, ganito pala. No? Kasi categorically, yung tax, hindi mo masabi na yes or no, no? Pwede siyang yes, pwede siyang no. So, ang hirap nun, makukode ka na sinabi mo na ganito, hindi naman pala. No? That's why I'm giving you all the materials na po pwede para mas maintindihan ninyo. No? Kasi ang daming nagsasuggest na gusto din nila matuto sa tax. But of course, taxation means a lot of updates, means a lot of research, means a continuing study. Why? Because our taxation laws are very dynamic. If you stop, iba na yung alam mo, kaysa sa what is current, no? So maliligaw ka na. Okay, so for the research and development in some countries, this is a major expense. Right now in the Philippines, umpisa na rin, no, na yung research and development is already a major expense, especially na there are industries just like the pharmaceutical industries na require na talaga sila na magkaroon sila ng proof or laboratory research, no, na yung kanilang mga drugs are nakakagaling talaga, no? Salaries, wages, and allowances, we have also the withholding. Very strict po tayo dyan. At ongoing pa yung ating deadline sa 1604 C and 1604F, no? Yung ating 1604E, March 1. So, isang araw lang naman ang diferensya. Kasi February 28 yung C at saka F. Tapos yung March 1, no? So, may mga reportorial requirements ito and the salaries, wages, and allowances are also regulated by the labor. So, lahat yan, dapat pag nag-claim ka ng salaries and wages mo, compliant ka with all those requirements, no? Kasi ako, pag nag-audit ako, lahat yan. And even the law, the legal environment, just like now, gumagawa po tayo ng transfer pricing analysis natin ng mga reports. Kaya, isang reminders na, isang reminder na din po ito sa lahat ng mga tax preparers natin that we have our 1709, no, na attachment na bago sa ating mga income tax return or ITR, na yan po yung magiging ano natin sa attachment natin sa inyong mga annual income tax return. And what is this 1709? These are the anong tawag dito? Ito yung mga transfer pricing documentation po natin. And I am doing transfer pricing analysis report right now, no? I have confirmed engagement, 7 na yan, no? 7 mga companies. And when I make my transfer pricing analysis, it is done thoroughly, just like the economic conditions, the 5 comparability factors, all of which are talagang ini-explain natin ng maigi, no? So, anong sinasabi natin na ini-explain natin lahat, pati yung mga legal environment, no, ng businesses natin, yung mga operating environment, lahat yan. Kasi when I do my audit, exhaustive na audit, Lahat yan, tinitingnan natin yung compliance. So, dito sa salaries, wages, and allowances, not only that this is regulated by the labor, pagdating na po sa BIR, it should also conform with the substantiation requirements. Kasi kung hindi po siya magkaroon ng substantiation requirements, then pwede po siya i-disallow, no? And line number 14, ito po yung SSS, GSIS, PhilHealth, it's DNMF, and other contributions. Remember na itong mga contributions na to for purposes of deductions sa inyong annual income tax return, this deductions or contributions should only be the contribution of the employer, no? Hindi kasama ang contribution ng employees. At ano pa yung pinaka-importante dito? Statutory contribution lang po ito. Yung mga optional, just like may na-question sa akin, ma'am, yung mga para sa Provident Fund ba yan na mga deductions namin, kasama ba yan sa SSS deductions? Hindi na po yan. Kasi optional na yon. Ang sinasabi dito sa line number 14, these are the statutory or the mandatory contributions for the benefits ng mga employees. Yung mga optional na additional benefits na yan, hindi na po yan kasama. At ang line excuse me, yung alcohol nyo, ang sakit sa ulo. Oh my God.
Face to face daw.
Ay, ano mo na doon? Oh. Masakit kasi sa ulo yung alcohol. Hindi ako makahinga. Okay. Sige. Line number 15, taxes and licenses po natin. Ano yung mga limitations po natin sa taxes and licenses, and what are the taxes and licenses that we can claim? Only taxes and licenses po na pertaining talaga sa business, ha? Example, taxes and licenses for the payment of real yun na lang siguro. Excuse me na ano tayo. There are so many tayo, ha. Pasensya na po sa mga viewers natin. We have viewers all over the Philippines na i-istorbo tayo. Anuhan mo na lang sila nito. Oh, pasensya na po, ha, mga viewers, ha. Kasi daming interventions. Okay, so hindi kasi tayo pwedeng tumuloy-tuloy. Nasa harap natin yung istorbo. Sige. Balik lang po tayo sa taxes and licenses. Siguro isa yun na yung sabi natin sa bagong na we should be flexible and then adaptive, no? Kasama na siguro diyan na adaptive tayo sa mga bagay-bagay that are beyond our control, no? So, pasensya na kayo. So, yung number 15 natin, line number 15 natin, the taxes and licenses, ito po yung taxes and licenses na pertaining lang sa business, ha? So, example, ito yung mga actual na during my audit na dinidisallow, no? Halimbawa, taxes and licenses for the real property, no? So, yung real property na yan should be in the name of the business. Halimbawa, in the name of the stockholder yan, hindi naman sa business, hindi naman sa corporations. Then, yung corporation, hindi niya pwedeng i-claim yan, no? Taxes and licenses which pertains to the penalties, no? Hindi rin pwedeng i-claim yan. Income tax, value-added tax, hindi yan pwedeng i-claim as taxes and licenses na allowable deductions, no? Bakit? Diretso mo na yan na ibawas doon sa written earnings mo. But for purposes of computing your income tax, hindi yan pwedeng i-claim, no? Bakit? Anong reason? Just like halimbawa yung value-added tax. Value-added tax has a contra account, no? Value-added tax, even if you pay the 12% output tax, you have the benefits of deducting the 12% input tax on purchases. Kaya hindi siya ina-allow na na i-claim mo siya as operating expense, no? How about income tax? Of course, bakit mo i-deduct yung income tax sa operating expenses? Because ang income tax na sa baba na yan, no? Yan na yung resulta ng operations mo. So, the income tax itself is not an operating expense. Okay. Yung penalties naman, bakit hindi siya ina-allowed na magiging deductions mo as an operating expense? Because the government does not encourage penalties, no? Hindi ini-encourage ng gobyerno na magbabayad ka ng late. That's why yun yung reason kung bakit yung penalties are not allowed as deductions, no? So, anong gagawin mo? If you are a corporation, diretso mo na yung ibawas dun sa written earnings mo. Kung ikaw naman ay individual, sole proprietor, then yung mga penalties na yan, bawas mo na yan doon sa income tax mo, no? The income that you earn in your business. Kasi sole proprietor, lahat ng income sa iyo yan pupunta, no? So, we have transportation and travel. This transportation and travel should be ordinary and necessary in your business. Why? Kasi halimbawa, yung kagaya ngayon, no, nag-iba na yung mundo natin. Bawa, online na tayo. Oh, so meron pa bang transportation and travel? Wala na. Or may transportation and travel man yung business mo, very minimal na lang. Kasi kagaya niyan, halimbawa, online ka. Lahat ng transactions mo, online. Ano dapat yung mga, kaya itong chart of accounts dito, yung mga deductions dito na ginawa ng BIR, dapat madagdagan to eh. No? Ano? Yung mga internet service providers or mga connections, no? Yung mga payment natin sa mga service providers natin. Otherwise, hindi na to applicable or hindi, kulang na siya. Why? Kasi iba na yung normal natin eh, no? Nasa internet na yung buhay natin. So, dapat yung expenses natin. Kaya nga, less na itong transportation and travel. Ano? Isa pa dito sa transportation and travel. Halimbawa, yung business mo is local lang naman. So, bakit may travel ka pa sa abroad? No? So, it's not ordinary and necessary anymore. And then number 17, we have other deductions subject to withholding taxes. Ano itong mga deduction subject to withholding taxes? Just like this, janitorial and messenger services are subject to the 2% withholding tax. No? And then we have the professional fees. Itong professional fees, iba-iba po ang withholding tax rate. For individual, 5% withholding if your income does not exceed 3 million or 3 million and below. Pagka more than 3 million na, ang income ng isang professional is the withholding tax is 10%. But for non-individual or for partnership or corporations, yung professional fee po is 10% and 15%. No? 10% if the income is 720,000 and below, but it would be 15% is if more than 720,000. Yan po ang rate ng professional fees. How about security services? Security services is 2% of the gross income. When we say gross income, that is sales or gross receipts less direct cost, yung mga salary ng mga gwardiya, and then we have the gross profit. Yan po yung i-multiply natin sa 2%. No? Okay. So, more or less, we have discussed the Schedule 4 under the ordinary allowable itemized deductions. But, of course, your expenses on the itemized deductions are not limited to these deductions, no? Pwede kayong mag-claim pa ng iba na mga deductions. Okay. So, for the Schedule 5, we have the special allowable deductions. Yun yung sabi ko na deductions which are unique to the industry. So, depende kung anong klase. Halimbawa, mga PESA registered enterprises. Yan. Oh, may mga expenses sila na para lang sa mga PESA registered enterprises. No? So, lagyan nyo na lang ng legal basis and then the amount. No? And then for the computation of the net loss carryover, we have the gross income, less ordinary allowable itemized deductions, equals the net operating loss. No? this net operating loss in line number 1, 2, and 3 under Schedule 6 ng computation ng net operating loss carryover or NOLCO, ito yung current, no? Yung line number 1, 2, and 3, ito yung current or during the taxable year. So if you are filing yung income tax return for the year 2020, ito yung ilagay nyo dito sa line number 1, 2, and 3. Pagdating na naman po dito sa 6A.1 taxpayer filers detailed computation of available NOLCO, ito na yung may mga year-in card na siya. So if you try to look at meron na siyang year-in card, no? Dito sa line number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, no? Ano yun? Year-in card. Tapos nakalagay yung amount. And then the NOLCO applied previous years. So be careful when you answer this portion, when you put the amount, it should be coming from your previously filed income tax return. Huwag kayong manghula, no? Kasi yung sinasabi dito, NOLCO applied previous years, may supporting documents ito. Ano yun? Yun yung previously filed nyo na mga income tax returns. Kasi kung wala yun or iba yung amount na malagay nyo dito, magkakaproblema kayo, no? And then the NOLCO expired. Halimbawa, yung fourth year, meron ka pang NOLCO na sobra na operating loss mo, halimbawa na may sobra ka pa na 100,000 pa, hindi mo pa na-apply, but third year na, expired na yon. So, yun yung ilagay mo nyo dito sa column C, no? The NOLCO expired. Pagdating na yung sabi ko sa inyo na sa Bayanihan program ng government natin, that the loss incurred during the year na may pandemic tayo or COVID-19, you can claim the loss for 5 years, no? Consecutive 5 years. So, mag-iba na yung NOLCO expired mo dito. No? Hindi na siya 3 years, but magiging 5 years na. No? And then, NOLCO applied current year. Magkano ba yung in-apply mo during the current year? Of course, ang ma-apply mo ng current year, depende na yan doon sa income that you earn. No? So, halimbawa, yung income earn mo is 1 million, pero yung NOLCO mo is 3 million. So, 1 million yun lang yung pwede mong i-apply. Kasi you can just apply the NOLCO against your income. Kung wala kang income, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-apply. No? Might as well, i-carry over mo lang siya na i-carry over, mag-expire na lang siya, hindi mo na siya pwedeng i-claim. No? And then, the net operating loss unapplied, or this is the balance na pwede mo pa siyang gamitin in the future. No? Okay. So, total NOLCO. So, ang ano dito, very clear po yung return na answeran nyo. But, of course, i-relate natin, i-reconcile natin itong sinasabi natin dito na mga regulations, i-relate natin sa iba pang regulations po ng BIR. Ano yung mga regulations ng BIR? Especially, ano yung treatment nila if your business is consecutively losing for 3 consecutive years. Ano yung tawag doon? Fraudulent na yung business mo. Why? Because you can afford to operate on a net loss. The business as an economic entity, the purpose of the business is for profit. So why is it that you are doing business at a loss and then dire-diretso ka pa saan ka kumukuha ng pera mo para ipalugi mo lang? No? Because alam niyo ngayon, iba na ang klase ng audit Hindi na siya kagaya noon na nakabase lang tayo talaga sa batas. As long as yung batas, walang sinasabi dyan. Ngayon di na, economic substance na po yung tinitingnan. That's why I go over also with the financial reporting standards. Nandun nakalagay. It should always be substance over form. No? Kasi yung form mo, you conform with the legal requirements. Yung substance mo, hindi naman na karapat-dapat. Just like you are doing business at a loss. Common sense. No? Common sense lang. Bakit ka magtatapon ng pera and your effort? No? Kasi kung loss yan, might as well itigil mo na yan. So bakit mo kinukontinue? Ang ibig sabihin lang dyan, hindi talaga totoong loss yung business mo. No? So dyan na ngayon yung sinasabi natin na substance over form. ito yung mga findings ko lang sa inyo ha, because we are also talking about the new normal, no? The new world that we are in. Hindi na tayo yung mga previous na technicalities lang tayo umiikot. Ngayon, iba na, economic na. Kahit saan na tayo ngayon, economics na po yung pinag-uusapan. Common sense. Economics is common sense, no? Kaya transfer pricing is common sense. Mahirap siya kung hindi mo alam yung fundamentals and yung elements, pero pag alam mo na, madali na lang po siya i-apply, no? Okay. And then we have also the part 9, reconciliation of net income per books taxable income. Bakit ko rin to dinidiscuss sa inyo? Because these are also very important. But we cannot also discuss this in detail. Meron po tayong accounting for income tax na video in our tax training, no, dito sa ano natin, YouTube channel, no? So try to look at it ng accounting for income tax. So mga 1 hour lang 'yan, no? Why? Kasi pagka na kita nyo na yung accounting for income taxes na yon, madali na lang kayong mag-reconcile ng inyong dito sa part 9, no? Sa reconciliation of income per books against taxable income. Why? Kasi nadidiscuss po lahat doon yung mga differences, no? That give rise to the differences between the taxable income and the accounting income. So, yun yung nakalagay dito. Line number 1 is net income or loss per books, no? Loss siya per books. But, i-add mo ngayon yung non-deductible expenses niya and then the taxable other income equals the total, less mo yung non-taxable income and the income subject to final tax. Then, yun na yung total and then yung special other allowable na deductions kung meron equals the total, then we have the net taxable income or loss, no? So, na-reconcile natin yung taxable income and also the net income per books. Kasi yung net income per books natin, ito yung accounting income natin, no? Pagdating na sa income tax natin, may mga adjustment talaga tayo dyan, no? Kaya meron din tayong video dyan on the how to adjust your books of accounts and then how to close your books of accounts, no? Okay. And then we have to discuss also the annual income tax return, the 1701A, which is the income tax return for those who avail to the 40% optional standard deductions and the option rate, the 8% option rate, no? So, kailan ba nagkakaroon ng 40%? Ito, that's why nga nasabi ko, talagang ginawa ko po itong free seminar for tax preparer because I want to, parang isang sagot ko na lang dun sa mga gray area or dun sa mga vague na mga tanong, no? So, kailan ba itong optional standard deductions na 40%? Paano po ba siya kiniklaim at sino yung pwede mag-claim, no? So, may optional standard deductions allowed to individual, no? For those professionals with business with mixed income. And for your information, the employee receiving compensation, wala po yan silang deductions, no? Because our compensation income earners are taxed on gross. So, walang deductions yan. Kasi kaya nga dati meron pa tayong married, single, tapos head of the family, yung additional dependents, wala na ngayon yan lahat. Bakit? Kinain na sila noong 250,000 na zero rate. Kaya wala na tayong computation ngayon, no? Hindi na importante kung married ka, single ka, o wala. Kasi lahat ng tao, 250,000 is zero rate, no? At ito pa yung tanong, saan mo ba daw ilalagay yung income na below 250,000 sa taxable ba siya o exempt, no? Ang sagot ko po dyan, ilalagay nyo sa taxable. Why? Because your income is a taxable income. Subject to tax po yan. Ano ang tawag mo doon sa 250,000? Hindi yan exempt. That is a taxable income. But the rate is zero. No? Kaya hindi siya tawag na exempt. Lagay mo siya doon sa taxable. But Pagdating mo na sa, gumawa ka na ng computation sa ABIR forms, the ABIR forms, the system will not compute a tax due on your taxable income below 250,000 because the tax rate is 0. Pero ang classification or yung category ng income mo, that is a taxable income. Kaya lang siya hindi nagbayad dahil hindi siya umabot doon sa lagpas sa 250,000. No? So, saan mo siya ilagay? Huwag mo siya ilagay doon sa exempt. Kasi, pag sinasabi mo na exempt yung income, may legal basis yan. Eh, wala ka namang legal basis doon na i-exempt mo yung 250,000 mo. That is classified as a taxable income but subject to zero rate. No? Okay. So, ano pa itong sa OSD natin? Ito pa, I really wanted to clarify. Pag nag-optional standard deductions ka, hindi na kailangan, nakalagay dyan, hindi na kailangan mag-attach ng financial statements. Bakit? Kasi if you try to look at yung 40% na standard deductions mo, hindi ka nag-avail ng itemized deductions, malaki na yan. Bakit? Yung taxable mo is 60%, no? So, automatic yan. Ang tanong ng iba, ma'am, hindi na kami required to attach financial statements on the optional standard deductions. Yes. Sabi nila, hindi na rin kami magre-record sa mga books of accounts namin. Hindi na rin kami required na magbigay ng mga resibo or expenses kasi pang itemized deductions lang yan. Ang sagot dyan is big no. Why? Because income tax lang yung nag-allow sa inyo ng optional standard deductions and that is just an option, no? Sa bookkeeping regulations natin, if you try to look at the original or the mother of all bookkeeping regulations, which is Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1, wala pong exemptions doon. Lahat ng taxpayers, no, na mayroong business or kailan magbayad ng tax sa gobyerno, mag-remit ng withholding or whatever, kailangan nagre-record po sa books of accounts, no? So, nag-optional standard deductions ka, nag-8% option rate ka, dapat ba mag-issue ka ng resibo? Dapat ba mag-bookkeep ka? The answer is yes, no? Walang exemptions po ang bookkeeping. Walang exemptions yung issuance ng receipt. Halimbawa na lang, you're doing business. So, sabihin mo, mag-8% option rate ka, mag-optional standard deduction ka, hindi ka na mag-issue ng resibo. Wala pong ganon, no? So, do not confuse yourself that you choose the 8% option rate or nag-40% optional standard deductions kayo, pati yung libro, hindi na kayo subject na or mag-maintain, no? Wala pong ganon. Wala tayong exemption sa bookkeeping. No? Okay. So, our optional standard deductions, yung basis po nito, pag ikaw ay isang individual, no? So, ang 40% mo is based on the gross sales, no? Pag ikaw naman ay isang korporasyon, ang basis po ng 40% na deductions mo sa optional standard deductions is your gross income. When we say gross income, we mean gross sales or receipts less direct cost equals gross income. So, pagka-korporasyon ka, tanggalin mo muna yung direct cost mo, saka mo multiply yung 40% na deductions equals your net income subject to tax. No? So, marami din nagtatanong dyan, ma'am, bakit magkaiba yung taxable base ng corporation at saka individual? Actually, since hindi naman ako yung nag-craft nitong mga laws natin, and especially our taxation laws are patterned from the American law, no? Sa IRC nila, Internal Revenue Code. Di ko alam yung rationale nila, pero if you try to look at, bakit ba ang korporasyon na rate is based on gross income, meaning meron pa siyang deductions na direct cost bago mo i-apply yung 40%, no? So, ang nakita ko lang dyan is that mataas yung rate ng corporation 30% agad at saka one-time rate lang. Samantalang itong individual, graduated, no? At meron pang 250,000 na exemptions. No? So, kung ipareho mo lang sila ng taxable base, sobrang laki ang babayaran ng corporation. Samantalang itong individual, halos wala na, no? Halos wala na kasi 250,000 exempt na. Hindi nga dapat ang tawag pala dyan exempt, zero rate, no? Zero rate yung 250,000. Parang sa VAT din na may zero rate. Oh, bakit yung zero rated sale ng VAT hindi tinawag na exempt? Kasi magkaiba yan sila. Ganon din sa income tax natin ngayon. Zero rate yung 250,000, hindi yan exempt. No? Why? Kasi pag sumobra yun ng 250,000, that is taxable. Okay? Ilan na yung viewers natin, Hari?
231.
Wow. So, shout out po sa mga, ano natin, sa mga viewers natin, no? 231.
31.
So, all over the Philippines po kayo. So, shout out tayo sa mga participants natin coming from Kawayan Isabela, from Northern Luzon, no? Marami din nag-enroll sa atin. And then, meron din dito sa Metro Manila. I think ito yung pinakamarami. And then, meron din po tayo sa Visayas, Cebu, Negros. May Iloilo ba? Parang wala akong nakita. Pero, Bicol, marami. And then, Cagayan de Oro, meron pa nga tayong Basilan no? So, shout out po, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao doon sa mga viewers po natin ngayon. And sana, at the end of the day, hindi kayo mahihilo sa dami na i-discuss natin sa inyo. No? Kasi, yun yung reklamo palagi sa akin Ma'am, overloaded na kami, ma'am, magtiis po lang po tayo. Kasi ako, sanay ako sa overload. No? Kaya, I'm not fun to work with, no? Talagang maatras yung mga katrabaho ko kasi wala akong ginawang iba sa buhay ko hindi magtrabaho. Diyan lang ako nag-i-enjoy. Kaya, bear with me kasi 2 araw lang naman to. Kasi gusto ko lahat ng mga comments, lahat ng mga, kasi kawawa naman no? Alam mo, Hari, yung one-time tin mo, napakarami pala ng mga questions doon, hindi mo sinasagot. Yung how to get tin online, ako, tinignan ko kagabi, ang dami. Sabi ko, kawawa naman to. 2 months na, hindi pa nasasagot. Kasi during our life, hindi mo tinitingnan yon yung tin online. Sobrang dami ng questions, hindi nasasagot. No? That's why I cluster at what is the demand of the time. What is the demand of the time? Filing na income tax. So ito po yung ginawa natin ngayon. This is for the tax preparer para hindi po kayo malito at hindi kayo maligaw na nag-fill up kayo ng inyong mga income tax returns. No, at saka ngayon, iwasan na natin yung basta-basta tayo nagdo-drawing ng income tax return. Because during my days, hindi pa masyado computerized. Kaya ang BIR halos hirap pa na mag-trace. Ngayon, at the click of the hand, makikita yung information nyo. No? So, yung mga drawing na income tax return, dahil gagamitin sa, passport, gagamitin sa mag-abroad, kalimutan nyo na yan, no? Because you will be assessed of the tax due. At saka wag basta-basta maglagay ng mga amount dyan, no? Kasi during my days, nauulit ko yan, umiiyak, ma'am, para lang yan sa abroad, gawa lang yan. Sabi ko, may tax consequences ito, may liabilities, and you sign your name, no? Pag tinitingnan ninyo income tax return, you sign your name under the penalties of perjury. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng penalties of perjury? That you supply the correct information in your income tax return. Tapos sabihin nyo na hindi totoo, that would be taken against you. Either way, you will be liable, lalo na, no? So, yun? Misrepresentation, which is a criminal offense also, or violations. Kaya, mag-ingat po tayo. Kasi nga, bago na yung mundo natin. No? Bakit bago na yung mundo natin? I have talked to one of my German clients the other day. Mag-iiba na talaga yung mundo natin because lahat, halos nakikip track na. No? We have databases, lahat yan. Mga Facebook natin, cellphone natin, naka-database lahat yan. No? And then our informations, naka-database lahat yan. So, paano pa tayo gagawa-gawa lang ng hindi totoo? So, be sure na nag-fill up tayo ng income tax return natin. We can stand na talagang tama yung ginawa natin dyan. Or, you have to pay for the tax consequences doon sa ginawa mong mga report sa BIR. Kasi lahat po ng income tax natin, ah, ito yung inaabangan ng BIR. Why? Kasi yung income tax return mo, yan na yung summary ng lahat ng operations mo during the year. No? So, saan ginagamit itong income tax return? There are so many users ng income tax returns natin. No? Sino yung mga interested na income tax return natin? Ito yung mga bangko. Ito yung mga government agencies. No? So, anong ini-expect nila dyan sa income tax returns mo? That represent your operations during the year. Gawa-gawa mo lang yun. So, you are misrepresenting. No? Okay, so let's now go to the 8% option rate, no? Itong 8% income tax rate. So, pwede ba yan na pagdating na lang ng 1701A, ilagay mo na lang dyan, ito magpa-file ako, 8% option rate ang pipiliin ko. Hindi ho yan pwede. Bakit? It should be that the beginning of the year, you choose the 8% option rate and then nag-update kayo ng registration nyo ng BIR. Ano yung i-update ninyo doon? Patanggal ninyo yung percentage tax. Why? Because the 8% option rate is your payment for 5% income tax and 3% percentage tax. That makes up the 8% or the total na 8%. No? So, sasabihin mo ay mag-8% ako. Kasi annual income tax return na, hindi po yan oobra, no? Anong default natin dito? Pagka wala kang pinili during the beginning of the year, ganyan din po ang optional standard deductions. You have to choose that at the beginning of the year. Pagdating na ng annual, hindi mo na pwede yung piliin, no? So, anong gagawin mo? Beginning of the year pa lang, you inform the BIR that pinili mo yung 8% na option rate. Otherwise, yung default is the itemized deductions, no? Wala kang pinili, so doon ang bagsak mo sa itemized deductions. Pwede kang mag-claim ng deductions based on the expenses that you actually incurred. No? At may mga requirements tayo dyan, kaya nga massive yung ating bookkeeping. No? Although ayoko na sa bookkeeping, sawa na ako. Pero kailangan. Bakit? Because bookkeeping po talaga is the heart of tax compliance. Pagka wala kang bookkeeping, kahit anong sabihin mo pa na I'm compliant, salita lang yon. No? So, sa pagdating na sa actual, yung sinasabi mo, wala ka namang proof, okay? Yung dokumento will speak for you. No? Kaya ang sabi sa amin ng OECD, during the seminar that I attended, no? Sabi ng OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development based in Paris, France, no? And they are the ones in charge of the CTPA or Center for Tax Policy and Administration of the World. Ano po sabi nila? Tell your clients, tell your taxpayers to invest in documentation. Why? Kasi kahit anong galing mo pa sa tax, okay, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na ang dami nagsasabi na I am tax consultant for so many years, I've helped so many taxpayers. Padating naman sa libro, wala namang libro. Asan yung galing mo? Why? Kasi ang tax audit is about audit. Ano yung say audit? We're auditing documents. Anong galing mo na wala ka namang ipapa-audit na dokumento? Hanggang usap-usap lang. Kaya takutin lang yung mga examiners, no? Oh, I don't like that. Hindi, ako nakikiusap. Pasensya na lang, no? Matay ang tax consultant. Ako sinasabi ko talaga sa taxpayer, bayaran nyo yan, no? Ito kwentong, hindi to kwentong kutsero, this is totoo na kwento. But I want to share this to you. Kasi, para you have the idea at then point of consideration nyo, point to ponder on, no? Mag-isip kayo. Kasi as a tax consultant, ang style ko, hindi yung ibitin-bitin mo yung taxpayer, no? Kaya yung mga style na mas matagal yung kaso, papatagalin pa, tapos bayad sa iyo ng bayad yung taxpayer kasi may may retainer fee ka. Ayoko nang ganyan. Unang tingin ko pa lang sa kaso kung anong dapat. Bayaran mo na, no? O ito kasi I am also a consultant ng mga taga-BIR, no? Kasi hindi naman ako pwedeng mamili ng consultancy. I'm offering a consultancy services, so bakit ako mamili? So, either na yung taxpayer pupunta sa akin, magtatanong, turuan ko. So, kung mga BIR examiners naman pupunta sa akin, BIR people, mga government officers, pupunta sa akin, same thing, no? I'm even kino-convince nga ako ng Court of Tax Appeal to become an independent CPA sa kanila, pero di ko pa matanggap-tanggap because of pandemic, tapos senior citizen ka, hindi pwedeng lumabas, no? So, yun yung constraint ko. Kaya, malaking bagay din sa akin itong may online kasi masakit na yung tuhod, hindi na makakalabas, no? So, ito yung sasabihin ko sa inyo, as a tax consultant, yung iba kasi ang purpose, magkapera, mag-earn, no? Pero at the expense ng taxpayer. Ito, unang tingin ko pala doon sa kaso, ang findings ng examiner, 3 million, no? Nung tinignan ko yung FS na, Diyos ko, ang dami bang posibleng findings? Ang laki pa ng pwedeng i-findings ng examiner. Nung tinignan ko, sabi ko, mahina yung consultant dito. Bakit? Kasi kung akong consultant dito, I convince the taxpayer to pay the deficiency. Giveaway yun eh. Giveaway. Bakit giveaway yun sa taxpayer? Kasi, ang liit-liit lang ng babayaran. No? Ayaw. Talagang nagpapagaling yung accountant. Lahat ng findings ng examiner, kinukontra. No? Tapos, ang dami pa niya mga sinasite na mga cases. No? So, pinagawa sa akin. Lahat ng mga cases na sinasite niya, this is not applicable. Nagyan ko lang reason. Why is it that yung mga sinasite niya na cases hindi applicable dun sa case? No? Hindi kayo kaagad-agad maniniwala noong mga taxpayer na pagka naglagay-lagay na ng case dyan versus applicable kaagad yan sa case nyo. You have to look at magkaiba ng circumstances. Lalo na sa transfer pricing. No? I know may mga CPAs tayo na ngayon na participants din. No? If you are yung sa related party transactions, hindi pwede yung precedent yan. Why? Because every case is unique. No? You have to go through the facts and circumstances of the case. Hindi mo yan pwede na sabihin na, ito kasi applicable to. Yung case niya, precedent na yan, applicable dito sa case ko. No? So, titingnan mo talaga yan because every case is unique. No? So, you always go back to the facts and circumstances of the case. And factual. No? Lalo na po yung tax case, factual po ito. Ano yung factual? Kahit na sabihin mo pa per return, meron na itong deficiency ka na kaagad makikita. Pagdating sa korte, pag dumating na yan sa Court of Tax Appeal at tatawagin yung examiner, nakita mo ba yung box dito? Na-confirm mo ba ito na talagang siya nag-issue nitong 2307? Pagka sinabi ng examiner na hindi, talo na agad yung kaso. No? Kasi factual po yung case sa tax. So, ano yun? Nung ginawa ko na yung case, ang daming findings, more than 60 million, di tinawag na kaagad sila ng head office nila abroad. Bakit 3 million lang yung at saka ito bakit 3 million lang yung assessment, nagiging 60 million na. So, na-consent na kaagad sila. No? Kaya, sa pagdating na dito sa taxation, ingat-ingat po tayo. Kasi, iba ito sa pag-handle natin ng ibang cases. No? Sinasabi ko, factual. Kaya nga, filing na ngayon ng income tax return, tayo ng mga tax preparer, yung ating mga client, turuan din natin na hindi basta-basta lang maglagay dyan. Kasi, alam nyo na-experience ko na yan when I practice, nag-start ako mag-practice ng 2013. Ang dami pupunta sa'yo, ma'am, paggawa ko ng FS, gawa ka naman. Tapos ka-questionin niya, ma'am, bakit ganito, bakit ganito? Pero ang sabi sa'yo, ma'am, bahala ka na dyan. Ako, alam nyo, kasi yung dati talaga, very accommodating ako Parang nadala na lang ako nung bandang huli na lahat naman pala sa iyo isisi-isi. Pero ma'am, bahala ka na dyan. Tapos questionin ka. Sabi ko, bahala ako, tapos questionin. Ngayon di ako tumatanggap. Yung mga pumupunta sa akin noon na may mga hindi ko na tinatanggap. I know my lessons, no? Kaya kayo mga tax preparers, you must know your lessons also na hindi basta-basta lang tanggap ng tanggap sa kliyente and then kung ano lang sinasabi nila, sunod ka ng sunod. You have to explain all also to them the tax consequences. Otherwise, kayo yung sisisihin. Meron pa akong isang accountant na I was the examiner, no? Natapos pinuntahan siya. Alam mo, tinutukan siya ng baril ng kliyente. Bakit? Sabi niya, ang mahal-mahal ng bayad ko sa iyo. Ikaw nagpe-prepare ng mga income tax returns ko. Ngayon, ino-audit ako ng BIR, ang daming findings. Anong ginawa mo dito? Tinutukan siya ng baril, especially na milyon-milyon yung kanyang deficiency. No? Kasi akala naman nitong taxpayer, pagka ginawa ng CPA or ng tax preparer niya, perfect na yung kanyang income tax return, wala nang findings ang BIR. Kaya tayo ng mga tax preparer, bookkeepers, CPAs, iingat din tayo in dealing with our clients. Ano yun? I-brief natin sila, sabihin natin sila kung ano yung mga liabilities dito. No? Kasi hindi ibig sabihin na ikaw yung gumawa, hindi na yan kukwestiyonin ng BIR. Remember that all the returns that you file today will be audited tomorrow. Isipin mo na lang, kasi mamaya, isipin mo, hindi naman ako mau-audit. Ano yan hindi yan conservative na, hindi mo inilalagay yung sarili mo dun sa safe ground. Ano yung safe ground? Isipin mo na i-audit ka kinabukasan or after. So ano yun? So you have to prepare your tax returns na you can stand scrutiny of the audit, no, ng examiner. Pag iniisip mo na, hindi naman ito ma-audit. Ako, kaya sana nanonood din yung ating kaibigan Harry,
Sino po?
si Eugene Cruz,
Nag-attendance eh.
attendance. No? Shout out sa iyo, sir. Sana yung mga ITR maayos na. Kasi kawawa yung client, no? At saka hindi lang 'yun. Yung mga magkakaroon ng mga misunderstandings, no? Kasi baka akala ng taxpayer, ginawa mo, ay okay na to, magaling na to kasi wala namang question dito. Hindi po ganoon, no? Tayo ng mga tax preparers, kaya sinabihan ko yung isang CPA lawyer no, na practitioner din, no? Sabi ko, do not promise your client the moon and the stars, no? Kasi hindi mo kayang abutin yun. Just like itong income tax return. Hindi mo rin kaya. Kahit ikaw isang empleyado, ano ba nang nangyayari pag ikaw ang accountant? Alam mo, I have attended some board meeting, kawawa yung accountant, sinasabo ng mga board of directors. Bakit ganito? Tapos palit sila ng palit ng accountant kasi hindi daw marunong yung accountant. Sabi ko, hindi lang ako makapagsalita sa kanila, no? Kasi ibang level sila nasa medical, no? Hindi nila na alam yung accounting. Pero ang nangyayari lang, yearly nagpapalit sila ng accountant, same thing happen. Bakit? Itong accountant kasi pag empleyado ka, hindi mo masabi-sabi sa mga boss mo na nagpapasweldo sa iyo kung ano talaga yung constraint doon sa mga records nila. If you try to look at, yung records naman ang may diferensya no? So, wala namang perfect na accountant sa hindi perfect na records. At saka ano yun? Minsan, imposed na lang yung gagawin mo o ito rin sila rin ang nasusunod. Kaya tayong mga accountants, ilagay din natin yung sarili natin on a safer ground, no? Position yourself. Kaya meron pa ako other channel, no? Pinopromote ko rin, Hari. Yung tips for life, no? Yung positioning yourself. Lagay, Smart Tips by Mami Elsa. Position mo yung sarili mo sa dapat mong kalagyan. So, if you are an accountant, if you are a bookkeeper, huwag kang mag-promise sa no? Kliyente. Basta ang isipin mo dyan, kumpleto siya sa documentation, yung ITR niya, basta subject pa yun sa audit, no? I heard yung mga nauna sa akin sa BIR, pag nagbibiroan sila. Alam mo, nung sabi nung isa, yung 10 commandments, 10 lang yan. No? Hindi pa nasusunod lahat. Yun pa kayang tax code. Ilang provisions yan ng tax code na nandyan. Napakarami. So, mape-perfect ba yan ng taxpayer? Siyempre, hindi. So, during the audit, may findings by examiner, siyempre meron. Pag ikaw naman bookkeeper, ikaw naman CPA, pinangako mo dun sa taxpayer mo na tama yung ginawa mo, wala nang findings, ikaw ngayon sisisihin. Kaya do not do that. Do not do that. Basta sabihin mo, we comply with the requirements, So, pagdating sa examiner, posible na mayroon pang findings yung examiner. No? Kasi even countries all over the world, ito po ha, kasi yung Center for Tax Policies and Administration, sila po yung gumagawa ng pinaka-base ng mga regulations natin all over the world. Kinakascade lang yan sa mga bansa, and then ina-adapt lang nila, and then in-revise lang nila. Kasi when you try to talk about international taxation, wala pong international tax laws, only local legislation, no? Pagka nag-aral ka ng international taxation, it deals with tax treaties. Ano yung mga tax treaties? Only dealing with double taxation, yung conflict between countries, no? So yun lang yung pinag-usapan nila. At ano yung madinidima ng mga bansa sa Center for Tax Policy and Administration? Certainties in the payment of taxes, especially China. Kasi di ba, economic, ano ba yun yung China ngayon, halos lahat. Meron sila, number 1 sila sa business. And siyempre, pag nag-business ka, kaakibat yan yung taxes. So, ano sabi ng China? We are demanding tax certainties. Hindi yung nag-file na kami ng income tax return. Alam namin, tama na yung binabayad namin na taxes and then i-assess pa kami. So, anong sabi ng Center for Tax Policies and Administration? There is no such thing as tax certainties. Wala pong ganyan. Hindi sila nangangako. Why? Kasi every case is depending on the facts and circumstances of the case. Factual. Mag-demand ka ng certainties. Tapos during the audit, may nakita, meron ka naman undeclared income. Meron kang overclaim na expenses. That's why factual po ito, no? And for your information, there are 45 jurisdictions na ngayon, according to OECD, that they are already training their tax officers without borders, no? Kasi di ba meron na tayong exchange of information. So, kahit saang lupalop ka ng mundo, pwede na silang mag-examine, no? And between countries. So, halimbawa, yung taxpayers dito sa Pilipinas, pwede din siyang i-examine ang Japan kung meron silang connect, especially related parties. That's why the transfer pricing now is very important because it deals with the taxation of related party transactions. Kaya tingnan nyo, meron ng attachment sa annual income tax return. That's why ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na we have to be prepared for the new normal at saka for the new world. No? So kasama na lahat yan yung documentation ng bawat business transactions natin. Kasi yung mga business transactions natin na dinodokumento, yun hindi nilalagay natin dito sa ITR. So gone are the days na drawing lang po ito. No? Ngayon hindi na. Talagang mahihirapan tayo. Okay. So, balik po tayo sa 8% option rate. Yung reminders ko, sobrang haba na, but that is very important, no? You will save a lot of problems. Pati yung inyong taxpayer will also save a lot of problems kasi hindi na sila aasa na paglabas ng kanilang income tax return, perfect na yan, no? So, always tell them na subject to audit pa yan ng BIR, no? Okay. So, for the 8% option rate, ano yung unique naman dito? Because this is new under the train law. Kasi dati wala naman itong 8% option rate. Yung 40% optional standard deduction, yun na yung meron. So, for the 8% income tax rate, no, how do we compute it? So, if you try to look, nandyan na, Hari, nasa screen na nila. Okay. So, line number 47, we have our sales, revenues, or receipts and fees. And then, line number 48, we have to deduct the sales returns, allowances, and discounts. So, ito na yung tinuturo sa atin sa accounting, ha? That's why sabi ko, our income tax returns conforms also with the accounting standards. No? Although, may mga ibang hindi siya sinusunod sa accounting na standards, no, may sarili siya, just like yung zonal value, sarili yan ng BIR, no? So, line number 49, net sales, revenues, or receipts. Add other non-operating income kung meron. And then the total net operating income equals the total taxable income. Ito, 8% option rate po ito, ha? So, total taxable income less. Ito yung allowable reductions ng 250,000. Why tinanggal itong 250,000? Because this is subject to zero, no? So, kahit 8% option rate ka, since pag 8% option rate ka, i-multiply mo kaagad-agad yung gross sa 8%, pero binawas pa yung 250,000 so that magkaroon ka rin ng benefit dun sa zero rate na 250,000. No? So you deduct the 250,000 from the total taxable income and then multiply it by the 8%, no? So yun na yung tax due mo. So pag may tax due ka, halimbawa sa 8% mo, may binabayaran ka quarterly na 8% din, i-deduct mo dito. Kaya hari, wag mong isipin na pag nag-tax due na, hindi mo na isipin na may nawala ng deductions for the first 3 quarters. Kasi anong ibig sabihin niyan? Pag wala kang first 3 quarters, you are not compliant to the quarterly filing, no? So, yun. So, on the face of the return pa lang, sabi nila, wala tong filing na 8%. Why? Kasi sa 8%, hindi pwedeng wala kang bayaran. Sa itemized deductions, pwedeng wala kang bayaran kasi on the notion na malaki yung expenses mo, so wala kang net income. But sa 8%, hindi pwedeng wala. Why? Kasi wala kang deductions dito. Ano lang, outright to na 8%. No? At ang tanong, kailan ba dinideduct itong 250,000? Dinideduct daw ba ito quarterly? Hindi po, annual lang. No? Kasi kung i-deduct mo yung 250,000 on the quarterly, which is 3 quarters in a year, 250,000, i-multiply mo yan sa 3, edi 750,000 na, over ka na. That's why hindi siya pwedeng i-claim on a quarterly basis ang 250,000 na subject to zero rate. No? Sa annual lang po siya pwedeng i-deduct. Okay. So, clear na po tayo doon sa optional standard deduction, sa 8% option rate, and also doon sa itemized deductions, no? Itong pinadala namin sa inyo, anong oras na, hari?
10:06.
Oh my God. Itong Section 34 of the NIRC, napakahaba po ito. These are the deductions from gross income, which are the expenses. Ito yung mga ordinary, necessary, trade, business, or professional expenses. Hindi ko po yan i-discuss sa inyo. Na-summarize ko na siya doon sa itemized deductions natin kanina. But, these are the reasons. No? These are the legal basis in claiming those deductions. No? Kasi let's have a 15 minutes break. No? So, shout out doon sa mga bago pa lang nag-attendance sa atin ngayon. Shout out to you. No? We will be back at 10:20. Kasi ang gusto ko talaga na i-discuss sa inyo yung preparation ng financial statement, especially the disclosures, no? Disclosures to financial statements. Kasi, diyan ako na penalty ng easy, no? So, how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements. Umpisa po tayo diyan ng 10:20 and hanggang 12 o'clock, no? Yan, kung mapapansin niyo, ang dami ko rin binigay sa inyo dyan na mga guidelines. Hindi din, summary lang po yung i-discuss natin sa inyo. That is for your own readings, no? Wag po na umattend tayo ng seminar. Halimbawa, overview lang naman binibigay talaga ng seminar eh. Tapos at the end of the day, bihaan nyo na. Ako hindi po talaga. Pag umattend ako ng seminar itong araw na to, ni-review ko yan pagdating ng gabi, no? That's why sanay ako na may hard copy kasi sinusulatan ko yan. Bakit? Kasi pag kinalimutan mo yan at the end of the day, lahat ng naaral mo during the day, wala na yan. No? Especially kung nanood ka na kaagad ng Facebook, tapos nakita mo doon, may mga videos. Alam mo, nakaka-disturb din eh. No? Kasi pag pinindot mo yun, tapos siyempre 15 minutes lang to tapusin mo. Maya-maya, wala na. Nakalimutan mo na yung talagang information na kailangan mo, no? So, how to prepare notes and disclosures to financial statements, very important. And then, yung sa hapon natin, how to prepare consolidated financial statements. We will show also the segmented financial statements, which are very important. Dati, hindi tayo very particular on the segmented financial statements. But I tell you, mga CPAs, accountants, bookkeepers, mag-segmentize na kayo ngayon sa books of accounts nyo pa lang. Why? If you try to look at RAMO 1-2019, which is the transfer pricing audit guidelines po natin, nandoon na requirement yung segmented financial statements and also the supply chain management analysis. no? So, ibig sabihin, iba na yung mga requirements. So, we have to anticipate that. Na doon pa lang sa umpisa, sa nag-maintain tayo ng books of accounts, hanggang sa gumawa na tayo ng ating income tax return, i-relate natin yan doon sa iba at ibang mga requirements. No? So that, halimbawa, during the audit, hingan ka ng segmented financial statements, yung recording mo, wala. Saan mo ngayon kukunin yung segmented information mo? When we say segmented, per line of business, per division, kung hindi ka nag-maintain ng ganyan, consolidated lang lahat, mahirapan ka ngayon mag-segmentize. Huh? And then, yung sa hapon, ito yung mga schedules, no? Mga schedules na yatats natin sa ating income tax return. And usually, galing po ito sa updates ng SEC. No? Bakit? If you try to look at ngayon, ang SEC, hindi na kagaya rin ng dati. Napakahigpit na rin ng SEC. At ang nakikita ko pa sa SEC, alam nyo, meron na tayong bagong corporation code. No? Very specific na rin sila mag-draft ng mga guidelines at saka ng mga rules and regulations. No? Kagaya din ng BIR. Kasi dati, ano lang yun very vague. Kaya ang hirap implement. Ngayon, very specific na. Kaya titingnan natin. And in the form of schedules, yung mga information na kailangan in the form of schedule, so madali lang siyang intindihin. Oh? So, yung second day natin, ito naman, puro preparation ng financial statements for cooperatives. Why? Kasi ang dami pong cooperatives, no? Nagpa-accredit din kasi ako sa cooperatives. Tapos darating sa iyo, magpapa-audit, kulang-kulang yung mga dokumento. Ang hirap mag-reconstruct, no? So, preparation of financial statement for non-stock, non-profit corporations. Bakit? If you try to look at yung requirements ng SEC, ang dami pong schedules for the non-stock, non-profit corporation. No? Sa experience ko, wala yan noon. Ngayon, meron na. Pati yung mga funds mo, yung mga source ng donations mo, nakalagay na dyan. Ilagay mo na sa schedule kung sino mga nagbigay. And then we have the preparation of financial statements for manufacturing corporations and contractors, no? Dito sa contractors, isama na rin natin yung PFRS 15, yung nag-took effect siya noong 2018 na mandatory na doon sa notes to financial statement disclosures yung per contract mo na project, no? Yung cost per contract and then the price of the contract, the cost per contract, and yung income mo per contract. Oh. So, kung wala kang breakdown yan, kaya sabi ko sa inyo, very important na ngayon na nagsisegmentize kayo ng records, no? You can just imagine, pati yung per contract mo may, halimbawa, 3 yung kontrata mo, tapos hindi ka nag-maintain ng purchases mo sa bawat kontrata. Basta sinabay-sabay mo yon, hindi mo na alam kasi consolidated lang yung reporting. Ngayon di na pwede. Dapat per contract may purchases ka talaga sa bawat isa at saka naka-segmentize na yung kanilang income, the expenses, no? And then yung price ng bawat kontrata. So that is the requirement. Actually, ang dami pang requirements but hindi na natin kaya na discuss lahat. So, yun lang mga important. And meron naman tayong mga notes to financial statements that will explain, no? So, isa-isahin din po natin yan. So, let's go back mga 10:30 na po, no? 10:30. Okay. Discuss lahat. So, yun lang mga important. And meron naman tayong mga notes to financial statements that will explain, no? So, isa-isahin din po natin yan. So, let's go back mga 10:30 na po, no? 10:30. Okay. Nag-break kanina.
Kaya na 225.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back with our discussion. Shout out kay Ma'am Olga. Hello, Ma'am Olga. From Samal Bataan. Practicing CPA din po siya. No? Punta muna kayo lahat dito. Cathy, tsaka Hari, at tsaka Mia. No? Say hi to our participants. Sila po yung ating mga staff nag-a-assist sa atin dito, gumawa ng mga PowerPoint na Doon kayo sa camera. Hi, I'm Cathy. Doon. Kayo makikita dyan. Ikaw muna. Hi, I'm Mia.
Hi, Mia.
Kay Hari, ka. Okay. Kita ba kayo lahat?
Kapag dito masyadong zoom na kaya. Sakto lang sa ganun.
Okay. So, sila po yung mga staff natin. Sila yung nag-i-email sa inyo. Hindi nakikita. Kayo nakikita, Oo. Ay, pumunta siya doon eh. So,
Sa likod.
kaya nga, asan kayo dyan?
Delay.
So, si Mia, si Cathy, and then si Hari po. Sila yung mga staff natin that assist, no? Sa atin dito ngayon, kasama natin. At saka si Ma'am, pangalan niya nga. Halika, mag-ano ka dito. Ito. Hi, say hi po, si Ma'am Mila.
Hi,
Siya po
good
yung
morning.
isang participant natin na face-to-face po from San Mateo, Rizal. No? Say hi.
Hi.
Kikita ba siya, Hari? Parang hindi.
Nakita ba ako?
Delay? Sige.
Okay, thank you.
Sige po. So, okay, so let's proceed na po with our how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements, no? So, very important po yung notes to financial statements kasi ang experience ko naman dito, ito yung nagpa-delay sa akin doon sa accreditation ko sa SEC. So, after 3 attempts na accredit din ako sa SEC, but yung accreditation na supposed to be 5 years, no? Kasi hanggang 2004. Hanggang 2022 na lang, no? So 1 year lang. Bakit? Kailangan pala partnership na, no? So anyway, we'll try to comply. Okay. So itong notes to financial statements natin, very important po to, how to make the notes to financial statements, no? Although meron tayong basic na financial statements na requirements, yung balance sheet, income statement, statement of changes in equity, and the cash flow. Likewise, itong notes to financial statements are also important na part ng ating financial statements, no? So ano po itong notes to financial statement? This is a narrative description or disaggregation. Bakit siya disaggregation? Ng items presented in the financial statements. Ano? So, anong purpose ng information ng notes to financial statements? In addition to that presented in the statement of financial position, income statement, statement of comprehensive income, changes in equity, cash flows, no? It reports information that does not fit into the body of the statement in order to enhance the understandability of the statements. So when we say enhance the understandability of the statements, if you try to look at the basic financial statements, hindi mo maintindihan doon, bakit? Nakalagay lang accounts receivable. So, imagine mo lang, itong accounts receivable na to, pautang to. But if you try to look at the notes to financial statements, mas maintindihan mo pa siya, no? Bakit? Kasi may specific information doon about the accounts receivable, halimbawa na item, no? So, it provide additional information, help clarify the items presented in the financial statements. Actually, during my tax audit na nasa BIR pa ako, this is my favorite notes to financial statement. Bago ko basahin yung basic na financial statements, dito muna ako sa notes. And napakarami pong findings sa notes. no? Okay. Ah, anong requirement ng Philippine Accounting Standards 1, paragraph 113? Anyway, may in-email po kami dyan sa inyo na ISPAS 1, no? So, mahaba yan. Anyway, may i-discuss tayo dyan, the last portion lang, pero hindi natin yan i-discuss lahat. That is for your own readings, no? Sa mga iba nakakaalam na, then pasensya na kayo, pero yung iba na talagang hindi pa, so that is for you, basahin nyo para mas lalo nyo maintindihan yung Statement of Financial Accounting Standards number 1, no? Kasi yan yung conceptual framework for financial accounting and preparation of financial statements. Okay. Ano po sinasabi dito sa Philippine Accounting Standards number 1? Yung ating mga financial statements should be, as far as practicable, present notes in a systematic manner. So, ano yung ibig sabihin ng systematic manner? May sistema, hindi yung kahit ano lang yung gusto nating ilagay dyan, no? So, systematic, sunod-sunod yan, at saka may pattern. Each item on the face of the statement of financial position, mayroon siyang cross-reference to any related information in the notes. Kaya, di ba, sa paggawa mo na ng income statement, may nakalagay doon na notes, no? Dati, yung bago-bago pa ako nag-practice, nag-prepare, hindi ko yan nilalagyan ng notes. Hindi ko nilalagyan kasi babayaan ko na, basta may notes to financial statement siya, pero pagdating na doon sa balance sheet, hindi ko nilalagyan na note 1, note 2, note 3. Binabalik ng easy, penalize. Bakit? Lagyan mo ng cross-reference, no? Para madali. Halimbawa, lagyan mo ng cash, note 1 ang cash, o note 5 yung cash. Para madali doon sa user na, halimbawa, gusto niya malaman yung explanation about cash, hanapin niya kaagad yung note 5. Kung hindi mo nilagyan yan doon sa financial statement, sobrang hirap maghanap ng users kung saan niya hahanapin yung explanation mo about the cash, no? So, anong requirement po sa financial statements? Notes shall be highly detailed, no? Precise, complete, and easily understood by the reader who has reasonable understanding of business affairs and is willing to study the financial statements, no? So, shout out din po tayo sa ating clients, no? MDLD, in-invite ko rin sila yung mga staff ni Geraldine Tan, nandyan din ba? At saka yung sa Baumsler, si Ma'am Tintin, nandyan din, shout out sa inyo. Kasi, this is for you, no? Anyway, halos para naman sa lahat. That's why, kinakascade na natin sa lahat. Para, yun nga sabi ko, isang explanations na lang. Kina Ma'am Lisel, no? Sa Lloyd Laboratories, shout out din po. Okay. So, what are the purposes of notes to financial statements? Nakakasunod ka ba, Hari? Dun sa ating, Okay. So, the purpose of notes to financial statement, ano po yung purpose? Or purposes ng financial statements? Unang-una, required siya ng Philippine Financial Reporting Standards o ng PFRS. No? So, siguro, bakit tayo naglalagay ng notes? Kasi requirement. No? And when we say requirement, then it is a must for us for compliance requirement. No? Okay. So, ano naman yung requirement for the presentation of these notes to financial statement? It present information about the basis of preparation of the financial statements and the specific accounting policies used. So, ano yung accounting standards na ginagamit sa accounting ngayon sa reporting? PFRS for full PFRS. Tapos, yung PFRS for SME, Small Medium Enterprises, mayroon niyang requirement as to the amount. And then the PFRS for small entities, no? So, doon pa lang, sa number 1 pa lang na notes na yan, no, na kikita na kung anong classification ng company. So, very important yan sa disclosure. Yun po yung una na hinahanap. Disclose the information required by Philippine Financial Reporting Standards that is not presented in the financial statements. Also, additional information in the financial statement relevant to understanding of the financial statements. No? So, papaano yung order of presenting the notes? Statement of compliance with PFRS, nasabihin mo na that you complied with the reporting standards, no? Kung full PFRS, kung small entities, kung small and medium entities, no? SME. Summary information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements. Anyway, hindi natin to lagyan ngayon ng examples because doon sa preparation ng financial statement for its category of industries that we have, lalo na bukas, meron na po yan, no? May mga samples tayo doon. Supporting information or computation for line items presented in the financial statements, no? So, may mga computation doon. So, if you try to look at, may computation doon ng operating expenses, na nakalagay doon, yung inventories, other disclosures such as contingent liabilities, unrecognized contractual commitments, and non-financial disclosures. So, pati yung non-financial disclosures, ibig sabihin, descriptive siya, no, ng mga transactions mo, halimbawa, non-financial, nakalagay din. Sometimes the order of specific items also vary, no? Okay. Pero ang requirement talaga ng standard is to retain systematic presentation and structure of the notes as far as practicable, no? Okay. So compliance with PFRS, entity shall not describe financial statements as complying with PFRS unless they comply with all the requirements it's applicable to Philippine financial reporting standards, no? So meron tayong Philippine reporting standards for SME, reporting standards for small entities, at yung pinakamarami na requirement yung full PFRS, no? So mas marami siyang requirements. Accounting policies, no? Specific principles, methods, practices, rules, bases, conventions adopted by entity in preparing and presenting financial statements. Actually, yung accounting policies adopted by the company, ito yung pinakamahaba if you try to look at the financial statements. Ito yung makapal, especially yung mga nagpe-present ng consolidated financial statements and also those companies na listed, no, sa Philippine Stock Exchange. Sobrang dami ng kanilang notes kasi ang explanation sa kanila mas marami pong requirements, no? Okay, so what are the significant accounting policies? Okay. Disclose the measurement basis used in preparing the financial statement. So how are you going to measure the accounts found in the financial statements? Also, inform users of the measurement basis used in financial statements because the basis on which the entity prepares the financial statement significantly affects the user's analysis, no? Kasi yung basis of the measurement, tingnan nyo sa measurement ng halimbawa na lang ng inventory. So ano yung measurement ng value ng inventory? Lower or of cost or net realizable value of the inventory. Pero for tax purposes, ano naman yung basis? Cost, no? Kaya pagdating sa disclosure to the measurement basis, naka-disclose, no? So, ano yun? Lower of cost or net realizable value. The measurement basis includes historical cost, current cost, realizable value, and present value, no? The most common measurement basis is historical cost, no? Disclosure of accounting policies, no? So, it should be disclosed and management shall consider whether the disclosure would assist users in understanding how transactions, other events, and conditions are reflected in the financial statements, no? So, makikita nyo to sa preparation na tayo ng financial statements for certain type of industry. Okay, so disclosure of particular accounting policies is especially useful to users when those policies are selected from alternatives allowed in Philippine financial reporting standards. Okay. Judgment, no? Disclosure of judgment. Okay. The management has made in the process of applying accounting policies and that have a significant effect on the amount recognized in the financial statements. Kasi bakit? Allow yung acceptable yung judgment, no, ng company or ng management in the financial statement, in the recognition of those account in the financial statement, no? So ano yung mga example na yung management gumagawa ng judgment? No, letter A, whether financial assets are to be measured at the fair value or at amortized cost, no? So alamin natin kailan ba dapat na fair value or kailan amortized yung cost, no? Kasi yun yung mga findings sa akin ng SEC, no? Doon sa mga notes to financial statement, no? So kailan ba siya i-measure at fair value or at amortized cost? Whether substantially all the significant risk and reward of ownership of the leased asset are transferred to the lessee, no? Kung 'di ba yung leased assets natin na transfer na ba sa lessee, no? Whether in substance particular sales of goods are product financing arrangement and therefore do not give rise to revenue, no? So ito yung mga gray area or ito din yung mga issues dito which are favorite also ng transfer pricing. Ha? Disclosure of estimation uncertainty, no? Kasi in some cases, kagaya ng management allowed also for judgment, no? Allow din sila to estimate, no? Kasi may mga uncertainties na allowed yung management to make an estimate, no? Entities shall disclose information about the assumptions, no? And sometimes itong mga assumptions, these are critical assumptions. It makes about the future, no? Mga forecast. And other major sources of uncertainty at the end of the reporting period that have a significant risk of resulting in a material adjustment of the carrying amount of assets and liabilities within the next financial year. So yung mga contingent liabilities, no? So with respect to those assets and liabilities, the note shall include the nature, the carrying amount of the assets and liabilities at the end of the reporting period. That's why sa notes to financial statements ng mga industries, itatakil natin doon yung lapsing schedule ng PPE or the plant, property, and equipments, no? Yung carrying value niya at the beginning, and then yung mga additions, and then the disposal. Yun yung gusto kong i-discuss sa inyo, especially ano yung effect nun sa income tax natin, no? Kasi makikita mo kaagad, alam nyo yung mga ni-review ko, talagang kitang-kita kaagad eh. Why? Minamanipulate nila yung PPE, no? Property, plant, and equipment. May dinadagdag sila every year na the same amount lang, dinidepreciate din, and then meron silang mga additions, and at the same time, dinidispose din nila, no? Sabi ko, fraudulent itong ginagawa to, no? Accounting firm ang gumagawa nun, no? So, sabi ko, these are fraudulent na, ano. So, tingnan din ninyo. Kasi kitang-kita on your lapsing schedule. Pero mo nagpasok ka ng additions na 10 million, nag-depreciate ka na ng 10 million, no? Those are material findings pagdating na po sa tax audit. Kasi, walang ganon, no? Na may additions ka na 10 million, hindi na may depreciations ka, 10 million din. Parang ginamit mo lang yun para magkaroon ka ng depreciation na expense na i-claim mo for purposes of computing your income tax. Actually, sa totoong buhay, no, sa totoo talaga, ang daming ginagawa upon filing of the returns, no, para lang makakapag-claim ng itemized deductions, no? But be sure yung pagki-claim ninyo ng itemized deduction such that it can stand scrutiny during audit. Hindi yung kung ano lang yung naisip natin. And sometimes ito pa, hindi magtatali yung plant, property, and equipment mo na balances with the depreciations that you claim. No? Hari? Yun yung isang ano dun sa client, isang issue niya, yung depreciation. No? So dapat ano lang ba for tax purposes ang dinidepreciate natin? Yung cost, no? Hindi yung fair value. So, take note of that na pagdating sa depreciation, favorite na source din po yan ng findings ng tax audit. No? Okay. So other disclosures, the domicile and legal form of the entity, its country of incorporation, address of the registered office or principal place of business. If you try to look at, nasa note 1 kaagad yan. No? That's why pagka ngayon, gumagawa ko ng transfer pricing analysis, in order to determine the functions of the company, saan mo siya kaagad titingnan? Doon sa note 1. And be sure also, ito na ang masasabi ko sa inyo, the tax preparer kayo. Do not be contented na tiningnan ninyo yung FS, halimbawa, note 1, ito siya, ito yung functions niya, ito yung address niya, ito na yung kailan siya na-register. No. Statement lang yan doon sa notes to disclosure or to financial statements. Saan kayo tumingin para sa original na source document niya? Doon mismo sa SEC registration. No? So do not rely on the notes to financial statement alone. I-check nyo siya or you clarify or i-verify nyo siya doon sa source document, which is the is-easy registration, yung form mismo. So titingnan nyo doon ano yung primary purpose. No? So dapat yun yung nakalagay sa note number 1. Ano yung address niya doon? Kasi it might be different. No? May isa ako na audit na holding company siya. Tapos ang business niya restaurant. No? So yun yung findings ko. Sir, sabi ko, bakit holding company kayo and then yung operation nyo is restaurant? Dapat nagpa-amend muna kayo nito sa SEC because that is illegal. Illegal po yan. Why? Because a corporation is a juridical entity. No? Nagkaroon lang siya ng existence because by operation of law. Iba yung ginawa sa kanya ng law, iba yung ginagawa niya. So that is illegal. Kaya sabi ko, ipa-amend nyo muna yung articles of incorporation nyo or yung purpose nyo bago kayo mag-iba. No? Anong sagot sa akin ng accountant? Bayaan mo na, nagbabayad naman ng tax. No? So, sa bagay, sabi ko, hindi natin sakop yun sa BIR dahil sakop yun ng is-easy, pero that should not be. So, ano yung diferensya doon? Makikita yun sa notes to financial statements nyo. That, sa note number 1 pa lang, that the company is registered with the SEC as, so ganun yung function na, as holding company, tapos operating as restaurant, no? Which is, kitang-kita na kaagad, illegal. Okay. Okay, so, letter B, description of the nature of the entity's operations and its principal activities, no? Kaya, yung iba, bumibili pa ng mga data sa transfer pricing analysis, ako dito na ako nagre-rely. Why? Because this is a public and official document. So, ano yung nakalagay mo dyan? Ano talaga yan? No? Regulatory agencies kasi ang SEC, no? So, description and nature of entities operation and the principal activities. So, ito yung functions ng company. Name of the parent and the ultimate parent of the group, no? So, related parties, if you try to look at sa disclosure, nandito yung mga related parties. Kaya yung nagsasabi na, hindi naman kami related parties kasi magkaiba yung shareholders namin. Titingnan nyo, kasi pagdating sa dealings, posible pa rin na you are related party. That's why, dito, pinapadisclose sa inyo yung the name of the parent and also the ultimate parent, no? Group. Nakikita din yan sa consolidated financial statements. Okay. Ano pa yung i-disclose under paragraph 137? The amount of dividends, no? Actually, dito ako na call up din ng SEC. Bakit? Kasi kulang yung explanation ko about dividend, no? Kaya may mga schedule tayo dyan mamaya. No, so ano dapat yung dividend? The proposed or declared before the financial statements were authorized to issue but not recognized as distribution during the period and the related amount per share. Kasi pagka nag-declare ka ng dividend ng 2020, kailan mo yan magiging payable? 2021. Why? Kasi that would be deductions of your written earnings. So, saan mo yan kukunin? Written earnings mo as of December 31. So, dapat yung date mo ng declaration and then yung distribution, magkaiba yun. No? So, the amount of any cumulative preference dividends not recognized kung may mga preferred dividends kayo for the preferred stocks. No? Kasi yung makikita yan doon sa kind of stocks that you issue. Okay, so what are the examples ng notes to financial statements? Compliance with PFRS. So, nakalagay sa notes to financial statement that you comply with the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, no? And then, kung ano yung consistent basis mo, no, sa preparation ng financial statement. Why consistent? Hindi pwedeng papalit-palit ka, no? Kung magpalit ka man, lalagyan mo ngayon ng explanation kung anong result niya doon sa financial statement mo, no? Significant accounting policies, you have to disclose the measurement basis, no? So, for inventories, lower of FIFO cost and the net realizable value. Okay, so store pre-opening cost, example, cost charged to expense in the year incurred, no? So, property, plant, and equipment, maraming tayong explanations later. And then the capital expenditures. Kung maliit lang, hindi material yung amount, expense right away. Pero kung ang expenditures malaki na, meaning it will benefit already the future, hindi lang yung current year, then, you have to capitalize. No? Cash equivalents, ito may sundin talaga natin yung standards, what are considered as cash equivalents. No? Intangible assets, ang dami na intangible assets. Dati, ang alam natin intangible assets, goodwill lang. Pagka halimbawa, binili mo yung company ng 1 million, pero yung worth ng company is 150 million. So, you recognize the 50 million as your goodwill. Ngayon, marami na po ang intangible assets. Not only goodwill. Lalong-lalo na our new normal, nasa computer na tayo palagi. No? So, yung mga software dyan sa computer, yung mga apps, they are considered as intangibles. Ano pa yung mga intangibles? Ito yung mga patents, copyrights, no? And anong ginagawa sa intangibles? They are amortized, no? Over their estimated useful life. Okay. And the straight line method is used for their amortization. Okay. I-discuss natin yan thoroughly, pero hindi dito na video, no? About intangibles. Siguro, magre-resume tayo kasi ng mga ito lang yung seminars na i-offer namin March 11 and 12, yun yung second batch po nitong free seminar on tax preparer. After that, pahinga po muna tayo to give way to the filing season. Why? Kasi ang dami po nating engagement ngayon on the transfer pricing documentations and also yung audit ng mga financial statements for the filing season. Kaya, hold in abeyance po natin, lahat ng mga trainings or seminars natin will resume na sa May. No? At isa na, lagyan po natin ng time or we have to allot, siguro mga one day na discussion, although napakarami na rin ng issues dito sa intangibles. Pero for the sake lang na maintindihan natin, then we will allot at least one day seminar for these intangibles. No? Research and development, as I told you, this is a major expense in some companies. All expenditures for research and development are charged to expense in the year incurred. Sabi niya, all expenditures. But, alam niyo, may examiners ako noon na talagang hindi siya papayag na outright. No? Why? Because the research and development will benefit not only the current year but succeeding years pa. So ano yung dapat? You amortize. No? Kung hanggang kailan siya mapakinabangan. Kasi pagka in-outright expense mo siya, ibig sabihin, hindi mo na siya pakinabangan the following year. Income taxes include the deferred income taxes that result from all taxable and deductible temporary differences between carrying amount for financial reporting and tax base for tax reporting of assets and liabilities. Huh? So, dito sa income tax, meron tayo dyan na video na accounting for income tax. Oh. Earnings per share amounts are based on the weighted average number of ordinary shares outstanding after recognizing of preference dividends. Oh. So, potential ordinary shares are not material. Inventories. Oh, so, ito yung example ng inventories, yung components. And may reporting requirements din po tayo sa inventories every year. Yung ending December, ipafile mo yan ng January 31 of the following year. And that is your inventory as of December 31 na year. Ayan, no? So, these are the components of the year in inventories, no? So, kung anong klase siya, ilalagay mo dyan, no? And this is also included sa financial statements natin, sa notes to financial statements. Okay, so property, plant, and equipment, these are some of the examples, but we will deal mostly on the lapsing schedule of the property, plant, and equipment dun sa preparation natin ng financial statements for specific industries, no? Ano yung mga specific industries na yan? Yung contractors, yun yung manufacturing, not so much on the non-stock, non-profit, no? Not so much. Okay. So, we have to disclose also the contingent liability. Contingent pa lang, so hindi pa actual. But for tax purposes, itong contingent liability na to, pwede mo lang siya ma-charge sa expense kung talagang babayaran na. Long-term debt, bonds payable of 5 million mature on December 31, 2002. Pays semi-annual interest at 12% on June 30 and December 31. Okay. So, yun na yung sa long-term debt na i-disclose nyo rin kung kailan siya mature, and then magkano yung interest niya. And of course, the shareholders' equity. The preference share capital, halimbawa, 100 par value equals 100,000 shares. Authorized, issued, and outstanding at both December 31, 2020 and December 31, 2009. Bakit? Because the requirement of the BIR and the SEC is for you to present or submit a comparable financial statements. Okay. So, preference share naman is cumulative and there are no dividends on arrears. Ordinary share capital, these are the examples ng explanation or notes to financial statement for the shareholders' equity. Also, example, ordinary share capital, 50, no? Yung par, 1 million shares authorized and 800,000 shares issued at both December 31, 2020 and 2019. No? So, ito na yung mga explanations niya comparatively, no? Both for 2020 and 2019. Okay, so retained earnings are appropriated to the extent of the cost of the treasury shares. No? Titingnan natin yung relo para abutan pa natin yung ibang mga explanations natin. No? So, retained earnings appropriated to the extent of the cost of the treasury shares. No? Kasi, if you buy back the treasury shares, dapat coming yung pera mo sa retained earnings. No? Balance of retained earnings represent unrestricted amount legally available for dividends. Kasi pag restricted yung balance mo or yung amount mo sa retained earnings, hindi siya pwedeng gamitin. Okay. Share options. Approved share option plan which provides for granting of option to purchase 50,000 ordinary shares at 100% of fair value at the date of grant. No. The options are exercisable immediately. No. So, yun yung mga share options na became also the important issues in transfer pricing. So, let's now go to Annex 68K. For those na may mga questions, just write in the comment portion po ng ating YouTube, and then we will try to answer you after the lecture this afternoon. no? Kasi baka may mga questions kayo in your mind pero hindi natin na-post dito hindi natin ma-discuss kasi nga sa dami ng ating coverage. But sasagutin po natin yan after the lecture proper this afternoon. No? So matapos tayo ng 4 o'clock, then yung time 4 to 5, ibigay natin sa question and answers. Okay. Let's go to the additional disclosures in the notes to financial statements as required by the SEC, no, under Rule 68. Okay. So ano pa yung nire-require sa statement of financial position? The statement of financial position is your balance sheet, no? So registration shall disclose on the face of the statement of financial position or in the notes to the financial statements further subclassifications of the line items presented in accordance with the annex and in a manner appropriate to the registrant's operations and the nature and functions of amount involved. No? So yan po yung requirement sa statement of financial position. Disclosure on the face of the statement in accordance with Annex A and appropriate to the registrant's operations. No? Okay. So letter A is trade and other receivables. So state separately receivable from. So anong explanations mo sa trade and other receivables? No? So you have to separately explain that letter A, customer siya or trade receivables, or receivable siya from related parties, or other than trade debtors such as loans or advances to officers and employees. So naka-disclose lahat yan. Disclose the amount of balances, volume during the period, and specific terms of the receivables from its related party which are eliminated during the consideration. No? So i-disclose mo rin yun pati yung mga balances. If significant in amount, other receivables shall be segregated by type. Otherwise, they may be grouped into figure captioned as accounts receivable others, no? Or other equivalent title. Inventories. How are you going to disclose the inventories? Unusual purchase commitments and accrued at losses and accrued net losses, no? So yung sa inventories mo, unusual purchase commitments, no, and accrued net loss. Okay. Losses which are expected to arise from firm and uncancelable commitments for the future purchase of inventory items shall, if material, be recognized in the account and separately disclosed in the statement of comprehensive income. Okay. How about other current liabilities? No? So, state separately any amount in excess of 5% of total current assets. The remaining items may be shown in one amount, no, sa other current assets. Indebtedness of or advance to related parties. Okay. So, lahat yan kailangan i-disclose. Shows separately under this caption non-current activities to related parties. Include also the disclosure of whether or not the corporation has an approval requirement and limit on the amount and extent of related party transactions. No? So, para sa akin, paano ka magkaroon ng limit? No? Other assets, state separately any item which exists of 5% of total non-current assets. No? So, dapat siya i-disclose. Trade and other payables. Ito yung mga utang, no? So, shall be stated separately in the notes to financial statements. Trade payables, payables to related parties, no? So, bakit pinapadisclose yung payable to related parties? Kasi hindi kayo pwedeng mag-bad debts, no? Kasi related parties kayo eh. Advances from directors, officers, employees, and principal stockholders and related parties of the company or its related Parties exclude from this item amounts to purchase subject to usual trade terms or ordinary travel expenses and for other items arising in the ordinary course of business. So ito po yung mga disclosures natin for the trade and other payables. No? So ang dami. Disclose also the amount of balances, volume during the period, and specific items of the payables to its related party which are eliminated during consideration. Okay. Accruals, no? Show separately significant accounts for payroll. Taxes other than income taxes, interest, and any other material items. Bakit taxes other than income tax? Kasi hindi nga kasama yung income tax pagdating natin sa operating expenses. Ano pa? Following information shall be disclosed, any current liability guaranteed by others and also assets pleads against secured liabilities. No? Okay. So ito yung mga explanations natin, attachments sa notes to financial statements. Other current liabilities, no? So, anong ilalagay mo sa other current liabilities? The dividends declared not paid at the end of the reporting period. Nandyan po yan sa accounting natin for income tax, no? Acceptances payable, liabilities under trust receipts, portion of long-term debt due within 1 year. Okay, so deferred income. Any other current liability in excess of 5% of total current liabilities. Ang daming disclosures po dito na ano. So for other long-term liabilities, also capital stocks, no? You have to disclose them also. Ano yung nakalagay sa long-term liabilities? In excess of 5% total long-term liabilities, no? So dapat naka-disclose. Capital stocks, provide summarized discussion of the company. Mamaya mayroon siyang matrix dito, no? Kung paano gagawin yung summary. Statement of comprehensive income. For the revenues, you have to state on the face of the statement comprehensive income revenues from each of the following. No? So, revenue from sale of goods, from rendering of services, share of profit of associate, and joint ventures accounted for using the equity method and the other income. Oh, so, yun yung report natin under revenue. And for the cost, ito naman, yung deductions natin, the cost of sales, cost of rendering services, operating expenses, and then other expenses. Okay, so finance cost, notes to financial statement, the amount of interest expense and amortization of debt discount and expenses for each of the following. Okay. Short-term promissory notes, long-term promissory notes, bonds, mortgages, and other similar long-term debt. Amortization of debt discount, expense or premium, and then other interest. No? Okay. And also the other income, no? So may time pa tayo for the SPAS, no? So for the other income, you have to state separately the note to financial statement items and nature of its material other income, including disclosure on whether or not it is a result of a related party transactions. Because sa business operations po, hindi lang iisa yung source ng net income mo. So ano siya, ipinapadisclose dito sa atin. Whether or not it is a result of related party transactions. Kasi pagka ang corporations work with a group ng mga related parties nila, dapat yan nakadisclose din sa financial statements natin as a result of related party transactions. Why? Kasi may mga ibang forbidden dyan na mga expenses, no, na isasama mo sa group. Halimbawa na lang yung bad debts, no? And then sino yung magra-write off ng debts? The subsidiary, no? So pagka ganun, hindi pinapayagan. Gain or loss on sale of assets. States separately gain or loss from sale of each class of asset, no? And then disclose also the miscellaneous income. Okay, so indicate clearly the nature of the transaction out of which the item arose, no? So yun sa other income and also other expenses. Okay? And what is the specific disclosure on the face of the statement or in the notes? The net asset value per share in case of mutual funds investment companies. Kasi dito sa mga is easy regulated to ng mga enterprises, ang dami pong mga klase, no? May mga investment houses, banks, no? Okay. Yung next that I will discuss to you is the ISPAS number 1, no? Ito yung preparation of financial statements. Okay. Okay. So as I told you, kung may mga questions po kayo, please write in the comment portion ng ating YouTube channel and we will discuss it this afternoon. Hari, meron ka nang nag-ano dyan?
Mga naipon na ako.
Okay.
Tanong.
Okay. So, let me have a 5 minutes break, ha? May sound pa ba tayo?
Ano po?
Sige. Let's have a 5 minutes break lang po. CCR lang, oh. Bumili na lang ulam. Okay, so let's now go to the actually, hindi to talaga siya disclosures, no? This is the preparation of financial statements. Pero ano yung mga information na dapat niyo ilagay sa financial statements, no? Sa mga preparer talaga na sanay na, alam na nila to, no? But this for the new tax preparers, parang kasama na rin ito sa reminders natin na ito dapat, no? Para hindi tayo magkaroon ng violations. Or for those naman na sanay na pero may mga nakaligtaan pa, this is just a reminder, no? So, this is Statement of Financial Accounting Standards number 1, no? So dito yung preparation of financial statements that requires that the preparation of financial statements, meron siyang balance sheet, income statement, statement of changes in owner's equity or stockholders' equity, and the statement of cash flows. Okay. The reporting entity and the name of the financial statements should be clearly presented. Kaya anyway, yung mga sample po ng financial statements, we will discuss that doon sa preparation na
Hindi na ako ng slides na.
21. Page number 21. No? Sige, para sabay tayo. Page 21. We're discussing Statement of Financial Accounting Standards number 1. No? So, ano yung nakalagay dapat daw? Following items should be clearly displayed to give users a clear understanding of the information. So, name of the reporting entity. No? Kasi alam nyo, pagka nag-prepare na kayo ng mga financial statements nyo, isubmit nyo yan sa BEHR, isubmit nyo yan sa SEC, parang tambakan yan, nandoon lahat ng mga financial statements. That's why it should be properly labeled so that pag naghahanap ka ng mga files, madali mo siya makita, no? So the name of the reporting entity, yung pangalan ng corporations, no? Nakalagay siya kaagad dyan, madaling makita. Whether the financial statements cover an individual enterprise or a group of enterprises, no? Consolidated. The balance sheet date or other reporting period covered by the financial statements. Ano yung other reporting period covered by the financial statements? Can be, kasi yung financial statement can be also prepared yung short period return, no? Kailan ba may short period return? Short period happen when yung laman ng return mo is not 12 months because one taxable period is 12 months. So, pag hindi umabot ng 12 months, yung piniprepare mo na mga financial statement, ang tawag dyan, short period return. Bakit nagkaroon ng short period return? Halimbawa, nag-umpisa ka ng business September. So, pagdating ng December, you have to prepare the annual financial statements. So, ano yung laman ng financial statements mo? September to December. No? Short period lang yan. Bakit? Kasi, yun lang yung time na hindi mo na kompleto yung 12-month period during the taxable year. So, kailangan na naman nagkaroon ng short period return. Halimbawa, nag-operate ka ng January, and then pagdating ng April, you decide to close your business. So, you are still required to report an income tax return January to April. No? Kasi magko-close ka na. So, anong tawag dyan? Short period return because hindi mo nabuo yung 12 months, which is one taxable period for the annual. Kasi ang taxable period naman ng quarterly, 3 quarters lang. Ang taxable period naman ng monthly, 1 month lang. No? So, iba-iba po yung taxable period. But since we are talking about the income statement, annual income statement for tax preparer, so we're talking about one taxable period which is 12 months. The balance sheet date or other reporting period covered by the financial statement. So, nakalagay yan, very clear, no? So, halimbawa, ABC Corporation's income statement, no? For the year ended December 31, 2021. Or, for the taxable period, September 1 to December 31, no? Kasi kung short period lang siya. And also the reporting currency of the financial statements, no? So yung iba nakalagay dyan, in close parenthesis, in Philippine peso. Or kung foreign currency siya, halimbawa yen, presented, nakalagay din dyan na yen or in dollars, no? But if you are using other currency, no, you should have a permit or your right approval sa SEC, no, na ang presentation mo ng financial statement is not a Philippine peso, pero ang nangyayari diyan pinapa-translate din yan sa peso, no? Financial statements should be presented at least annually, no? So sinabi nating annual, 12-month period. When in exceptional circumstances, enterprise balance sheet date changes, kasi yung mga nag-fiscal year, no? And the annual financial statements are longer or shorter than a 1-year period. The enterprise should disclose, in addition to the period covered by the financial statements, the following items. Ito na yung isasama mo na i-disclose sa financial statements. The reason for change in balance sheet date for a period other than 1 year being used. So, bakit ka nag-change ng date? Halimbawa, yung una mo is calendar year ending December 31, then the corporation is allowed to use the fiscal year, no? So pagka fiscal year ka, your beginning mo is other than January and your ending is other than December. It could be any other month, no? So ang tawag doon fiscal year. Okay. And there are cases also na more than 12 months ang taxable period mo, no? Just like halimbawa na lang, ang isang business cycle mo is 2 years. Kasi, ito lang ha, yung example ko, halimbawa na lang, yung production mo is mangustin. Ay, yung mangustin, once in 2 years lang pala yan namumunga, no? So, ano yung magiging period mo doon ng reporting mo? 2 years, kasi hindi naman siya, wala ka namang operation na less than 2 years, no? The fact that comparative amounts for the income statement or statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, unrelated footnotes are not directly comparable, no? Kasi di ba ang requirement natin comparable siya, comparative siya ng at least 2 years ang presentation ng financial statements, no? So, yun daw, if ilagay mo yung explanation mo, why are they not directly comparable, no? For the balance sheet, no, between the distinction between current and non-current assets, no, kasi doon sa classification mo, current assets and then the non-current assets, so you have to distinguish them. So, bakit napaka-importante ng bakit napaka-importante po ng distinctions between current assets and non-current assets? Kasi nga, sabi natin, there are so many uses ang financial statements. And if you try to look at sa mga financial reports natin ngayon sa SEC, may mga ratios tayo na nire-require, no? So, yung mga ratios na yan requires that there should be a classification between current and non-current assets, no? So, ganyan din sa paggawa ng transfer pricing analysis, which we rely solely from the financial statements din, no? Kasi nandiyan na sa financial statements lahat ng information about the company. So, assets and liabilities should be properly classified on the balance sheet. Current or non-current assets and current liabilities or non-current liabilities should be clearly separated, no? Except for special industry when such classification is appropriate. When the assets and liabilities are not separated into current and non-current, they should be reported in the order of their relative liquidity. Ano relative liquidity? Yung liquid ba siya at saka yung hindi na liquid, no? Kasi ano ba yung liquid at saka hindi na liquid? Yung ma-dispose mo right away. Kasi very relevant din yan in the determination whether the company is liquid or not, no? Pag sinabi mong liquid, talagang may pera siya, pambayad sa obligation niya. Pag sinabi mong hindi siya liquid, when the obligation comes, wala siyang pambayad, no? And it also determines the solvency of the corporation. If you try to look at sa nangyari sa pandemic natin last year, ang daming company na nagsara. So, ang dami din nag-apply for liquidation, no? At saka yung dissolution ng business, no? Para to protect them from their creditors kasi wala na silang pambayad eh, no? So ano yung gagawin mo pag nag-request ka ng liquidation? I-liquidate yung assets mo kung meron ka pang mga assets that will answer to your liability. So may order of preference yan. It will be determined by court. So pupunta ka ngayon sa korte, no? Para protected ka against your creditors kasi di mo naman sinasadya yung nangyari sa pandemic, no? And I think yung sa FRIA natin yung i-declare mo na insolvent yung company mo. I think that is a right also of the businessman, no, or the taxpayer. Kasi unang-una yung nangyari sa pandemic, hindi naman natin hawak yun. And I think that is a good steps for the taxpayer. Hindi yung iba na yung sabi ko nga, yung kasabayan na client ko rin, no? Kasi may iisa rin yung retainer nila na lawyer. 5 na kasabayan niya na client, nagpakamatay, no? So, ba't ka magpakamatay? Kasi wala ka na mabayad sa utang. Hindi mo naman kasalanan yun na adverse yung business condition. So, bakit ka magpakamatay? No? There are rights. Kaya nga maganda yung you explore kung ano yung pwede mong gawin because kung hindi mo alam, papakamatay ka na nga lang, no? So, anong mangyayari? Sa bagay, kung talagang tutuusin mo, yung way of thinking, yung thought mo, sa bagay, kung tatagal ka pa dito sa mundo, ano ba mangyayari sa iyo? Later on, mamamatay ka rin, no? Pero since para sa akin, hindi naman tayo may-ari ng buhay natin eh. So, wala tayong karapatan na tapusin yung buhay natin. Anyway, kahit nga gusto mo pa mabuhay, kung gusto na ng creator mo na hanggang doon ka na lang, di na hanggang doon ka na lang. Pero kung hindi pa at bibigyan ka pa ng buhay, then you have to enjoy it. No? And then, alamin mo kung ano yung mga karapatan na binibigay ng batas sa'yo para ma-enjoy mo. Hindi yung papakamatay ka na lang. For me, it's not a sign of, it's a sign of, ano ba yan? Siguro irresponsible ka sa buhay mo kasi bakit ka magpapakamatay na lang for the obligations na alam mo naman na may paraan pa, no? So you use your rights, no? Kasi kaya nga napakalaking bagay na itong balance sheet natin, income statement natin, these are proof, no? Halimbawa, may mga labor disputes, tinitingnan din niya ng labor, no? Kasi sasabihin lang ng employer, wala kami pambayad sa employee kasi ano na kami, lugi. No? So, titingnan niya ng labor ngayon. These are very important na mga information. Because these are result of operation po ng business ng taxpayers. No? Okay. So, regardless of whether the distinction of current and non-current assets and liabilities is made, or what classification criteria for such distinction is adopted, an enterprise should present on the financial statement or disclose in the footnotes for its asset and liability item that combines amounts expected to be recovered or settled during 12 months after the balance sheet date and the amounts expected to be recovered or settled after more than 12 months. No? Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, these are your result of operations, lahat ng information na nandito. So what are current assets? Alam na to ng mga accountants, no? But for purposes of those non-accountants, so current assets is expected to be realized in or is intended for sale or consumption in the enterprise normal operating cycle. Yung normal operating cycle natin depends on the industry. Can be 3 months, can be 1 month, can be more than 1 year, no? Current assets is held primarily for the purpose of trading, no? Kaya nga current assets siya. Current asset expected to be realized within 12 months after the balance sheet date. No? So 12 months. And current asset is cash or a cash equivalent. No? Cash flow, unless it is restricted from being exchanged or used to settle a liability for at least 12 months after the balance sheet date. No? So, mayroon din bang restricted na ang cash? Yes, meron. Especially kung ang company may covenant with the banks na financer nila, naglo-loan sila. No? So, may mga sinasabi dyan na restricted. All other assets should be classified as non-current assets. Kaya nga ito yung residual definition ng current assets. Yung hindi na-define dito sa A to D, bagsak sila sa non-current assets. No? Okay. Ano naman ang ibig sabihin ng operating cycle? Ito yung time period that starts from the acquisition of assets. Anyway, ano tayo ng time or short of the time na kasi anong oras na? So 20 minutes na lang. So readings nyo na lang to. Binigyan ko na kayo na email na to yung is past 1. You read that. Kasi yung titingnan natin yung mga line items na ilalagay ninyo sa inyong financial statements. No? Bakit? Kasi per phase of the return pa lang, kulang-kulang na. No, so ano ba dapat yung nakalagay sa balance sheet nyo? Ano ba dapat yung mga nakalagay na mga accounts? So itong mga definitions kung ano yung non-current liability, owner's equity, pakibasa nyo na lang. So that alam nyo i-explain. No? Alam nyo i-explain bawat account. At compliant yung mga explanations nyo on the account. No? Okay. Pero alam nyo, napaka-importante lahat nito eh. But yung may constraint na nga lang tayo ng time. Pero if you try to read this, maintindihan nyo to at saka this can be your guides. No? So, dito na lang tayo sa importante talaga. Although lahat to importante. No? So, owner's equity. Ano po ba yung nandyan dapat sa owner's equity? The owner's equity of a corporation is called stockholders' equity pagka-corporation. No? And should be categorized as capital. No? So, capital surplus and retained earnings. Ito yung mga account na nandyan sa owner's equity. Capital is the par value of stock registered with competent authorities. Yun yung sa SEC natin. Securities and Exchange Commission. Ano naman yung capital surplus? Premium resulting from capital stock. Bakit? Kasi yung capital stocks mo is 1 peso lang per ang par value pero nabenta mo siya ng 150. So yung 50 yun yung premium mo, no? Or capital surplus. Ito na, punta tayo sa balance sheet, no? Balance sheet. Ano yung mga laman ng balance sheet? Sa page 30 na tayo, Hari. Page 30. No? So, pinadala na namin kayo ng soft copy nito. You can also open your soft copy, page 30 po tayo, on the balance sheet, no? So, the balance sheet should at least include the following. So, ito po yung mga laman dapat ng balance sheet. Why? Kasi nakikita ko yung iba, halos wala ka nang makikita doon sa balance sheet nila, income statement. Why? Kasi kina-cluster na lang nila. No? So, sabi nung standard, ito dapat yung mga line items na nandyan. No? So, ano yung isa na finding sa akin ng SEC? Yung property and equipment at saka yung yung office equipment at saka yung nagsama sila eh. So ano sabi ng SEC? Should be a line items, hindi pwedeng pagsamahin. No? So ito yung line item, ibig sabihin hindi mo pwedeng pagsamahin sila sa isang account. No? Cash and cash equivalents, dapat isang account ito. At it is shown in your balance sheet. Trade and other receivables, no? So, dapat isang line item din yan. Pag sinabi mong line item, ito yung account na nakikita doon sa balance sheet mo. Let us say inventories, no? So, yung inventories mo, sometimes, iba-ibang klase yung inventories mo, especially if you are a manufacturing companies. Meron kang raw materials, meron kang goods in process, meron kang finished goods. No? So, iba-iba yung inventories mo. Pero, sa line item, pwedeng ilagay mo lang inventories. No? But be sure, in the notes of the financial statements, meron kang breakdown, no? Or meron kang identification ng inventories mo bawat isa. Then the amount. Next is the investments accounted for using the equity method. Ano yung mga investments mo? Investment mo in subsidiaries, investment in joint venture, no? So, dapat nakalagay din yan sa line item mo sa balance sheet. Ibig sabihin, nakalagay yan doon, yung account na yan, investment accounted for using the equity method. And then, other financial assets, no? Excluding item A, B, and D. Pag sinabi mo other financial assets, no? So, hindi daw kasama yung A, which is the cash and cash equivalents, the B, trade and other receivables, and the D, the investment, no? Okay. Okay. And then you are going to disclose also the fixed assets or the non-current assets na to ngayon, no? So, you have to disclose also the intangible assets. But, as a way of observation, dito sa Pilipinas, no? Hindi pa tayo masyadong aware or familiar or marami pang hindi nagre-report ng intangible assets in their balance sheet, no? So, that's why isang purpose ko, I attended the WIPO International Seminar para i-enhance ko yung intangible assets, no? I want to write a book about intangible assets. Pero, at that time, nag-schooling pa tayo, kaya hindi natin nagawa. Pero, sana mabigyan natin ngayon, no? Malaking tulong kasi sa atin if we can have a guide at saka yung reference materials on the intangible assets. Why? Kasi parang missed opportunity sa atin itong intangible assets that we failed to report it in our balance sheet, no? Bakit? Yung kasabayan ko umattend nung international seminar ng WIPO, coming from, director siya ng IPO in Malaysia. Alam niyo sa kanila, pagka ang financial statements nila, may mga report na on intangible assets. Pag ginamit daw nila yun sa bangko, value added yun sa capacity nila to pay. Kasi may intangible assets sila. Because, alam niyo, yung intangible assets are value drivers. Yung intangible assets, ano yan eh, more pa yan sa tangible assets which are physical assets. If you try to look at intangible assets, ano yung mga nandyan sa intangible assets natin? Ito yung mga assets which has no physical attributes, but it has a very important role in business, no? So, if you try to look at the multinationals, they are investing so much in intangibles. Kasi ito yung mga things that last, no, na mas tumatagal compared sa tangible, no? So, anong gagawin natin sa intangible assets natin? We have to report it in our balance sheet. But, karamihan dito sa Pilipinas, hindi nagre-report ng intangible assets. Maybe because wala silang guides o hindi din sila yung pinupush to report intangible assets. But it's very important that we have to report intangible assets in our balance sheet. Ano yung mga examples natin ng intangible assets? These are the copyrights, patents, no, trademarks, and we have what we call as protected na intangibles. Ano yung mga protected na intangibles? These are registered in the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office. Why is it na talaga, ito alam ni Ma'am Olga itong ating examples, no? Why is it na talagang pinursige ko to know about intangible assets at saka to know the rules and regulations of the IPO? Because of my client, no? Na invento siya na invento, marunong siya. Client dito ni Ma'am Olga, no? Marunong siya. Pero when it comes to registration of his invention, doon siya nagkulang. Why? So if your invention are not protected, and then yung invention mo yan, may nauna na nag-imbento, pwede kang hulihin for infringement, no? Kasi protected na yun. Mayroon nang nauna sa iyo, so hindi mo na siya pwedeng gayahin. No? So in that case, talagang nagkaroon ng problema yung client. Wala akong magawa because hindi ko alam. No? So, alam nyo, sometimes, ano din to yung magti-trigger sa iyo yung mga nangyayari para may matutunan ka. At saka isa nga dito sa nag-trigger sa akin to know more about intangible assets because of that case of my client na nagkaroon na siya ng mga penalties and lahat-lahat na hindi ako nakatulong because una-una hindi ko rin alam, no? So, ano dapat? Once may mga invention ka, pa-register mo talaga yan sa IPO. And it is protected and you have to maintain that kasi may bayad din po yan, no? So, there are intangible assets that are registrable pero meron ding hindi, especially yung mga secret formula natin, no? Yung mga recipe. Why? Kasi itong mga secret formula, kung iparegister natin yon, hindi na sila secret at hindi na sila intangible. Why? Kasi marami na nakakaalam and they lost their importance or utilities. Huh? So, itong intangible, napakaraming klase ito. And these are now regulated and protected by law. Huh? Another line item for our balance sheet is the deferred tax assets or liabilities. No? Kaya pagka halimbawa accrual tayo, no, kasi bawal naman sa atin yung cash. Although yung contractors natin bukas, yun yung topic natin, allowed sila on gross receipts. Kaya ma'am, di ba ang gross receipts is cash? Kasi i-recognize mo lang yung collection mo pag nag-issue ka ng resibo at nagbayad yung kliyente, no, gross receipts. Somehow it is a cash basis, no? Okay. Excuse me. So, deferred tax assets or liabilities. Since ang ginagamit natin na method of accounting is the accrual basis, so hindi talaga natin maiwasan na meron tayong tinatawag na deferred tax assets or liabilities. Why deferred? Kasi sometimes na-earn mo na, pero hindi mo pa na-receive, no? Or na-receive mo na, pero hindi mo pa na-earn. So, magkaroon ka ng adjustment. Ganon din sa liabilities, no? Another line item that dapat ilagay din sa balance sheet are the liabilities and assets, no, for current tax. And then the trade and other payables, the estimated liabilities, no, estimated liabilities kasi contingent pa siya. The financial liabilities is excluding amount shown under J&K. Alam niyo itong financial liabilities, ang daming requirements dito ng SEC na i-discuss din natin mamayang hapon, no? Especially yung mga schedules. Okay, so we have to show also the minority interest, no? Kaya nga, may related party transactions tayo na dinidisclose kasi tingnan nyo, may minority interest, no? Sino yung may minority interest? Yung mga stockholders natin na maliit lang yung capital, no? So, capital surplus, retained earnings also should be disclosed. Okay. So, in addition to the line items listed in paragraph 88, additional items, headings, and subtotals should be presented on the balance sheet if the financial accounting standards require it, no? Kaya sa preparation ng balance sheet natin or financial statements, we have to visit also the accounting standards. Or when such presentation is necessary to fairly present the enterprise financial position. Kaya nga, meron tayong accounting policies na yung sabi ko, padating na notes to financial statements, yun yung pinakamahaba, no? The judgment on whether additional items should be separately presented is based on an assessment of the nature, liquidity, and materiality of the assets, no? So, based on the judgment na to ng accountant, no? Yung nature, liquidity, materiality of the asset. So, it should be presented as a line item in the balance sheet. The function of the assets, no? So, ano ba yung function ng assets? The nature, due date, and materiality of the liability. Okay. So, the assets and liabilities item should be presented separately and should not be offset against each other. No? I-show mo talaga yung liabilities, iba yan kaysa sa assets, no? Kasi very important pa yan, especially in the determination of the ratios, no? Unless there is a legal right to offset them or such offset is required by the financial accounting standards. Okay, so it's about offsetting, kaya you have to consult the accounting standards kung inaalaw niya yung offsetting, but sa liabilities and the assets, hindi po allow yung offsetting. So, for the income statement, ano naman yung mga line item or ito yung mga account that should be shown in the income statement? Okay. So, ano ang isushow mo? The operating revenues. Ano yung operating revenues? Ito yung source of income mo. So, sale of goods, sale of services. No? And then the operating cost. Ano yung operating cost mo? These are the expenses. No? The operating cost or the direct cost. Next is the operating expenses. No? So, dyan nakalagay yung mga itemized deductions mo. And then the net operating income, it should be shown in your income statement. The interest expense, the gain or loss in investment accounted for using the equity method. Kasi, di ba doon sa balance sheet natin, meron kayong investment, no? Using the equity method. So, pagdating sa income statement, yung gain or loss mo, doon sa investment mo, i-declare mo siya. So, dapat, kung meron kang, ito na yung tax issues, minsan meron kang asset sa balance sheet na investment, tapos wala kang income from investment dito sa income statement mo, issue yan sa audit, no? Tax audit issue yan. Bakit? Bakit meron kang investment, ba't walang income? Kailangan namang ring-invest ka na walang income, no? And then you have to show also as a line item na income statement, the income tax expense. And the net income from continuing operation, the extraordinary gain or loss, the minority interest, and the net income. No? Okay. Cost of goods sold and operating expenses may be combined if they cannot be clearly separated. Kaya nga yung mga ginagamit kong financial statements, no, na kasama lang cost of goods sold at saka yung, especially yung mga PESA registered enterprises, kasi yung PESA registered, they are taxed on the preferential rate of 5% based on gross profit. No? So, after lang sila doon sa gross profit. So, ang hirap minsan hanapin mo yung mga expenses. Contra account to revenue cannot be classified as an expense. No? Contra account to expenses cannot be reported as revenue. Okay. Let's go to, pero ang daming requirements sa income tax o sa income statement no? We have the expenses should be presented by its functions, no? By its functions. But expenses such as staff cost, depreciation, depletion, and amortization expense should be disclosed. So, may disclosure yan. Bakit? Kasi may computation yan Dito nga sa depreciation ng plant, property, and equipment, di ba may lapsing schedule. Okay. The dividends per share announced or proposed by the enterprise during the financial statement period shall be presented in the income statement or disclosed in the footnotes to financial statements. Income and expenses should be offset only when one of the following condition is met, no? As required by the Statement of Financial Accounting Standards, kung i-allow siya ng standard. When gain, loss, and related expenses result from similar transactions or events and the amount is not material, no? Okay. Ano yung separately recognized in the statement of changes in owner's equity? Ito yung net income items sa owner's equity po and then the items that are directly charged to owner's equity. No? Ano yun? Yung mga revaluation, no? Mga increments. No? Prior period adjustment in accordance with Statement of Financial Accounting Standards number 8. No? Changes in paid in capital and distribution to owners. Retained earnings or accumulated deficit at the beginning and the end of the period and its changes for the period. reconciliation of the beginning and ending balance in capital, no? Capital surplus, legal reserve. So, kailangan dyan ang beginning at saka ending balance. Minsan may nakikita akong mga financial statements na hindi mo alam. O kaya, ito pa ang mahirap. Yung ending balance, kasi comparative yan, yung ending balance ng preceding year should be your beginning balance for the current year. Minsan magkaiba pa, no? Kaya yun yung pag nagpa-audit sa'yo, sakit sa ulo. Bakit? Kasi hindi mo naman certify, titingnan mo pa muna kung yung financial statements ay tama, no? So, isa to sa mga nakikita ko palagi na may pagkakamali. That since the financial statement is presented on a comparative basis, so dapat kung ano yung ending ng preceding year, yan ang beginning for the current year, no? Minsan, mali pa, hindi pareho, no? And then the statement of cash flows. Ano naman po yung laman ng statement of cash flows? The statement of cash flows shall provide relevant information about the operating, investing, financing activities of an enterprise during a period by reporting their effect on inflows and outflows of cash and cash equivalent. Sometimes, alam nyo, yung cash flow, this is also a favorite source of audit findings, no? Kaya be sure na when you make your cash flows, reflected lahat yan doon sa balance sheet and the income statement, no? Footnotes to financial statements. Disclose the following principal accounting policies that you use, no? So dito ako na penalty din. So yung information required by the statement of financial accounting standards and additional information that is necessary for a fair presentation. So accounting policies, no? So there are the basic assumptions, principles, detailed standards, procedures, and methods that are used in the preparation of financial statements. Okay. Management should adopt accounting policies in accordance with the requirement of the Statement of Financial Accounting Standards, no? That's why sabi ko palagi sa inyo, as tax preparer, we always follow the financial accounting standards, no? Okay. Footnote to financial statement should be disclosed, page 36 na tayo, Hari, in a systematic manner, no? It's item on the face of the balance sheet, income statement, changes in owner's equity, statement of cash flow should be cross-referenced to related information in the footnotes. Cross-reference, no? Ito, example ko lang to, ha? Medyo extend tayo ng konti ng time. Example ko lang to. Nasabi natin it should be cross-reference. Ang dami kong nakita dyan, especially sa depreciation, no? If you try to look at in the balance sheet, magkano ba yung property, plant, and equipment nila, magkano yung additions, magkano yung disposal, no, during the year. Sometimes, hindi pa magtali doon yung depreciation, no? Halimbawa, yung beginning balance mo is 1 million. Tapos, naging sa the following year, naging 800,000 na lang sila. Anong magiging assumptions mo doon? The depreciation is 200,000. Bakit? Kasi yun yung amount ng difference ng last year at saka yung current year na amount ng property, plant, and equipment. Not unless na meron silang disposal, no? So, kasi yung disposal, kukumputin mo pa yan yung gain or loss dyan, no? I-consider mo rin yung depreciation. Pero, halimbawa, wala lahat. Walang disclosure na ganyan, may disposal. So, anong contention mo dyan? Since 1 million yung last year, ngayon, 800,000 na lang. So, ang assumptions mo dyan, yung depreciation mo is 200,000. Eh, makita mo ngayon doon sa financial statement, the depreciation is 300,000. So, overclaim. Issue na kaagad yan, no? So, when we say issue, yun yung mga gray area na ipapadefine ngayon sa iyo na examiner, explain mo or not, deficiency na yan, no? Deficiency na, findings na ng examiner. Okay. Okay, supplemental information on various financial statement accounts, no? Other disclosures, contingencies, commitments, other financial information, and non-financial information. So, information not included in the information provided by enterprise. Name, address of the enterprise, such as principal business address, if it is different from registered address. Description of the nature of business and principal activities, no? Name of the parent company and its ultimate parent company, and either the number of employees at the end of the period or the average for the period. Okay. Okay, so we have discussed yung line item for the balance sheet, line item for the income statement, line item for the stockholders' equity, and also yung sa cash flow, no? Yung cash flow natin, ano yung mga nandyan sa cash flows natin? Statement of cash flows natin, no? Yun yung operating, investing, financing activities of the enterprise during the year. No? Meron din po tayong video dyan on how to make cash flow fast and easy. No? Meron tayong video dyan that you can refer to. No? So, in the afternoon, we will have our discussion on how to prepare consolidated financial statements. Kaya itong mga notes that we discuss now, mas ang mga examples niyan mamaya dito sa consolidated financial statements, no? And also itong mga schedules, no? Kasama na yung reconciliation of earnings available for dividend, no? Dati wala yan, ngayon nire-require na rin yan ng is easy, no? Kasi requirements na yan na ipapakita mo doon sa returns mo. Okay? So, yung mga questions po natin, we will answer that after. Ilan na yung questions nila, Hari?
18.
18? Okay, so, answer po natin yan mamayang hapon. No? So, let's have a break. Balik po tayo ng 1:05, no? Kasi kailangan natin magpahinga and then lunch out tayo, no? So thank you very much and see you at 1:05. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session for this free seminar for tax preparer. No? So what we got this morning, we discussed about how to claim itemized and other deductions, and also how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements. And in this afternoon, the first topic this afternoon is how to prepare consolidated financial statements, to be followed by reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. No? Okay, so let's start with the consolidated financial statements. What are the instances na kailangan natin may consolidated financial statements, no? So, ito yung consolidated financial statements prepared by companies and its subsidiaries, no? Kung may mga investment na ang companies, may mga subsidiaries na siya ng mga companies, or kung baga sa may mga anak na siyang mga companies, then that parent company should prepare a consolidated by financial statements as a requirement, no, sa financial reporting framework. Okay. So, sino yung mga dapat mag-prepare? A company covered by part of this rule, yung rule ng Rule 68 po ng Securities and Regulations Code, no? And then, meron siyang significant foreign subsidiary or subsidiaries shall submit to the Commission copies of the financial statement of said subsidiaries. A parent company also covered by part of the IRC, SRC, shall submit consolidated annual financial statements accompanied by its separate AFS that is duly received by the BAR or its authorized banks, unless the BAR allows an alternative proof of submission for its authorized banks. So, sinong nagre-require nito? The SEC, no? Okay. Our example is the ABC Prime Holdings Inc. and subsidiaries consolidated balance sheet. So, this afternoon, yung gagawin natin are the example of consolidated financial statements. So, since sabi natin, the financial statements natin are composed of consolidated balance sheets. We have the income statement, cash flows, and then the stockholder equity, no, statement of changes in equity, and of course kasama din yung notes to financial statements. Kaya kahit na sabihin na natin that there are only 4 basic financial statements, pang-5 pa rin yung notes, no, kasi hindi naman siya statement pero disclosures and also a requirement. And these consolidated balance sheets are also presented in comparative form, no? When we say comparative, 2 years, meron yung current year and then the previous or the preceding year. So, ito po yung ating example of consolidated balance sheets. So, we have yung typical pa rin na balance sheets, no? So, we have the current assets, the in this example, we have the cash and cash equivalent. So, try to take a look. Meron ditong note 6, merong note 20, merong 27 and 28, no? So, if we have some questions or we want to know more about the cash and cash equivalents, then refer to note 6, note 20, note 27, and 28. Mamaya, tingnan po natin yung mga notes na yan, no? And then we have under the 2020 or the current, no? We also have receivables and contract assets. So these receivables and contract assets, we have notes 8, 15, 20, 27, and 28. So more or less, ito po yung explanations nandyan sa notes na yan. And then the real estate inventories, no? Kasi holdings ito, no? Equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income. Ito na yung mga equity instruments, yung mga investment, no? In equity. Derivative assets. So we will know also kung ano yung mga derivative assets when we look at the notes to financial statements. So we have notes 27 and 28 for the derivative assets. And we have prepaid expenses and other current assets. We have notes 11, 20, 27, and 28. So if you take a look on these consolidated balance sheets, kung ito lang, if you rely only on the balance sheets, hindi mo siya masyadong maintindihan. Why? Kasi naka-cluster na yung mga accounts. Pero, kung meron siyang notes to financial statements, the more specific yung mga accounts, makikita mo kung ano yung mga compositions and the information about those accounts. Oh? So, we have non-current assets. Examples are equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income, net of current portion. Kasi nasaan yung net, yung current portion, nandoon sa equity instruments at fair value, nasa current assets. No? We also have property and equipment, notes 12 and 26. Investment properties, no? Ito yung investment properties na owned by the company. We have investments in associates and joint ventures, no? Kung meron. Deferred tax assets. Deferred tax assets. So, tingnan ninyo yung ating video on accounting for income tax, no? Derivative assets, net of current portion, note 27 and 28. And balikan ko lang pala, ang deferred tax assets natin, hindi lang yan income, ha? It can also be VAT, no? Or other taxes. We have other non-current assets, no? So, total non-current assets, add mo yung total current assets and the total non-current assets equals the total assets, no? Then, we have the, as a continuation po ng ating consolidated balance sheets, we have the liabilities and equity, no? So, for the liabilities and equity, we have the current liabilities, no? So, for the current liabilities, we have the loans payable. The explanation is under note 16, 20, 27, and 28. We have accounts payable and other current liabilities, no? So, accounts payable and other current liabilities, note 17, 20, 27, and 28 also. And then the current portion of long-term debt and the income tax payable. So the income tax payable is a current liability kasi this is for the year 2020. Non-current liabilities, long-term debt, net of current portion, tenants and customers' deposits. Liability pa siya, no? Kasi hindi naman niya na-earn ng lessor or ng developer, no? In this case. Liability for purchased land, net of current portion. No? Deferred tax liabilities, derivative liabilities, and we have other non-current liabilities. Total non-current liabilities are the total current liabilities equals the total liabilities, no? And then we have the equity attributable to equity holders of the parent, no? Kasi holding company ito, itong ating example is a holding company. So we have capital stocks, notes 19 and 29. We have additional paid in capital, no? So, ang explanation na dyan, notes 5 and 19. Tingnan natin yan lahat mamaya. And then we have the cumulative translation adjustment, no? Meron ding, bakit walang notes dito? Walang explanation. Net fair value changes of equity instrument at fair value through other comprehensive income. We have note 10. Net fair value changes on cash flow hedges, no? Remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligation. Retained earnings appropriated at meron din siyang retained earnings unappropriated and meron din siyang treasury stock, no? Lahat yan titingnan natin mamaya yung kanyang explanations under notes 19 and 29, no? Kasi doon sa mga notes, doon natin makikita kung ano yung mga explanations that you can hold as a reference when you prepare your own, no? Kaya nga yung pinag-usapan natin kanina about the notes and disclosures to financial statements, those are only the requirements dito, ito na yung examples. No? We have also non-controlling interest. No? Okay. The non-controlling interest, the total. No? And then we have the total equity. No? Okay. So that is the example for our balance sheet. We also have our consolidated statement of income. No? Okay, so this is presented in 3 years, although yung requirement ng ECEC is only 2 years, no, sa comparative. Pero dito, since income tax ito, 3 years siya. So we have revenue, no? Kasi ano to holding companies, ano siya, yung mga buildings. So saan galing yung income niya? From rent, no? And also from sales ng real estate, cinema and event tickets, and others, no? So we have note 20 and 21. For the rent, ang explanation niya is note 13, 20, and 26. So, be sure na ang gagawin ninyo, gawa muna kayo ng financial statement, balance sheet, income statement, and then blanco muna yung notes. Pagdating na doon sa paggawa ng notes, at natapos nyo na yung notes, saka ninyo balikan at lagyan ng number, no? Yung notes. And then we have the cost and expenses, note 22. And then we have the income from operations, no? We have other income or charges. We have interest expense, no? Note 20, 23, 27, and 28. This other income and expenses kasi, if you try to look at, mayroon na tayong operating income, which is income from operations. Kasi yung gross revenue natin, nagkaroon na tayo ng deductions na cost and expenses. So we already have income from operation, or what we call as operating income, dito sa taas, no? Yung 56 billion. Billion ito ha, kasi the amount is 1,000. So 56,692,328. This other income or charges, since consolidated statement of income, other income na to, ito yung mga interest expense, interest and dividend income, and then the others. So we have income before income tax. No? Kasi dinidak natin yung effect ng other income and charges. So we have provision for income, the current, which is 9.2 billion, and we have the deferred, no, 1.091. No. Okay. So we have net income of 38 billion attributable to equity holders of the parents, 38 billion. And non-controlling interest, 703 million. No? So, sino may-ari nitong income niya? Kasi listed companies ito. No? So, equity holders of the parents. Sino yung mga equity holders? Ito yung mga, since public offering, ito yung mga stockholders, no? Holders of, sila yung may-ari ng shares of stocks, no? At minsan, marami yan, 1,000, no? Kaya sila yung mga equity holders ng parent. Kanino tong net income or return earnings? Sa kanila yan, no? So, basic diluted earnings per share is 1.320. No? Okay. So, consolidated statement of comprehensive income. We have net income. No? Saan yan galing? 38.7 billion. No? So, dito yan ang gagaling sa ating consolidated statement of income. No? So, statement of comprehensive income, net income, other comprehensive income, no? So, these are items that will not be reclassified to profit or loss in subsequent periods. Ano yan? Unrealized gain due to changes in fair value of financial assets at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? And then remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligations. So, deduction siya sa net income. Items that may be reclassified to profit or loss in subsequent periods. So, cumulative translation adjustment, and then the net fair value charges on cash flow hedges. Total comprehensive income, 38.758, no? Okay, so kanina 38.788. Wala pa yung other comprehensive income. So we have this total comprehensive income of 38.758 billion attributable to, kanino yan mapunta dapat, yung kanyang income, to the equity holders of the parent, no? And also the non-controlling interest. So more or less, you have the example now of a consolidated financial statements in the form of balance sheet and income statement, no? Okay, so let's go to the consolidated statement of changes in equity. Ito na yung changes in equity, we have the capital stocks, no? Notes 19 and 29. We also have additional paid in capital, no? Additional paid in capital, notes 5 and 19. And we have cumulative translation adjustment, no? The net fair value changes of equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? So, saan nagmumula itong translation adjustment? Sa currency, no? Currency adjustment. And then we have the net income for the year, transfer of realized gain on equity instruments at fair value through other comprehensive income. Okay. Other comprehensive income or loss. And then we have the total comprehensive income for the year. Okay. Okay, so cash dividends, we have received by a subsidiary, received by non-controlling interest, acquisition of non-controlling interest. No? Changes in equity ito. So, ito na yung balance niya as of December 31, 2020. Yung balance naman niya as of January 1, 2019, magkano? Total comprehensive income or loss for the year, 710,372 for the cumulative translation adjustment, and then yung total na 7.9 billion, no? Then we have the cash dividend received by the subsidiary. We have sale of treasury shares held by the subsidiary. Yung treasury stock, binili ulit ng company and then binenta, no? And then we have the sale or acquisition of non-controlling interest. So ito yung balance niya as of December 31, 2018, no? And then so you have to show all that, no? Yung pagdating na sa consolidated statement of changes in equity. So, tingnan nyo na lang kung gaano kahirap ninyo i-fill up yan kung wala kayong supporting records, no? Kasi hindi nyo pwedeng estimate lang yan, no? That is actual. Dapat may documents that will support your computation. Okay. Equity holders of the parent. We have the net fair value changes on cash flow hedges. We have the remeasurement loss on defined benefit obligation, yung sa mga pensions natin. And then we have the written earnings, which is classified into two, the appropriated and the unappropriated, no? So itong appropriated, hindi mo pwedeng galawin because it is already attached to a certain project, no, or undertaking. Yung unappropriated, ito lang yung pwede ninyong galawin for the declaration of dividend. Treasury stocks, no? Binili ulit yun. So, binili ba o binenta? No? Malaman natin yan mamaya dun sa notes to financial statement. Okay. Total, and then the non-controlling interest, no? Note 19. And then the equity total. Okay. So, for the consolidated statement of cash flows, ito na, ang haba ng cash flow niya kasi malaking company siya, no? So, we have the consolidated statement of cash flows, no? So, cash flows from operating activities, and then cash flows from investing activities, and cash flows from financing activities. So, for the operating activities, page 10 na tayo, ano? Mia? Nasusundan mo? Okay. So, we have the consolidated statement of cash flows for the year 2020, 2019, and 2018. So, how much is the income before income tax? No? So, for the 2020, 49 billion, 2019, 41 billion, 2018, 35 billion. No? So, these are the income before income tax. And then adjustment for depreciation and amortization, no? So i-add back mo 'yan kasi ito yung mga hindi nag-i-involve ng cash, no? Kaya ibalik mo siya pagdating na sa paggawa mo ng cash flow. Interest expense. Okay. And we have also interest and dividend income, no? We have equity in net earnings of associates and joint venture. And we have the loss or gain on unrealized foreign exchange and fair value changes on derivatives. No? So we have market-to-market and disposal of investment held for trading. So meron lang siya ng market-to-market and disposal noong 2018, pagdating ng 2019, 2020 wala na. So how much is the operating income before working capital changes? No? So, 2020, we have 65.7 billion, 2019, 56.5 billion, and 2018, 40.0 billion. No? So, if you try to take a look sa kanyang operating income, pataas yan ng pataas, no? From 2018 to 2020, malaki yung na-increase niya. And then, decrease in receivable and contract assets, no? Kasi we're still in the cash flow. We have the real estate inventories, no? Ito na yung i-determine mo yung effect niya, increase and decrease, no? Prepaid expenses and other current assets, and then increase in accounts payable and other liabilities, and tenants and customers deposits, no? So, how much is the cash generated from operations? 60.8 billion. And since meron tayong income tax paid, no? So ginamit mo rin yung cash mo doon kasi nagbayad ka ng income tax. So the net cash provided by operating activities is now 51.7 billion. So saan naman ginamit yung cash na yan sa from the operating activities? Also, proceeds from sale of equity instrument and financial assets, no? 4.1 billion. Investment held for trading, no? Interest received 1.4, dividend received 615 million. Additions ibig sabihin bumili sila, no? Ginamit nila yung cash dito sa investment in properties, no? 51 billion. Property and equipment net, no? Ginamit din nila yung pera dito. So, 136,560,000. Equity instrument and then investment held for trading, no? Investment in associates and joint venture and acquisition of a subsidiary, no? Merong 15 million. Decrease or increase in bonds and deposits and other non-current assets, no? So 3.3 billion. Net cash used in investing activities 48.6 billion na, no? Yun niya yung ginamit niya sa investing activities niya during the year. Cash flow from financing activities. Ito yung nag-avail na siya ng loans and the long-term debt, nangutang. So 42 billion. So payment of long-term debt 25 billion, dividends 11 billion, interest 8 billion, bank loans 519,400,000. And then the lease liabilities, we have 80,437,000. Acquisition of non-controlling interest is 4,186,829. No? That is only for the current year ng 2020. And then we have proceeds from maturity of derivatives. No? Ibig sabihin na mature na yung mga investments niya, derivatives, na realize na niya yung 395,722,000. No? Net cash provided by or used in financing activities. And then the effect of exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalent. No? And then the net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalent is 4,166,000. So, yung cash equivalent beginning 38.7 billion, then ang net cash and cash equivalent end of the year is 34.5, no? But during the year, ubos talaga yung cash niya ginamit. No? So, dito pa lang sa cash flow, ang dami ng information na makikita mo, no? Yung cash niya last year, so balikan mo kasi ang cash flow, saan mo to kinukuha? Doon sa increase and decrease sa balance sheet, no? So try to take a look sa balance sheet mo. Okay. So, meron kayong sarili nyong handouts, ha? Lahat ba napadalhan, ano?
Yes po, madam.
Okay. So, lahat kayo may sariling handouts, no? So, tingnan ninyo yung handouts ninyo on consolidated balance sheet, no? Magkano yung cash noong 2019? 38 billion. Ngayong 2020, 34 billion na lang. So, saan mo yan makikita? Dito sa cash flow, no? Yung cash and cash equivalent niya at the end of the year, 34.5 billion, no? So, tama. At yung cash and cash equivalent beginning niya, 38.7 billion. So, be sure na yung cash flow nyo tally with your consolidated balance sheet, no? Kasi mamaya, iba yung cash flow nyo doon sa cash flow, iba rin dito sa balance sheet, no? And then, question na ng examiner, ako, hindi pwede yun kasi magiging deficiency assessment yan sa inyo. Pagka sa cash pa lang, any cash na unaccounted is treated as other income. So, itatax po kayo doon. No? Magiging assessment sa inyo yon. So, see to it na yung consolidated balance sheet mo na amount in cash should also tally with your cash flow. Okay. So, now let's go to the notes to financial statement, no? So, try to take a look sa note 1, no? Nandyan yung corporate information. Kanina, doon sa disclosures to financial statements, we discuss kung ano yung mga requirements or ano yung mga information that you are going to disclose. Ngayon, dito sa notes to financial statements that we are looking at, ito na yung examples. Kanina kasi explanations yung mga yun. Ngayon, ito yung mga sample. No? So, number 1 is the corporate information. So, when we say na corporate information, ano yun? Nandiyan yung activity ng corporation, yung pangalan niya, kailan siya na register sa ECEC, address, no? Yung kanyang mga purposes or functions. So, nandito. Kaya para sa akin, yung note 1 is very important. No? So, example dito, ABC Prime Holdings was incorporated in the Philippines and registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. No? Nakalagay dito yung date. And then, yung kanyang subsidiaries. No? Bakit? Pati information ng subsidiaries are here. Because this is a consolidated financial statement. Pag sinabi mong consolidated, hindi lang siya nag-iisa dito. May mga kasama siya. And sino yung mga kasama niya? The subsidiaries. No? Sila itong mga companies kung saan itong holding companies ay nag-invest o kaya siya yung nagmamanage. No? Okay. So, anong purpose? Anong purpose po ng company? Incorporated to acquire by purchase, exchange, assignment, gift, or otherwise, and to own, use, improve, um, subdivide, no? So, ito yung pwede niyang gawin. Operate, enjoy, sell, assign, transfer, exchange, list, let, develop, mortgage, pledge, traffic, deal in, and hold for investment or otherwise, including but not limited to real estate, and the right to receive, collect, and dispose of any and all rentals, no? Dividends, very specific. Interest and income derived from the right to vote on any proprietary or other interest on any shares of stocks and upon any bonds, debentures, or other securities, and the right to develop, conduct, operate, and maintain modernized commercial shopping centers and all the businesses appurtenant thereto. Oh. Such as but not limited to the conduct, operation, and maintenance of shopping centers, spaces for rent, amusement centers, movie or cinema theaters within the compound or premises of the shopping centers to construct, erect, manage, and administer buildings such as condominium, apartments, hotels, restaurants, stores, or other structures for mixed-use purposes. So ito yung purpose ng company. No? Saan siya pinapakita? Saan siya in-explain? Dito sa Note 1 about corporate information. No? Pero, when we have this pandemic last year, kung sino unang mga tinamaan, yung mga mall, di ba, pinasara sila. No? Nung last na punta ko ng Kuala Lumpur is 2016. Yung Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia has two airport. Meron yung budget airport at saka meron yung hindi budget airport na doon, yung mga international flights na doon, no? Tayo sa Philippines, budget airport tayo, malayo. I was amazed nung una kong makita kasi pabalik-balik na din ako sa Malaysia, no? Nakailang punta na rin ako doon. So yung unang punta ko, hindi pa ganun ka-develop yung kanilang airports. And then yung last, there are so many warehouses, no? Constructed doon sa airport mismo, within the vicinity of the airport. Napakarami. Sabi ko, bakit? Ako nag-isip agad ako ano yung trend? Bakit nandito na sila sa ang mga warehouse, mga goods nandito na sa airport? Yun pala. Hindi na kailangan mong magpunta sa mall, especially now, di ba, online na, no? Sa bahay na lang. So ano yung mga business? Nag-evolve yung business Bakit? Ano na lang yung kailangan mo, hindi mo na kailangan ng mall. Ano yung disadvantages mo sa mall? Ang laki ng i-maintain mo na kuryente, no? Ang laki ng i-maintain mo lahat-lahat. Kasi, ay accommodate mo yung mga customers mo. Maririnig mo nga, yung iba, pupunta lang sa mall para daw magpalamig, magtambay, no? Ginawa nila ng tambayan. Not really to shop. So, bakit nagpapatayo sila ng maraming warehouses sa airport? Kasi nga, ang bagong business is online na. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon ka malapit sa transportation so that pag nag-order yung buyer mo online, doon na lang mismo kukunin and then diretso na delivery. No? Since nag-evolve, sabi ko yung business natin, sino na yung mga businesses ngayon na in? Siyempre yung mga delivery. No? Kasi ang dami mga delivery. Actually, nung pandemic, sila yung kumikita. Why? Yung ibang mga walang trabaho, doon na lumipat. Yung iba, gumawa nga ng sariling company for the delivery. No? So, ganun na siguro ang dapat. If we want to play proactive in our life, tingnan natin ano yung uso at doon na tayo. Hindi yung obsolete na patay na yung industry mo, na doon ka pa rin. No? Pero ako kilalang ganyan, ticketing yung niya, yung business niya. Pero mo yung ticketing, paano ko kumikita yan ngayon? Pati mga airplanes walang lipad, no? walang travel, lockdown. So, paano yung ticketing mo? Wala nang mangyayari. Kaya, sabi ko sa kanya, you divert your, what is new. So, nag-online seller siya. Although, masipag din naman. Kaya nga, you have to play proactive in your business, no? Kami training. So, what happened to our training na face-to-face? Wala na. No? Bago mag-lockdown, dami pa namin nakaschedule para kaming yung parang nagniningas na apoy na biglang binuhusan ng tubig na parang hindi ka maka-take off kasi hindi mo alam or wala ka ng lakas how to start na magbago. So, anong ginawa namin? Dito kami sa YouTube, no? Kasi this is another avenue na nakakapag-advertise ka ng services mo and at the same time, naka-reach out ka pa rin. At we want to improve also our services na makikisabayan na rin kami dun sa mga nagpo-provide ng online na training. No? So ito kasi parang hindi pa namin gamay. So puro tayo kaya nga sabi nila, why are you giving free seminars? No? Sabi nila, ang mahal-mahal ng seminars sa taxation. Bakit kayo nagbibigay ng free? Na gaano pa kami? Kung baga sa nag-i-improve pa. We're still learning on what we are doing. Kasi unang-una, nag-a-adjust pa, no? So, hindi pa tayo pwedeng makisabay na kaagad. Ang nakikita ko pala dito, if you are in this business, you have to invest in equipments, no? Kulang-kulang pa yung equipments natin, no? Topsy-turvy pa. So, how can we have a good online seminar? And then, may mga platform ka na gagamitin and you have to pay for that, no? Nag-try nga kami na mag-platform, hindi pa sa yung mga videos namin. So, we still have to improve on our facilities. Kaya, dito muna kami, no? And kahit pa paano naman tayo, naka-reach out. At ilan na yung ating subscribers ngayon. Kaya nakakatuwa, 12,700. Sabi ko, yung iba, kung ano-ano lang ginagawa, luto-luto lang, ano. Ang dami na kaagad, 1,000 na. Yung iba, chismis lang. Kung ano-ano lang mga kingkoy na ginagawa, ang dami na subscribers. So, yung sa atin, very technical yung tax. Walang nanonood, no? Lalo na yung una pa kami. Diyos ko, sabi ko, parang ang lungkot naman ito. Pero tuloy lang. Kasi ako yung tao na naniniwala ako dun sa persistence, no? Kasi hindi mo kasi ma-expect na pag nagtanim ka ng buto, tutubo ka agad yan, pakikinabangan mo, no way. So, ako naniniwala ako dun sa perseverance na tinatawag. And yung perseverance mo over time, talagang yun ang magbibigay sa iyo ng return. Pero kung gusto mo, yung overnight lang, gawin mo ngayon, tapos ito na, ang laki na kaagad ng balik sa iyo. Minsan doon ka pa ma-scam, no? Sino ba yung mga na-scam sa nawawala yung mga pera nila? Yung mga naniniwala na kaagad na, bigay mo yung pera mo sa amin, mag-invest ka sa amin. After 2 months, doble na. Diyos ko, where on earth ka makakita? Ano yun? Magicin nila yung pera mo? Padamihin na kaagad pagdating ng 2 months, doble na. Kung 1 million, maging 2 million na. Saan ka makakita ng ganyan? So, anong nangyari dyan? Scam. No? So, naniniwala ako sa perseverance na yung gusto natin marating sa buhay natin, hindi natin makukuha yun overnight. No? Kailangan mo munang magtiis, kailangan mo munang mag-persevere. No? So, umabot na tayo ng 12,000 na subscribers. Para sa akin, marami na yon. Although sa iba na mga YouTubers na nila, milyon-milyon na sila, no? Sasayaw-sayaw lang, o kaya maglaba-laba lang na walang bra. Ako, milyon-milyon na kaagad yung kanilang subscribers, no? Sabi ko, okay lang yun. Okay, ang iba, magluto-luto lang. Okay lang yun, sabi ko, tiyagaan lang, no? Although, sabi nga namin ni Harry, kasi si Harry yung assist ko palagi. Harry, nanghihingi tayo ng maraming viewers. Ngayon, 12,000 pa lang, hindi na natin pa. Tapos yung mga comment, mga questions, hindi na natin masagot. Kaya, palagi kami nagla-live ng question and answers so that yun naman yung services namin for the subscribers na masagot namin lahat ng mga queries. Kasi hindi mo na pwede sila na isa-isahin, no, sa dami. Ang considering na ilan lang yung facilities natin, yung staff natin, hindi natin kaya yung iba. Kasi ang ginagawa pala ng mga malalaking companies, no, na nakakapag-cater sila dun sa mga subscribers nila, halimbawa, yung mga customers nila online, pinapa-outsource nila yon, no? So, halimbawa, meron silang 8 katao, pinapa-outsource lang nila yung mga sumasagot dyan sa internet, no? Pero sa atin, since nag-ano tayo yung nag-compress tayo ng resources, hindi natin kaya. Kaya ang ginagawa namin ni Harry is live streaming lang na question and answers. And hopefully, yung live streaming na question and answers, pwede din i-replay, no? So, kung baga, doon sa 100 questions na same question lang, isang sagot lang, nasasagot mo na sila. So, nakakatipid tayo ng resources kahit papaano. Okay. And then yung note number 2, we're done with note number 1, which is the corporate information. So, be sure, ito lang din yung reminder ko na, be sure sa corporate information, para hindi kayo magkamali, tingnan ninyo yung certificate of registration. Halimbawa, itong corporation is easy. Tingnan ninyo palagi yung sa is easy. Do not be contented na kung ano yung nakalagay dito sa notes to financial statements ninyo, i-carry nyo na lang. Kasi may nangyari sa, na-discover ko yan, no? During the days ko sa BIR, na-carry niya yung mali sa returns, no? Kasi dati, yung error handler, maraming mga open cases, hindi pumapasok yung mga returns sa BIR. Kasi ang reason pala is, mali, wrong TIN yung ginagamit o kaya business name yung ginagamit instead of registered name. So, hindi siya nakaka-capture ng system. No? So, ano yun? Because mali yung na-fill in niya sa kanyang mga forms. No? So, halimbawa, nag-fill up ka ngayon ng form mo, mali. And then, the following month, yung kinopya mo, yung form mo na mali. So, na-carry mo yung mali palagi. So, ano yung advice ko? Pagka nag-fill up kayo ng mga official documents ninyo, always refer back to your original certificate of registration. Para kung mali man yung nakopya nyo, hindi nyo nakikerry yung mali. No? At saka hindi lang yun Is OP yan i-verify mo Bakit? No? Kasi kaya nga kaninang umaga, no, sa mga bago nating viewers na ano nyo siguro kanina, ano yung nangyari? Ano yun? Yung pera na pinahulog ko sa pawn shop. Hindi binilang. And then bigla na lang dumating, kulang daw na 3,000. Hindi talaga ako na kulang. Kasi hindi pala niya binilang, no? Kasi mag-uumpisa na. Sabi ko, binigay mo dun sa teller. Oh. Sabi ko, hindi daw. Paano mo nalaman na 10,000 yan? Hindi mo naman pala binilang, no? So, yun yung sabi natin na pagkakamali na you always have to verify, no? Kasi kung nag-verify ka kagad, correct mo yung mali, no? Kagaya yung na-carry over yung mali sa returns, no? So kung every time gagawa ka ng returns, you always refer back to the COR. Kaya yun yung talagang palagi kong advice. Confirm, no? I-confirm mo talaga. At hindi yun, doon ka talaga magko-confirm sa source documents. Hindi yung halimbawa, magre-refer ka rin sa return. Yung return na yun, nag-refer lang din niya doon sa COR. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon ka sa COR magre-refer, wag sa return. No? So, basis of preparation, the accompanying consolidated financial statements of the company had been prepared on a historical cost basis. Ito yung basis of preparation. At saan yung basis nito? Yung accounting standards. No? Kaya dito tayo na penalty ng is easy. No? Bakit? Kasi dito, tapusin ko yung sinasabi sa basis of preparation, The accompanying consolidated financial statements of the company have been prepared on a historical cost basis, except for financial assets at fair value through profit or loss. No? Financial assets at fair value through other comprehensive income, no? And derivative financial instruments that have been measured at fair value. The consolidated financial statements are presented in Philippine peso, which is the parent company's functional and presentation currency. No? Kasi yun yung currency ng Pilipinas. under Philippine Financial Reporting Standards or PFRS. All values are rounded to the nearest 1,000 peso except when otherwise indicated. So malalaman mo na kung yung amount niya dyan, billion, million, kasi sinabi na niya dito sa kanyang notes to financial statement na rounded to the nearest 1,000 peso. No? So yung period niya, 1,000 yun. Okay. Ano yung standard niya na ginagamit? Philippine Financial Reporting Standard or PFRS. So, ibig sabihin, full PFRS siya. Hindi yung Philippine Financial Reporting Standard for SME or for small entities. No? So, what are the small entities na sinasabi natin? No? Okay. Ito. Kasi guilty din ako dyan eh. Sino ba yung dapat mag-report ng full PFRS, for full IFRS, no? Or PFRS? At sino yung magre-report ng for small entities at saka yung small and medium entities, no? So, PFRS for small entities, PFRS for SME, small medium entities, enterprise, or yung for full PFRS, no? Okay. Okay. Sino yung dali lang kasi may sinasabi tayo dito na financial reporting framework for small entities, for small and medium entities, and for full PFRS, no? Okay. So ito po yung general guides to financial statement, no? Sa financial reporting framework, sino yung large and or public interest entities, no? Na sila yung magre-report ng full PFRS, no? So large entities, sila yung may total assets na 350 million and liabilities of 250 million. And sila din yung public interest entities, no? Ano ibig sabihin ng public interest entities? Sila yung may holders of secondary licenses issued by regulatory agencies. Sino yung mga regulatory agencies that issue secondary licenses? Ito yung halimbawa yung registration mo or yung entity mo is school. Sino yung magbibigay sa iyo ng secondary licenses? The TESDA, for vocational, yung CHED, no? Yung Commission on Higher Education sa mga nag-o-offer na ng mga masteral na ng mga courses, or the DepEd, no? Department of Education. Sila yon. Sino naman yung nagbibigay ng secondary licenses for banks? The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Secondary licenses for hospitals, no? The Department of Health. No? So sila yung mga tinatawag natin na yung sa insurance, no? Insurance Commission naman yung nagbibigay ng secondary licenses, no? Bakit requirement yung secondary licenses? Because ang pinapatayo mo or pinapagawa mo are secondary agencies, no? Or regulated agencies. Excuse me, Mia. Tingnan mo doon kung nag-confirm yung banks. Okay. Nag-withdraw si Harry. Holiday pala bukas. No? So, hindi ko na-anticipate na holiday pala bukas. Tama ba? Holiday bukas?
Hindi ko alam yan pero mag-google naman yan. Malamang kasi yung tatanong sa tax.
Okay. Sige. No, hindi ko. Okay.
Malamang kasi
So, anong reason na holiday bukas? February 12 pa lang, ha?
Chinese kasi dineclare na yan ni President. Chinese New Year.
Alam ko yung Chinese New Year, end ng February.
Baka, ayan.
Okay. Sige. Pero ito yung tinatawag na public interest entities. So, meron silang holder ng secondary licenses, no? They are required to file financial statements under Part 2 of SRC Rule 68, no? Ito na nga yung consolidated financial statements. Are in the process of filing their financial statements for the purposes of issuing any class of instruments in a public market. Ito yung mga nag-IPO, yung public offering, no? Sila yung nag-issue ng mga shares of stocks na 1,000 na yung mga stockholders nila. Or ito yung mga traded na sa Philippine Stock Exchange. Other corporations that the Commission may consider in the future imbued with public interest, no? Sino yung mga imbued with public interest? Those grantees of legislative franchises. Sino yung mga may franchises? Ito yung mga sa LTO, di ba, yung mga transportation companies. Yung nangyari sa ABS-CBN, di ba, na hindi siya na renew, no? Yung kanyang franchises. Sino yung nagbigay noon? The Telecommunication Commission, no? So, yun yung mga sinasabi natin na may secondary licenses. Those engaged in nationalized or partly nationalized activities. Nationalized all over the Philippines. No? Those grantees or recipients of public funds. No? Sino yung nabibigyan ng mga public funds? Yung mga agencies din or sometimes mga NGOs, no, na binibigyan ng gobyerno ng funds. Those regulated by other government agencies other than BSP or IC, no? BSP, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. IC is the Insurance Commission. So ano yun? Full PFRS yan sila, no? Large or public interest entities shall use the PFRS, no? So full Philippine Financial Reporting Standards ang gagamitin nila as adopted by the Commission as their financial reporting framework. However, a set of financial reporting framework other than the full PFRS may be allowed by the Commission for certain subclass, no? Kagaya ng banks, insurance companies, of these entities upon consideration of the pronouncement or interpretation of any of the bodies listed in Section 1B or 2 above, no? So, anong requirements po sa full PFRS? In the preparation of their PFRS financial statements, all banks licensed by the BSP shall use as reference the account names, titles in the Uniform Chart of Accounts per BSP's financial reporting package. Kaya nga may ano yan may secondary license. Why? Kasi regulated nga ang banks. At bakit siya regulated? Meron siyang sariling financial reporting package, no? Ang report kasi or yung preparation ng financial statements, you are communicating. So, para makapag-communicate ka na maayos, you use also the terms na ginagamit na technical dito sa certain industry, which is like the bank, no? Reconciliation schedule shall be attached to the said financial statements showing the difference between the presentation, recognition, and measurement differences between the PFRS and the BSP's financial reporting framework. So in short, magkaroon ka ng reconciliation, no? These schedules need not be covered by an auditor's report. No? Okay. Medium-sized entities. So tapos na tayo doon sa full PFRS, no? So pag full ka kasi, anong dapat na gagawin mo? Ang framework mo is full PFRS. So iba yan kaysa medium-sized entities, no? Medium-sized entities are those that meet all of the following criteria. So iba yung framework mo. Pagka gumawa yung auditor ng auditor's report, ang sasabihin niya doon sa auditor's report niya na yung basis mo ng reporting is the full PFRS, no? Or PFRS. Pagka naman sa medium-sized entities, ang gagawin mo, na yung basis mo naman ng reporting is the PFRS for medium-sized entities, no? Or dun sa small entities, no? So, dun ako na penalize ng SEC kasi mali-mali, hindi na tingnan na maigi yung small entities at saka yung SME, no? Yung medium-sized entities. So, medium-sized entities are those that meet all of the following criteria. So, ito naman yung medium-sized. The total assets, more than 1 million pesos to 350 million. Di ba yung full PFRS yung 350 million and more yung kanilang assets. So, yung kasunod doon, 100 to 350 million, yun naman ang medium-sized, no? Or yung total liabilities niya is more than 100 million to 250 million. Yung full PFRS naman, yun yung liabilities niya more than 250 million. No? If the entity is a parent company, the said amount shall be based on the consolidated figures. No? Okay. They are not required to file financial statements under part of the SRC Rule 68. Ito yung mga medium-sized entities. Okay. They are not in the process of filing their financial statements for the purpose of issuing any class of instrument in a public market. Hindi sila mag-IPO or mag-offer ng kanilang shares of stocks sa public. No? Kasi pagka nag-IPO ka, yung public offering ka ng shares of stocks mo, dadaan pa rin yan sa SEC, meron kang permit, no, or approval. They are not holders of secondary licenses issued by regulatory agencies. No? So pagka medium-sized entities ka lang at hindi ka holder ng secondary licenses, meaning hindi ka school, hindi ka yung network, no? Hindi mo na kailangan ng secondary license, then qualified ka dito sa medium-sized entities. Kasi kahit na yung assets mo is 100 million to 350 million lang, pero secondary licensee ka naman, hindi ka pa rin qualified, no? Sa medium size, doon ka pa rin sa full PFRS. And then we have the medium-sized entities shall use as their financial reporting framework the PFRS for SME. No? So, take note na pagka naglagay tayo ng audit certificate natin, kailangan nakalagay talaga dyan na yung basis mo is yung framework mo is the PFRS for SME. Pagka yung nabanggit natin na mga assets and liabilities at saka hindi holder ng secondary license, dapat siya PFRS for SME. No? However, the following medium-sized entities shall be exempt from the mandatory adoption of the PFRS for SMEs and may instead apply at their option the full IFRS. No? So ito yung kahit SME sila, pwede sila mag-full IFRS. At their option ha, sabi dito. So ibig sabihin, sila yung mamili, hindi mag-i-impose ang SEC. An SME which is a subsidiary of a parent company reporting under the full PFRS. No? So pagka ang SME is a subsidiary of parent company reporting under the full PFRS. Itong sinasabi ko po, nandito to sa Rule 68 ha, hindi ko kayo binigyan. No? No, hindi ko kayo binigyan dito kasi pahapyaw ko lang to, although kung gusto niyo siyang basahin, nandiyan siya sa Rule 68 po ng SEC. Okay. So, yung medium-sized entities could also apply for their option full PFRS if an SME, which is a subsidiary of foreign company, will be moving toward international financial reporting standards pursuant to the foreign country published convergence plan. No? Kasi yung standard natin ngayon sa reporting is international, no? International Financial Reporting Standards. No? So, halimbawa, yung SME dito, small medium enterprise lang siya, pero subsidiary siya ng foreign company na subject to full IFRS, then pwede na rin siyang mag-full IFRS. Bakit? para pareho sila na reporting. Kasi kung SME siya, tapos yung parent company niya, full PFRS, magkaiba sila na amount, magkaroon pa ng reconciliation. Kaya pumapayag na yung SEC na mag-full IFRS na rin siya. SME either reporting under the full PFRS or branch office or regional operating headquarter of foreign company reporting under the full PFRS, no? SME which is a subsidiary that is mandated to report under the full PFRS. Halimbawa, itong small medium enterprise, nag-invest siya sa subsidiary. Yung subsidiary niya is an insurance, no? So, subject yun sa full PFRS. So, full PFRS na rin siya. An SME which is a short-term projection that shows that it will breach the quantitative threshold set in the criteria for an SME. So, small, medium enterprise ka, but you anticipate or nakita mo na project mo na that during the year, magiging full PFRS ka na because yung threshold na asset na 350 million, marireach out mo na, or yung liabilities na 250 million, pasok ka na doon, then pwede ka na rin mag full PFRS. An SME which has concrete plan to conduct an initial public offering within the next 2 years. No? So, halimbawa, may plano ka na mag-public offering ng shares of stocks mo for 2 years, then, pwede ka na rin na full PFRS. SME which has been preparing financial statements using full PFRS and has decided to liquidate. So, magli-liquidate na kasi magko-close na. On such other cases that the Commission may consider as valid exceptions from the mandatory adoption of PFRS for SMEs. No? Okay. Sino naman itong small entities? No? Small entities, yung accounting framework that you will be using are the PFRS for small entities. Sino naman to? Yun yung merong total assets of between 3 million to 100 million pesos. No? So, take note na pagka ang isang CPA magawa ng kanyang audit report, dapat yung audit report niya will state na yung basis. Kasi dito pa lang tayo sa number 2 basis of preparation. Yung basis of preparation mo is the PFRS for small entities. No? Okay. If the entity is a parent company, the said amount shall be based on the consolidated figures. And then for small entities, they are not required to file financial statements under Part 2 SRC Rule 68. Sino yung dapat lang na mag-file doon? No? May mga requirements, lalo na yung mga parent companies with investment in subsidiaries, are not in the process of filing their financial statement for the purpose of issuing any class or instrument in a public market. And they are not holders of secondary licenses issued by regulatory agencies. Okay, so yun po, yung tatlo na yan. Yung basis of preparation natin, full PFRS, PFRS for small, medium entities, and then the PFRS for small entities. No? So, yun yung basis of preparation natin. Nandyan yan sa note 2. Okay. Kasi pagdating po sa SEC, nire-review nila yan. Titingnan nila yung assets mo sa balance sheet. O bakit full PFRS ka dito? Dapat may reason ka. Or, bakit small, medium enterprise yung basis mo dito? Pag tiningnan nila doon sa assets mo, ang liit lang pala ng assets mo, doon ka sa small entities. No? Okay. Statement of compliance. The accompanying consolidated financial statements have been prepared in compliance with PFRS, which include the availment of the relief granted by the SEC under Memorandum Circular Number 14, Series of 2018. No? So, kung ano man yung mga update, yung mga subsequent na issuances, ilagay mo din dyan yung statement of compliance. No? Basis of consolidation. Include the accounts of the parent company and the following subsidiaries. So, titingnan mo ngayon, tingnan nyo pa lang dito sa basis of preparation mo and the basis of consolidation mo. So, kasi ang financial statement natin is a consolidated financial statement. So when we say consolidated, pati yung mga financial report ng subsidiaries mo kasama. So since this is a consolidated report, nilagay din dito kung sino yung mga kasama dito sa report na to, no? So inisa-isa dito yung iba-ibang companies, no? So isinama. And then nakalagay yung name of the company, the country of incorporation, and then the percentage of ownership, no? So try to take a look dito sa sample natin. Ang percentage of ownership niya is 74.2%, no? So ano yan? Majority stockholders na siya ng company. At ang dami na 100% owned niya, no? Merong iba na 70%, no? Pero karamihan talaga 100% owned, no? So ano 'yon? That's why kailangan ang presentation mo consolidated na, no? Okay. Okay. If LBGI is accounted for as subsidiary by virtue of control as evidenced by the majority members of the board of directors representing the parent company. Oh. Individual financial statements of the parent company and its subsidiary which were prepared for the same reporting period. So, hindi ibig sabihin na yung parent company na prepare ng consolidated financial statements, the subsidiaries hindi na magagawa. Magagawa pa rin sila, no? Kasi bakit? Yung subsidiaries, they are also required to file their income tax return at hindi yun consolidated, kanila lang. That's why, ano yung magiging attachment nila dun sa kanilang income tax return? Their individual financial statements, no? Prepared for the same reporting period using their own set of accounting policies are adjusted to the accounting policies of the company when the consolidated financial statements are prepared. So you can just imagine na itong mga subsidiaries na to, iba yung reporting standards. Tapos yung parent, iba din yung reporting standards. So ang dami mga adjustment na gagawin. That's why kung yung parent mo is reporting on full PFRS, might as well yung mga subsidiaries mo, kasi kagaya nito, puro 100%. Also, full PFRS para hindi na mahirapan mag-consolidate na report. Okay. Subsidiaries are consolidated from the date of acquisition, no, na binili mo o ginawa mo yung subsidiaries mo, being the date of which the company obtains control and continue to be consolidated until the date that such control ceases, no? Hanggang sa subsidiary ka, pero kung halimbawa binenta ka na, no, there are some companies na losing yung kanilang mga subsidiaries, so ibebenta na nila yung kanyang shares. Control is achieved when the company is exposed or has rights to variable returns from its involvement with the investee, and when the company has the ability to affect those returns through its power over the investee, no? A change in the ownership interest of a subsidiary. Ano yung change in the ownership interest? Yung percentage of ownership mo doon sa subsidiary. Without a loss of control is accounted for as an equity transaction. If the company loses control over a subsidiary, it derecognizes the assets, no? Kasi wala na siyang control eh. So anong gagawin? Derecognize the assets, no? And liabilities of the subsidiary. They recognize the carrying amount of non-controlling interest. They recognize the cumulative translation differences recorded in equity, no? So hindi mo na siya i-recognize, ibig sabihin hindi mo na isama. Recognizes the fair value of the consideration received, no? Yun, sama mo yun sa report. Recognizes the fair value of any investment retained, kung meron pa. Recognizes any surplus or deficit in profit or loss, and reclassifies the parent share of components previously recognized in other comprehensive income to profit or loss or retained earnings as appropriate, no? Non-controlling interests represent the portion of profit or loss and net assets not held by the company and are presented separately in the consolidated financial statements of income and within equity section in the consolidated balance sheets, no? Separately from equity attributable to equity holders of the parent. Okay. So what are the significant accounting judgment estimates and assumptions? Ito, ang dami na. Kaya nga kanina, di ba, sinabi sa atin na sa accounting policies, i-represent mo din yung judgment ng owner, no? Ng management. So dito ilalagay mo kung ano yung judgment mo, no? And what are the significant accounting judgment estimates and assumptions that you make in the preparation of your financial statements, no? So, tingnan natin ano yung example ng judgment. So, in the process of applying companies' accounting policies, management has made the following judgment, no? So, ito yung judgment na ginawa ng management. Which has the most significant effect on the amounts recognized in the consolidated financial statement. Ito yung ginawa niyang judgment on the existence of a contract, no? Kasi, di ba sa yung business niya, lease or rental, ang daming contracts niyan, no? Sale or purchase ng real estate, daming kontrata na ano mo diyan, ipermahan, no? The company's primary document for a contract with a customer is signed contract to sell or the combination of its other signed documentation such as reservation agreement, official receipts, quotation sheets, and other documents would contain all the criteria to qualify as contract with the customers under PFRS 15. Itong PFRS 15, i-discuss natin to doon sa financial statement for contractors, no? And other service-related businesses. Oh, kasi yung PFRS 15 took effect yan noong 2018. No? Okay. Part of the assessment process of the company before revenue recognition is to assess the probability that the company will collect the consideration to which it will be entitled to exchange. No? Tinitingnan ko yung oras kasi pag alas 3 na, tapos na tayo, ibang topic na naman, and dami pa natin discussions. Anyway, hindi naman talaga to natatapos, no? Sa totoo lang, pag gumawa ako ng mga presentation, yung iba kasi gagawa sila ng presentation nila, sa isang araw ganito lang kakapal, no? Yung sa akin marami yan. Why? Kasi reading nyo po yung iba, no? Kasi kung hindi kayo mag-read, hindi kayo mag-expound, very limited lang yung inyong matutunan, no? Kasi yung ating discussions dito, very limited lang. Okay. Measure of progress. The company has determined that output method used in measuring the progress of the performance obligation faithfully depicts the company's performance in transferring control of real estate development to the customers, no? So ito yung judgment ng management. Operating lease commitment as lessor, no? Companies entered into commercial property leases in its investment property portfolio. Management has determined based on an evaluation of the terms and conditions of the arrangement that it retained all the significant risks. So ito na yung nangyayari sa operating lease commitments, no? Rent income amounted to, yun yung naka-disclose dito, for the years ended December 31, no? O yun yung 3 years respectively. And then before January 1, 2020, operating lease commitment or on or after January 1, 2020, no? Determining the lease term of contract. Kasi pagdating po sa contract, judgment talaga yan ng management. Why? Kasi sino ba yung pipirma ng contract and what are the provisions of the contract na i-approve ng management. So, kanila yan, judgment nila yan. No? So, determining taxable profit or tax basis, unused tax losses, unused tax credits, and tax rates. Estimates and assumptions. No? So allowed ang management to make estimates and assumptions, especially on certain accounts. No? Kaya nga, kahit sa sinasabi natin na transfer pricing analysis, meron tayong sinasabi doon na mga critical assumptions. No? Key estimates and assumptions that may have significant risk of causing material adjustment to the carrying amounts of assets and liabilities within the next financial period. No? And then the revenue recognition method and measure of progress. Then, provision for expected credit losses. No? Maano din yan, management decision din yan, kaya estimates and assumptions. Net realizable value of real estate inventories. No? Sinong gagawa niyan? Siyempre, management through the accounting department nila. Kasi, evaluation ng real estate inventories. Pero yung appraisal ng PPA, may sa full PFRS, may requirement talaga doon that you have to hire an independent appraiser, no? Dito, puro management lang to, allowed ang management to make estimates and assumptions. Estimated useful lives of property and equipment and investment properties, no? So, sino yung gagawa ng estimates dito? The management. The aggregate carrying values of property and equipment and investment properties, excluding ROA, amounted to 390 billion, 356 million. No? May mga balances siya for 2020, 2019, and 2018. No? Another estimate and assumptions are the impairment of other non-financial assets, realizability of deferred tax assets, no? Yung mga deferred tax assets, the fair value of assets and liabilities on or after January 1, 2019. No? So, yun yung judgment and estimates ng management. Now, let's go to summary of significant accounting and financial reporting policies. Ito yung accounting and financial reporting policies. We have to update kung ano yung mga ginagawa ng mga statement ng board, ng nakikip track natin yun, no? Especially kung yung mga standards na yan are applicable na on the year, no? Kaya ang sinama natin, sa dami ng mga yan, hindi naman natin kaya na i-discuss lahat, no? So, yung PFRS 15 for construction, for contractors, sasama po natin yan bukas in our discussion on the preparation of financial statement for contractors, no? Okay. So, next is the summary of significant accounting and financial reporting policies. So, what are the policies adopted by the company during the year, no? So, i-disclose mo. Kasi what we're talking here right now are the disclosures. Ito yung explanations natin sa financial statements na ginawa natin. No? So, what are the changes in accounting policies? Okay, so accounting policies adopted are consistent with those of the previous financial year. Why? Kasi di ba yung kailangan, yung reporting natin is consistent with that of the prior year. So, except that the companies adopted the following new accounting pronouncements starting January 1, 2019. Adoption of this pronouncement did not have any significant impact on the company's financial position or performance unless otherwise indicated. No? So, effective beginning in or after January 1, 2019. No? So, halimbawa yung reporting period mo is 2020. So, dapat yung changes in accounting policies mo that took effect in 2020, dapat disclosed din po siya dito, no? Sa notes to financial statement mo. So, isa-isahin mo talaga yon. Okay. So, ano yung mga accounting policies that has been adopted in the preparation of the financial statements? No? PFRS 16, no? On leases. Inadapt din siya. And then the lesser under PFRS 16. So isama natin yan sa discussion natin bukas, no? Kasi yung ginawa ko pa lang is PFRS 15, pero dapat i-discuss din natin yung PFRS 16. Kasi importante siya, no? And then meron dito sa Page number 23 na, Mia. Page 23. Set out below are the effects of the initial adoption of PFRS 16. Yan yung nangyari on this year, no? So, in-explain niya. Okay. Kasi list ito, yung PFRS 16 is about list, no? Okay. And then the interpretation specifically addresses the following. Okay. Amendments to PFRS 9, yung page 24 na. Amendments to PAS 19, no? Employees benefits, plan amendments, curtailment or settlement, no? And then we have page 25, we have the annual improvements to PFRS, no? 2015 to 2017 cycle. Okay. Kasi bakit ini-include pa niya yung 2017? Kasi in this example, 3-year period yung kanyang income statement, may 2017 pa. No? Okay. Amendments to Philippine Accounting Standards 12, income tax consequences of payments on financial instruments. So, kasama rin sa disclosure to financial statements or notes to financial statement. Okay. Effective beginning on or after January 1, 2020. So, ito yung kanilang accounting policies adopted. Effective beginning on or after January 1, 2021. No? So, may insurance contract. Covers recognition and measurement, presentation, and disclosure. Once effective, PFRS 17 will replace PFRS 4 on insurance contracts. Okay. The new standard on insurance contracts applies to all types of insurance contracts, whether life, non-life, direct insurance, and reinsurance, regardless of the type of entities that issue them, as well as to certain guarantees and financial instruments with discretionary participation features. No? A few scope exemptions will apply. Okay. So, yun yung PFRS 17 in insurance contracts. Okay. Deferred effectivity amendment to PFRS 10 on consolidated financial statement and past 28 sale or contribution of assets between an investor and its associate or joint venture. So, yun naman yung PFRS 10. Okay. Philippine Interpretation Committee or PIC updates on PFRS 15 implementation issues. Okay. Okay. Ito yung sa PFRS 15 na dapat mayroong disclosures doon sa mga contractors, no? So, you have to determine the transaction price for the contract and then accounting for common usage or service area or COSA. Okay. Mahabang explanation to, lalo na yung mga condominium ngayon, no? Na forever may babayaran ka sa kanila the common area. Okay. Agenda decision over time transfer of constructed goods, no? Okay. Past 23 on borrowing cost. Excuse me. Okay, so ano yung policies ng company when it comes to cash and cash equivalents? Nakalagay din po dito. Determination of fair value. So tingnan nyo na lang yan. Basahin nyo kasi very important ito because this is supposed to be yung adopted by the company. No? So cash and cash equivalents includes cash on hand and in bank. Cash equivalents are short-term, highly liquid investments that are readily convertible to known amount of cash with original maturities of 3 months or less from acquisition date and are subject to an insignificant risk of change in value. Okay. Determination of fair value. Okay. How do we determine the fair value? Fair value is the estimated price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date. The fair value measurement is based on the presumption that the transaction to sell the asset or transfer the liability takes place either in the principal market for the asset or liability, in the absence of a principal market, in the most advantageous market for the asset or liability. No? So sila yung magdedetermine ng fair value. No? The principal or the most advantageous market must be accessible to the company. The fair value of an asset or liability is measured using the assumption that market participants would use when pricing the asset or liability, assuming that the market participants act in the economic best interest. No? So, yun naman yung assumption. Fair value measurement of non-financial asset takes into account a market participant's ability to generate economic benefits by using the asset in its highest and best use or by selling it to another market participants that would use the asset in its highest and best use. No? So, yun yung determination of fair value. Okay. Financial instrument, initial recognition and subsequent measurement. No? Financial instrument is any contract that gives rise to financial assets of one entity and a financial liability or equity instrument of another entity. So what are these financial assets? How do we recognize them? Initial recognition and measurement. Financial assets are classified at initial recognition as subsequently measured at amortized cost. No? So FVOCI and FVTPL. No? So the classification of financial assets at initial recognition depends on the financial assets, contractual cash flow, characteristic, and company's business model. No? Okay. For managing them, the company initially measures financial asset at its fair value plus, in the case of a financial asset, not at fair value to profit and loss transaction cost. No? So in order to a financial asset to be classified and measured at amortized cost, it needs to give rise to cash flows that are solely payment of principal and interest. No? Okay. Subsequent measurement, then financial assets at amortized cost or debt instrument. No? You have to disclose that also. 32. Sa page 32 na tayo, ano? Ang haba ng explanation sa accounting policies, no? So, yung usually, anong ginagawa natin dyan sa accounting policies? Karamihan kinokopya na lang. No? Why? Kasi standard naman eh. Ano ba yung nangyayari during the year? No? Di ba? So, hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-deviate sa standards. O kung nandyan yung standards and then sasabihin na yun yung i-adapt mo or during the year. Oh, so pare-pareho na lang siya. But be sure lang na pag ginamit nyo yun, palitan nyo lahat ng pangalan, hindi pati pangalan, na-submit na rin. Yes. So, sa copy-paste, pati pangalan hindi na na-copy, no? Nag-paste na lang ng nag-paste. So, careful. Kasi pagdating sa review, nire-review po yan ng ano. Ako, ang dami kong experiences dyan.
Ang daming ganon. Sa totoo lang, yung audited efforts, ang daming ganon.
Pagdating na...
Kasi mga...
At saka maniniwala lang, ha? Ito ha, maniniwala lang yung mag-audit, halimbawa, na copy-paste lang yan, ma'am. Okay, maniwala ka agad. Maniniwala ka agad yung examiner. But remember, if there is a material effect, no, on your copy-paste, halimbawa, pati yung amount, hindi mo napalitan, no? And then it has a consequence for the tax liabilities. Lagot ka, no? Bakit? Lalo na kung yung amount na naipalit mo o kaya yung hindi mo napalitan, malaki. O subject to what? Subject to income tax. Anong gagawin mo? Paano mo mapatunayan na kinapi-paste mo lang yan, hindi mo napalitan? No? So, you will be liable. Kaya yung copy-paste na yan, ingat-ingat talaga. Ako, dami ko ng experiences dyan. No? Kasi dati, ako yung nag-audit. Ngayon, ako yung ino-audit. Alam nyo, pag tinawag na ako ng examiners o the audit, tapos ipapakita yung nagawa ko, parang hindi ako makakapaniwala na ako yung gumawa eh. Wala kang magawa na doon yung perma mo eh. No? Kasi sometimes yung hindi mo na masyadong tinitingnan, no? So, dapat lang tingnan pa rin, lalo na yung copy-paste na yan.
Kung marami kong ganun, kulang sa audit yung mga CPA na pirma na pirma. Ang mga assistant na pinapaste.
Kasi alam nyo, yung CPA sa totoong buhay lang, kagaya ngayon, tawo na ako ng tawo, padala nyo na dito. Si February na, wala pa. So, darating yan sila lahat, March, April. Wala nang tulugan ang CPA. Kaya anong mangyayari? Hindi na masyadong nare-review. No? Pero dapat may reviewer ka. Kung yung reviewer mo, tamad din. No?
Yung reviewer ko, inaantok din.
Inaantok din
Ang daming ganun.
sa dami ng, sa dami ng ginagawa. Kasi filing na. So, kaya nga sabi ko, kailangan dito sa filing na to, meron na tayong sistema na dapat gawin, no? Kasi sometimes kahit may sistema ka pa nga, nagkakamali pa rin eh. No? Yun lang importante doon na wala siyang material effect on the financial statements, no? Kaya ingat pa rin, no? Ako nga, ready na lang ako magbayad ng penalties eh. Para, alam mo pagka ganyan, hindi na ako nakikipag-argue. Yung iba, ayaw pa magbayad ng penalties. Ako kung totoo naman nagkamali ka, bayaran mo na. Kasi kaya nga may isang nag-comment dyan sa YouTube, bakit ma'am ganun? Nagkamali lang ako, ganito, ganyan pala, may bayad pala yung mali. Yes, may bayad talaga ang mali, no? Pagdating sa tax, no? Yun yung sinasabi nila na mahal yung pagkakamali mo sa tax. Why? Kasi, nagkamali ka, may effect yun sa tax mo. Biro mo, mayroon na yung 25% interest. May 12% interest per annum, may compromise. 3 na kaagad. Isa lang yung hindi mo nabayaran. Pag nagpa-compute ka, 3 na kaagad yung madagdag dyan sa basic tax mo. So, ingat-ingat talaga. Kasi may bayad ang pagkakamali. No? Kahit sa totoong buhay naman, may bayad yung pagkakamali, di ba? Kasi pag nagkamali ka ng pagpili ng mga pangasawa mo, biro mo, habang buhay mong kasama, nagkamali ka pala. Yun yung, magtiis ka. Dami yung lumalapit sa akin. Magtiis ka pinili mo yun eh. Hindi naman pwede na, ayoko na. Wala namang ganyan. Kasi, that is a lifelong commitment. No? Kaya sa pagkakamali, sino yung mag-suffer? Yung gumawa ng mali. No? Pero life is a risk. So, risk din. Pati yung paggawa natin ng FS para sa mga accountant. Risk din itong paggawa natin ng FS. Bakit? Biro mo, secondarily liable tayo. Samantalang ang taxpayer natin, sila yung may gawa niyan. Kanilang negosyo yan. No? But if ang kasalanan lang naman dyan ng CPA kasi management representation talaga ang FS, yun yung may mga material error na or fraudulent na hindi mo dinisclose, no? Kasi dapat mo yan na-disclose mo yan during the audit, no? Kaya nga meron akong ginagawa ngayon, no? Na kininakawan sila for 3.5 years, no? Yung kanilang mga investment, mga a substantial amount of assets na wala sa kanila, theft ng kanilang treasurer. Hindi ako maniniwala doon sa totoong buhay. Bakit? Hindi yun kayang gawin ng isang tao lang. No? At sa anong ginawa ng CPA during na nag-audit siya? Di ba yung assets, very important yan, especially sa mga contractors. That's why sinama ko yung preparation of financial statements for contractors. Why? Dadaan pa yan sa PCAB. No? At pag ikaw yung accountant yan, lahat ng pages pinapapirma pa sa iyo na talagang you certify na tama yung nandyan. Bakit? Kasi kinaklasify yung contractors according to category, no? According to assets. Gawa-gawa lang yung assets dyan and then sinertify mo, mawawalan ka ng lisensya dyan, no? So, careful dun sa mga perma lang ng perma, no? Okay. So, another accounting policies, no, na estimate, judgment lang ng management, no? Marami. So, marami ito. Ilang pages to, no? Basahin nyo na lang siguro kasi hindi natin kaya i-discuss lahat. 10 minutes to 3. Di ba tayo nakarating doon sa meet talaga ng notes to financial statements. Ito yung sa accounting policies pa lang tayo eh. Pero at least you have the guide. No? Bibigay ko na yan sa inyo. Halimbawa, mayroon kayong consolidated financial statement. So more or less, ito yung mukha ng consolidated financial statements ninyo. You have the idea. No? And okay. Ito lang siguro yung isa pa na i-discuss ko sa inyo, yung segment information. Since consolidated financial statement ito, ano yung opposite nito? The segment information. Kasi yung information kanina, consolidated yun. So lahat nandoon. Ito naman yung hiwalay or yung breakdown, no? So segment information for management purposes, no? So the company is organized into business units based on their products and services and has 4 reportable operating segments as follows. So notes to financial statement ito ha. So meron mall, meron residential, commercial, hotels, and convention centers. Yun yung segment niya. Mall segment develops, conducts, operates, and maintains the business of modern commercial shopping centers. So, nabawa gumagawa kayo ng consolidated financial statements, alamin nyo rin kung ano yung segment noon, ano yung composition ng consolidated financial statements, and make an explanation per segment. No? Okay. Intersegment transactions, transfer prices, ito na. Kasi ito talaga ang mga favorite ng transfer pricing. Why? Kasi intersegment transaction, so meron siyang transfer prices. At ano yung concern dito ng transfer pricing? To see to it that the prices between related parties are arm's length. And when we say arm's length, we mean that the price or the transactions between the related parties should be similar or at par with that of the independent parties. Why? Because the independent parties are the true transactions influenced only by the market forces or the economic conditions. Samantalang yung related parties, they are not the true transactions because they are influenced by control of one party to the other. At ano yung control na yan? Control ng parent company to its subsidiaries or control or also by persons who manage the subsidiaries. No? So, yung inter-segment transactions dito, may nakalagay ka agad, transfer prices between business segments. No? So, anong nilagay niya dito na disclosure? Inter-segment transactions, transfer prices between business segments are set on an arm's length basis, similar to transactions with non-related parties. No? Pwede mo sabihin yan, how are you going to prove it? No? Such transfers are eliminated in the consolidated financial statements. Siyempre, sa segment mo lang yun makikita. Okay. Business segment data. So, nandyan na. Yung revenue mo from the mall, from the residential, from the commercial, hotel and convention, no? And then, meron silang mga na-eliminate na intersegment transactions, no? Sa pagdating na sa financial statements, no? Okay. Alam nyo, dito sa eliminations, may mga explanations pa yan at halimbawa, you will be subjected into audit, you have to reason out pa kung bakit na-eliminate itong mga accounts na to, no? Okay. So, we have the revenue from the external customers, and then the intersegment revenues, no? Meron din. And then the segment result, income before income tax, no, for the mall, for the business segments, and then we have the provision for income tax, no, per segment na. Equals the net income. Net income attributable to equity holders of the parent, and then the non-controlling interest. Segment assets, and then the segment liabilities, no? So we have the asset for the mall, for residential, commercial, hotel, and conventions. And then we have the segment liabilities also. So these are very important, especially in the computation or determination of the ratios. Kasi yung ratios, ginagamit yan ng mga analyst, no? Especially now na mandatory na yung transfer pricing. So other information, capital expenditures, depreciation, and amortization. Oh, so per segment also. And then, that's for the 2020, meron tayong 2019 na revenue, and then we have the 2018. So this is a 3-year period. Okay. Okay. Acquisition of non-controlling interest and business combinations. Acquisition of non-controlling interest, and then common control business acquisitions. So you have to disclose, no, kung ano yung nangyari. Actually, pagdating na po sa notes to financial statements, hindi na to masyadong alam ng auditor, no, or ng CPA that audits. Sino nakakaalam na dito? Yung management. That's why, kung ikaw ay isang auditor, lahat ng disclosures dito, saan mo na lang siya makikita? On the documents, no? The documentation. So that, pag kayo po yung auditor at may nakikita kayo dito na mga disclosures, halimbawa, hindi nyo maintindihan, then you can always ask for the discussions with the management, no? Kasi, mas na explain nyo na maigi yung mga disclosure or notes to financial statements at may iwasan yung pagkakamali, no? At lalong-lalo na yung cut and paste natin, no? Kasi yun yung pinakamaraming mali pagdating sa FS, no? Buti na lang ako yung pagkakamali ko yung date, no? Mas nauna pa yung date of the financial statements with the date na na-convene yung board na inauthorize ka to issue, no? So nakita yun ng SEC. Anong reason ko? Typo error. Buti na lang po din yung SEC. Akala ko hindi na ako ma-accredit.
SEC kasi maano mali ang ilaw ng mga mata, lahat
Yes.
kita.
Nire-review nila yun eh. So, buti na lang pinayagan ako, no? That is my 3 attempt bago ako na-accredit ng SEC. Kaya medyo ingat-ingat na talagang sabi ko, i-cascade ko itong mga experiences ko with the SEC kasi para din lessons learned also by other CPAs and also for the tax preparers. Kasi alam nyo, ang mahirap dyan, yung mali nyo, nakikerry nyo niya, nandito na sa income tax return, nandito na sa report, gagamitin na yun, makakarating na yun sa mga government agencies, no? So, yun yung, hindi mo na ma-retrieve. Alangan namang sabihin mo lang, ay, nagkamali lang ako dyan. Lalo ka tatanggalan ng lisensya. Bakit? Mo gumagawa ka ng report na hindi ka pa pala sure o kaya pumirma ka lang, no? So, ingat-ingat po. Okay? So, let's have a 15 minutes break and then we will go to the reconciliation of written earnings available for dividends and other schedule and SEC updates, no? Binayaran mo. Regardless of the type of entities that issue them, as well as to certain guarantees and financial instruments with discretionary participation features. No? A few scope exemptions will apply. Okay. So yun yung PFRS 17 o insurance contracts. Okay. Deferred effectivity amendment to PFRS 10 on consolidated financial statement and past 28 sale or contribution of assets between an investor and its associate or joint venture. Oh, so yun naman yung PFRS 10. Okay. Philippine Interpretation Committee or PIC updates on PFRS 15 implementation issues. Oh, okay. Okay. Ito yung sa PFRS 15 na dapat mayroong disclosures doon sa mga contractors, no? So you have to determine the transaction price for the contract and then accounting for common usage or service area or KUSA. Okay. Mahabang explanation to, lalo na yung mga condominium ngayon, no? Na forever may babayaran ka sa kanila, the common area. Okay. Agenda decision over time transfer of constructed goods, no? Okay. Past 23 on borrowing cost. Excuse me. Okay, so ano yung policies ng company when it comes to cash and cash equivalents? Nakalagay din po dito. Determination of fair value. Oh, so tingnan nyo na lang yan. Basahin nyo kasi very important ito because this is supposed to be yung adopted by the company. No? So cash and cash equivalents includes cash on hand and in bank. Cash equivalents are short-term, highly liquid investments that are readily convertible to known amount of cash with original maturities of 3 months or less from acquisition date and are subject to an insignificant risk of change in value. Okay. Determination of fair value. Okay. How do we determine the fair value? Fair value is the estimated price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date. The fair value measurement is based on the presumption that the transaction to sell the asset or transfer the liability takes place either in the principal market for the asset or liability, in the absence of a principal market, in the most advantageous market for the asset or liability. No? So sila yung magdedetermine ng fair value. No? The principal or the most advantageous market must be accessible to the company. The fair value of an asset or liability is measured using the assumption that market participants would use when pricing the asset or liability, assuming that the market participants act in the economic best interest. No? So yun naman yung assumption. Fair value measurement of non-financial asset takes into account a market participant's ability to generate economic benefits by using the asset in its highest and best use or by selling it to another market participants that would use the asset in its highest and best use. No? So yun yung determination of fair value. Okay. Financial instrument, initial recognition and subsequent measurement. No? Financial instrument is any contract that gives rise to financial assets of one entity and a financial liability or equity instrument of another entity. So what are these financial assets? How do we recognize them? Initial recognition and measurement. Financial assets are classified at initial recognition as subsequently measured at amortized cost, no? FVOCI and FVTPL. No? So, the classification of financial assets at initial recognition depends on the financial assets, contractual cash flow, characteristic, and company's business model. No? Okay. For managing them, the company initially measures financial assets at its fair value plus, in the case of a financial asset, not at fair value profit and loss transaction cost, no? So in order to a financial asset to be classified and measured at amortized cost, it needs to give rise to cash flows that are solely payment of principal and interest. No? Okay. Subsequent measurement, then financial assets at amortized cost or debt instrument. No? You have to disclose that also. 32. Sa page 32 na tayo, ano? Ang haba ng explanation sa accounting policies, no? So yung usually, anong ginagawa natin dyan sa accounting policies? Karamihan kinokopya na lang, no? Why? Kasi standard naman eh. Ano ba yung nangyayari during the year? No? Di ba? So, hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-deviate sa standards. O kung nandyan yung standards and then sasabihin na yun yung i-adapt mo or during the year. So pare-pareho na lang siya. But be sure lang na pag ginamit nyo yun, palitan nyo lahat ng pangalan, hindi pati pangalan, na-submit na rin. Yes. So, sa copy-paste, pati pangalan hindi na na-copy, no? Nag-paste na lang ng nag-paste. Oh. So, careful. Kasi pagdating sa review, nire-review po yan ng ano. Ako, ang dami kong experiences dyan.
Ang daming ganun, sa totoo lang, yung audited FF, ang daming ganun.
Pagdating na,
Kasi yung mga,
at saka maniniwala lang, ha? Ito ha, maniniwala lang yung mag-audit, halimbawa, na copy-paste lang yan, ma'am. Okay, niwala ka agad. Maniniwala ka agad yung examiner. But remember, if there is a material effect, no, on your copy-paste, halimbawa, pati yung amount, hindi mo napalitan, no? And then it has a consequence for the tax liabilities. Lagot ka, no? Bakit? Lalo na kung yung amount na naipalit mo o kaya yung hindi mo napalitan, malaki. O, subject to what? Subject to income tax. Anong gagawin mo? Paano mo mapatunayan na kinapi-paste mo lang yan, hindi mo napalitan? No? So, you will be liable. Kaya yung copy-paste na yan, ingat-ingat talaga. Ako, dami ko ng experiences dyan. No? Kasi dati, ako yung nag-audit. Ngayon, ako yung ino-audit. Alam nyo, pag tinawag na ako ng examiner sa audit, tapos ipapakita yung nagawa ko, parang hindi ako makakapaniwala na ako yung gumawa eh. Wala kang magawa na doon yung perma mo eh. No? Kasi sometimes, yung hindi mo na masyadong tinitingnan, no? So, dapat lang tingnan pa rin, lalo na yung copy-paste na yan.
marami pong ganun, ma'am. Pagka sa audit, yung mga CPA na pirma na pirma. Ang mga system na pinapista.
Kasi alam nyo, yung CPA sa totoong buhay lang, kagaya ngayon, tawag na ako ng tawag, padala nyo na dito. Kasi February na, wala pa. So, darating yan sila lahat, March, April. Wala nang tulugan ang CPA. Kaya anong mangyayari? Hindi na masyadong nare-review. No? Pero dapat may reviewer ka. Kung yung reviewer mo, tamad din. No?
Yung reviewer ko, inaantok din.
Inaantok din sa
Daming ganun.
dami ng sa dami ng ginagawa kasi filing na. Kaya nga sabi ko kailangan dito sa filing na to, meron na tayong sistema na dapat gawin, no? Kasi sometimes kahit may sistema ka pa nga, nagkakamali pa rin eh. No? Yun lang importante doon na wala siyang material effect on the financial statements, no? Kaya ingat pa rin, no? Ako nga, ready na lang ako magbayad ng penalties eh. Para, alam mo, pagka ganyan, hindi na ako nakikipag-argue. Yung iba, ayaw pa magbayad ng penalties. Ako, kung totoo naman nagkamali ka, bayaran mo na. Kasi kaya nga may isang nag-comment yan sa YouTube, bakit ma'am ganun? Nagkamali lang ako, ganito, ganyan pala, may bayad pala yung mali. Yes, may bayad talaga ang mali, no? Pagka dating sa tax, no? Yun yung sinasabi nila na mahal yung pagkakamali mo sa tax. Why? Kasi, halimbawa, nagkamali ka, may effect yun sa tax mo. Ubiro mo, mayroon na yung 25% interest. May 12% interest per annum, may compromise. Tatlo na kaagad. Isa lang yung hindi mo nabayaran. Pag nagpa-compute ka, tatlo na kaagad yung madagdag dyan sa basic tax mo. So, ingat-ingat talaga. Kasi may bayad ang pagkakamali. No? Kahit sa totoong buhay naman, may bayad yung pagkakamali, di ba? Kasi pag nagkamali ka ng pagpili ng mga pangasawa mo, biro mo, habang buhay mong kasama, nagkamali ka pala. Yun yung, magtiis ka. Dami yung lumalapit sa akin. Magtiis ka pinili mo yun Hindi naman pwede na ayoko na. Wala namang ganyan. Kasi that is a lifelong commitment. No? Kaya sa pagkakamali, sino yung mag-suffer? Yung gumawa ng mali. No? Pero life is a risk. So, risk din. Pati yung paggawa natin ng FS para sa mga accountant. Risk din itong paggawa natin ng FS. Bakit? Biro mo, secondarily liable tayo. Samantalang ang taxpayer natin, sila yung may gawa niyan. Kanilang negosyo yan, no? But if ang kasalanan lang naman dyan ang CPA kasi management representation talaga ang FS, yun yung may mga material error na or fraudulent na hindi mo dinisclose, no? Kasi dapat na ano mo yan na-disclose mo yan during the audit, no? Kaya nga meron akong ginagawa ngayon, no? Na ninakawan sila for 3.5 years, no? Yung kanilang mga investment, mga a substantial amount of assets na wala sa kanila, theft ng kanilang treasurer. Hindi ako maniniwala doon sa totoong buhay. Bakit? Hindi yun kayang gawin ng isang tao lang. No? At sa anong ginawa ng CPA during na nag-audit siya? Di ba yung assets, very important yan, especially sa mga contractors. That's why sinama ko yung preparation of financial statements for contractors. Why? Dadaan pa yan sa PCAB. No? At pag ikaw yung accountant dyan, lahat ng pages, pinapapirma pa sa iyo na talagang you certify na tama yung nandyan. Bakit? Kasi kinaklasify yung contractors according to category. No? According to assets. Gawa-gawa lang yung assets dyan and then sinertify mo, mawawalan ka ng lisensya dyan. No? So, careful dun sa mga perma lang ng perma. No? Okay. So, another accounting policies, no, na estimate, judgment lang ng management, no? Marami. So, marami ito. Ilang pages to, no? Basahin nyo na lang siguro kasi hindi natin kaya i-discuss lahat. 10 minutes to 3. Di ba tayo nakarating doon sa meet talaga ng notes to financial statements. Ito yung sa accounting policies pa lang tayo Pero at least you have the guide. No? Bibigay ko na yan sa inyo. Halimbawa, meron kayong consolidated financial statement. So more or less, ito yung mukha ng consolidated financial statements ninyo. You have the idea. No? And okay. Ito lang siguro yung isa pa na i-discuss ko sa inyo, yung segment information. Since consolidated financial statement ito, ano yung opposite nito? The segment information. Kasi yung information kanina, consolidated yun. So, lahat nandoon. Ito naman yung hiwalay or yung breakdown, no? So, segment information for management purposes, no? So, the company is organized into business units based on their products and services and has 4 reportable operating segments as follows. So, notes to financial statement ito So, meron ng mall, meron residential, commercial, hotels, and convention centers. Yun yung segment niya. Mall segment develops, conducts, operates, and maintains the business of modern commercial shopping centers. So, gumagawa kayo ng consolidated financial statements, alamin nyo rin kung ano yung segment noon. Ano yung composition ng consolidated financial statements and make an explanation per segment. No? Okay. Intersegment transactions, transfer prices, ito na. Kasi ito talaga ang mga favorite ng transfer pricing. Why? Kasi intersegment transaction, so meron siyang transfer prices. At ano yung concern dito ng transfer pricing? To see to it that the prices between related parties are arm's length. And when we say arm's length, we mean that the price or the transactions between the related parties should be similar or at par with that of the independent parties. Why? Because the independent parties are the true transactions influenced only by the market forces or the economic conditions. Samantalang yung related parties, they are not the true transactions because they are influenced by control of one party to the other. At ano yung control na yan? Control ng parent company to its subsidiaries or control or also by persons who manage the subsidiaries. No? So, yung inter-segment transactions dito, may nakalagay ka agad transfer prices between business segments. No? So, anong nilagay niya dito na disclosure? Ah, Inter-segment transactions, transfer prices between business segments are set on an arm's length basis, similar to transactions with non-related parties. No? Pwede mo sabihin yan, how are you going to prove it? No? Marami na tayong questions.
Ako nga, sa 20.
Okay. Sige, because tatapusin natin yung mga questions na yan after the lecture, no? So, this is our last topic, reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. These are the requirements ng is easy, no? Dati wala tong schedule na to eh. Okay. Schedules and other SEC updates, no? So, ito po yung sample. Ayusin mo nga yung screen. Okay. Nandiyan na, naka-flash na sa screen yung reconciliation. Sige. So, nakalagay dito, reconciliation of written earnings available for dividends, declaration as of, no? So, nakalagay dyan yung name of company and then the address, no? And then, unappropriated written earnings as adjusted to available for dividend distribution beginning of the year, no? So, ano siya? Beginning of the year. So, kung 2020 siya, then you are using the calendar year. So, yun yung beginning mo ng January, no? And then, add net income actually earned or realized during the period. No? Net income during the period close to written earnings. Saan ito manggagaling? In your statement of income or yung profit and loss, no? Less non-actual or unrealized income net of tax. Ano yun? Equity in net income of associate or joint ventures. Non-actual, so hindi na-receive pa. Unrealized foreign exchange gain, no? After tax, except those attributable to cash and cash equivalents, unrealized actuarial gain. So, i-less mo yan sa written earnings mo na available for distribution as dividend. Fair value adjustment, mark-to-market gains, no? Fair value adjustment of investment property resulting to gain. Adjustment due to deviation from PFRS or gain. Kasi hindi naman to actual eh. Kaya nga non-actual to ng mga gains eh. Other unrealized gains or adjustment to the written earnings as a result of certain transactions accounted for under the PFRS, no? So, the subtotal. And then, you have to add non-actual losses, no? So, yung hindi naman talaga totoong loss. Depreciation on revaluation increment after tax. Adjustment due to deviation from PFRS or loss, no? Loss on fair value adjustment of investment property after tax. So, subtotal. Okay, so you have now your net income actually earned during the year. And then, i-add mo or i-less mo yung dividend declaration during the period. So, magkano yung dividend declaration during the period? Kasi bawas yun sa written earnings. Appropriations of written earnings during the period. In-appropriate mo yung written earnings. So, naturally, hindi mo na siya pwedeng gamitin as dividend, for dividend declaration. Why? Kasi, excuse me ha. Hindi mo na siya pwedeng gamitin excuse me, ano lang sa mata. Okay. So, dividend declaration during the period and then yung appropriations of written earnings during the period. Yung appropriations, ito yung ginamit mo yung written earnings, no? Siguro sa expansion or as approved by the board of directors. Reversal of appropriation. So, in-appropriate mo na, tapos ni-reverse mo. So, unappropriated na siya ulit, kaya add siya. Effects of prior year adjustments, add in, and then the treasury shares deduct. Why? Kasi ang treasury shares, kung i-reacquire mo yan, deduction yan sa retained earnings. Hindi ka pwedeng mag-acquire ng treasury shares kung walang retained earnings. No? So, and then we have the subtotal, and then the total retained earnings end of the year available for dividend. No? So notes, figures shall be based on functional currency financial statements of the parent company. Parent company kung specially consolidated yung financial statements. If there are material adjustments in prior years to retained earnings, the said adjustment should be reflected in the sheet. Kaya nga ano ito reconciliation. So kung may mga material adjustment or account or transactions that affect the retained earnings, kailangan naka-disclose siya, material adjustments. So ito po yung format, mandatory na to na ilalagay natin sa as attachment to our financial statement, So naka-format naman siya, yun na nga ang mangyayari dito, copy paste. So ayusin na lang siguro yung copy paste para maiwasan yung pagkakamali, And then another is the schedule of financial soundness indicators. This is also a requirement as attachment to our financial statement, Okay, so the name of the company as of December 31 or the period. And then we have the ratio, the formula, the current year, and then the prior year. So we have the current ratio. Walang nadagdag? Sige. Excuse me, Harry. I-email mo yung the current year and the prior year. Itong current ratio, ano ba tong current ratio? Kasi bala ko pa sana lagyan ito ng formula yung current assets over current liabilities. So tingnan nyo yung ratio dito, yung mga formula, meron tayong guide niyan sa ating financial accounting, So asset test ratio, ano tong asset test ratio? Will test the solvency of the company, The solvency ratios, ganun din, parang asset test ratio din yan. Debt to equity ratio, ano yun? Yung ratio ng utang mo sa equity, Baka mas malaki pa yung utang kaysa sa equity. So, hindi siya sound, hindi siya sound na financial condition, Kasi pagka ang debt to equity mo mataas, ibig sabihin yung equity ratio mo maliit, mas marami kang utang kaysa doon sa equity mo. Asset to equity ratio, ganun din, Interest rate coverage ratio, ito yung mga interest ng mga loans natin. Return on equity, Return on equity, ito yung net income over equity, Return on equity, magkano ba yung kinita mo para doon sa equity. Return on assets, ito yung net income over total assets. And then the net profit margin. Ano yung net profit margin natin? Gross profit, net profit over sales. And then the other ratios. So other ratios as required kung na applicable doon sa that will show the financial soundness of the company. So yun yung requirement ngayon. Dati wala din yan. Schedule for financing companies. Nasa page 4 na tayo. Nakakasunod ba kayo? Yung sa screen natin. Hari. Kakasunod ba? Sa ano na tayo? Page 4. So, schedule for financing companies. Name of company for the period ended. So we have ratios and percentages. Current year, prior year. Total real estate investment to total assets. Ito yung para sa mga financing companies, no? So total real estate investment to total assets. Current year and then prior year. Total receivables to total assets. Bakit? Kasi financing ito eh. Ano bang nature of business nila? Pautang, no? Total DOS3 receivable to net worth. Ano itong DOS3? Ito yung directors, officers, stockholders with related interest to the companies. Sila yung mga officers ng bangko, no? Or ng financing companies. Receivables to net worth. Ito yung mga officers mismo ang nangutang sa company, no? So, total DOS3 receivables to net worth. Ano yung net worth? Ano yung net worth? Assets less liabilities, no? So, yun yung net worth mo. Amount of receivables from a single corporation to total receivables. Oh, so, yun yung schedule for the financing companies. We also have the schedule for mutual funds. So, name of the company for the year ended, ratios or percentages, current year and prior year. Oh. See, we have percentage of investment in a single enterprise to total net asset value. Okay. We also have total investment of the fund to the outstanding securities of an investee company. We also have total investment in liquid or semi-liquid assets to total assets. We also have total operating expenses to net worth, and we have total assets to total borrowings. No? And then we have schedule for investment houses, name of company, schedule of details per issue of underwriting activities for the year for the period or ended. Ito naman sa mga investment houses. No? So nakalagay dyan yung name of issuer or the client, the nature of commitment, the amount of issue, underwriting and other fees generated and the basis of computation. No? Kaya nga sabi ko, ang ganda na ngayon kasi sa reporting may mga example na, so hindi ka malilito, hindi ka maliligaw. And then, they are very specific. No? Na pag tiningnan mo, lahat ng gusto mong makita na information, madali lang siya intindihin. Schedule for listed companies with a recent offering of securities to the public. So, name of the company for the period ended. Gross and net proceeds as disclosed in the final prospectus. So, gross at saka net proceeds. Actual gross and net proceeds. Each expenditure item where the proceeds were used. Saan ba ginamit yung proceeds. Balance of the proceeds as of end of reporting period. That is para sa mga publicly listed companies. Okay. The next are the schedules. No? Ano itong mga schedules na to? Schedules, ito yung parang mga matrix na nandun yung explanations ng account. No? Okay. Disclosure requirements including the form and content of the schedules required by Section 6 of part of this rule. No? Except as expressly provided, otherwise, the schedule specified below shall be filed as of the latest statement of financial position date. The independent auditor's report shall cover the schedules accompanying the financial statements filed. No? Okay. Instruction. Schedule A, financial assets. No? Ano itong mga financial assets? Ito yung loans and receivables, fair value through profit or loss, held to maturity investment, available for sale securities. No? So this schedule shall be filed in support of the caption of its class of financial assets if the greater of the aggregate cost or the aggregate market value of fair value of profit and loss as of the end of the reporting period constitutes 5% or more of total current assets. No? Schedule B, amounts receivable from directors, officers, employees, related parties, and principal stockholders other than related parties. So, also requirement that we have to disclose. The schedule shall be filed with respect to its person among the directors, officers, employees, principal stockholders, no other than related parties, from whom an aggregate indebtedness of more than 1 million or 1% of total assets, whichever is less, is owed. For the purposes of this schedule, exclude the determination of the amount of indebtedness, all amount receivable from such persons for purchases subject to the usual terms, for ordinary travel and expense advances, and for other such items arising in the ordinary course of the business. No? That is for Schedule B. And then for Schedule C, amounts receivable from related parties which are eliminated during the consolidation of the financial statements. Kasi makikita nyo doon sa consolidated financial statements kanina, meron doon na elimination. So pag tiningnan mo lang kung ano yung mga eliminations na hindi mo maintindihan, that's why there is still a schedule that should be made in order to understand the eliminated accounts, no? Or transactions. The schedule shall be filed with respect to its related party or subsidiary, the balances of receivable from which are eliminated during the consolidation of the financial statements. And then we have the Schedule D, long-term debt. The schedule shall be filed in support of the caption long-term debt in the statement of financial position. Oh? So, okay. Schedule E, indebtedness to related parties. Yun yung mga utang sa related parties. Sino ba yung mga related parties? No? Define yan sa ibang mga rules and regulations natin. Who are the related parties? Sila yung mga members of the family. Sila yung mga officers ng corporations or ng two or more corporations, same lang sila, no? So this schedule shall be filed to list the total of all non-current indebtedness to related parties included in the statement of financial position. So the schedule may be omitted if the total indebtedness to related parties included in such statement of financial position does not exceed 5%. Pag sinabi mong hindi siya nag-exceed 5%, hindi siya material, no? Kaya pwede nang hindi include. 5% of total assets as shown in the related statements of financial position at either the beginning or end of the period, no? So yun yung mga indebtedness na related parties. And there have been no changes in the information required to be filed from the last previously reported, no? Walang changes in the information. Schedule F, guarantees of securities of other issuers, no? So this schedule shall be filed with respect to any guarantees of securities of other issuing entities by the issuer for which the statement is filed. Ito na yung Schedule F, guarantees of securities of other issuers. And then Schedule G, capital stock, no? May format dito for the capital stock. This schedule shall be filed in support of caption, no? Capital stock in the statement of financial position. Saan yung capital stock? Nandoon yan sa equity, di ba? Equity portion, no? Okay. Form and contents. Ito yung Schedule A sa financial assets. Name of issuing entity and association of its issue. Number of shares of principal amounts of bonds and notes, no? Financial assets ito. Amount shown in the statement of financial position. Value based on market quotation at end of reporting period and income received and accrued. So each issue shall be stated separately except that reasonable grouping without enumeration may be made of A. Securities issued or guaranteed by the Philippine government or its agencies, and B. Securities issued by others for which the amounts in the aggregate are not more than 2% of total assets. State the basis of determining the amounts shown in the column. This column shall be totaled to correspond to the respective statements of financial position, caption, or captions. This column may be omitted if all amounts that would be shown are the same as those in the immediately preceding column, no? Kung ito yung column 3. Kung the same na daw sila ng preceding column, which is column 2, then hindi mo na siya if we fill up. No? Schedule B, amounts receivable from directors, officers, employees, related parties, and principal stockholders other than related parties. So, ito yung mga requirements. No? Name and designation of debtor. Balance of beginning at beginning of period. Additions. Amount collected. Amounts written off. Current, not current. Balance at end of period. No? Ito yung mga amounts receivable from directors. So, sino pinautang mo dito? The related parties or the officers mismo. And then, tingnan nyo very crucial yan, yung amounts written off. Biro mo, pinautang mo sa directors mo, tapos hindi mo na kinolekta, ni write off mo na lang. So, this can be fraudulent. Kaya nga, pinapadisclose na kaagad-agad. So, if we are the accountants, kailangan yung mga material na findings natin, kagaya nito, should be reflected in this schedule, no? Sa schedule na to. Show separately accounts receivables and notes receivable. Separately, so hindi sila magkasama or hindi mo sila i-offset, no? In case of notes receivable, indicate pertinent information such as the due date, interest rate, terms of repayment, and collateral if any. Yan sa notes receivable. If collection was other than in cash, explain, no? Kapag daw ang collection mo hindi cash, explain kung ano yan. Halimbawa, property, assets. Give reasons for write-off. Bakit ka nag-write-off? Pinautang mo yan sa mga officers mo. Bakit wala nang pambayad yung officers? No? May pambayad ba? Because the officers is the owner of the company. So, give reasons for write-off. Bakit mo ni-write-off? Kasi may mga reason tayo when you write-off the bad debts, no? Ibig sabihin, wala na talagang capacity na magbayad ang debtor, kaya pwede na siyang i-write off. But in this case, since ang debtor mo, yung mga directors mo, officers, mayroon pa silang asset, no? Ano yung asset na yan? Those assets that are owned by the company kasi sila may-ari ng companies. No? Okay. Next is the Schedule C or the amounts receivable from related parties which are eliminated during the consolidation of the financial statements. So, ano yung nakalagay na information? Name and designation of debtor, balance of beginning of period, additions, amounts collected, amounts written off, current, not current, and then the balance at end of period. Lalo na ito, questionable din to, no? Schedule C. Why? Kasi the amounts receivable from the related parties, ibig sabihin these are controlled transactions. And when you say controlled transactions, bakit ka kailangan mo mag-write off, no? Kasi wala nang pambayad. Related parties lang yan, no? Ibig sabihin sa related parties, isang mukha lang yan with other group of companies. Okay. Schedule D, long-term debt, title of issue and type of obligation, amount authorized by indenture. Amount shown under caption, current portion of long-term debt, in related statement of financial position. So, yun yung current portion lang. Amount shown under caption, long-term debt, in related statement of financial position. So, may disclosure. In number 1, include in this column its type of obligation authorized. No? So, ano yung mga notarized nyo na pautang? This column, yung column to, is to be total to correspond to the related statements of financial position caption. Okay. Include in this column details as to interest rates, amounts, or number of periodic installments and maturity date. Schedule E, indebtedness to related parties, long-term loans from related companies. So we have the name of related party, balance beginning of period, and then balance end of the period. The related party's name shall be grouped as in Schedule C. The information called for shall be stated separately for any persons whose investments were shown separately in such a related schedule. For each affiliate named in the first column, explain in a note here too the nature and purpose of any material increase during the period that is in excess of 10% of the related balance at either the beginning or end of the period. And then we have the guarantees of securities of other issuers. No? So we have the name of issuing entity of securities guaranteed by the company for which this statement is filed. And we have the title of issue of its class of securities guaranteed, total amount guaranteed and outstanding, amount owned by person for which statement is filed, and the nature of guarantee. Indicate in a note any significant changes since the date of the last statement of financial position filed. If this schedule is filed in support of consolidated financial statements, there shall be set forth guarantees by any person included in the consolidation except such guarantees of securities which are included in the consolidated statement of financial positions. And there must be a brief statement of the nature of the guarantee, such as guarantee of principal and interest, guarantee of interest, or guarantee of dividends. If the guarantee is interest, dividends, or both, state the annual aggregate amount of interest or dividends so guaranteed. No? So may mga disclosures pa siya na during the year. No? And then we have the disclosures for the capital stocks. No? May title of the issue, daming lamok. Number of shares authorized. Oh, daming lamok hari. And outstanding at shown under related statement of financial position, nasa ulo, nasa gilid. Number, kapasok. Is referred to include persons for which separate financial statements are filed and those included in consolidated financial statements other than the issuer or the particular security. No? And indicate in a note any significant changes since the date of the last statements of financial position filed. No? So, nakailan tayo ng mga schedule. Ang dami, ha? Kaya, inano ko yan sa inyo para
Dumami na ngayon.
parang sa schedule pa lang, hilo ka na. But, yun lang, pagka kumpleto ka naman at maayos yung recording mo, you have the source document na gagamitin. Ang mahirap lang dyan, kung wala kang source documents mo. So, anong gagawin mo? Yung fill up ka lang dyan, hindi ka sigurado. No? So, pag hindi ka sigurado, anong gagawin mo? Kayo mag-fill up. No? Pwede bang ilagay nyo dyan sa schedule nyo yung none? No? Pwede ba yun? Okay. So, we have penalties and other general implementing guidelines po ng SEC. Ito yung sinabi natin na kasama na dito yung tayo mag-update, no? In this updates, ang dami din mga schedule for the non-stock non-profit organization under Annex 68-C. Pero bukas ko to i-discuss sa inyo sa non-stock non-profit organization. No? Okay. Itong ibang mga statement na to, no? Kasi magpo 4 o'clock na, pero kaya pa naman kasi ano tayo ng mga penalties, no? Kasi importante yung penalties. All financial statements submitted to the Commission by entities covered by this rule shall adhere strictly to the provisions thereof, no? So, kailangan kung ano yung mga framework, requirements, compliance requirements ng CCs complied by the corporation. Otherwise, mag-i-impose siya ng penalties, no? Okay. Ano yung mga example ng violations na kailangan meron na palang penalties imposed ang SEC, no? If there is material misrepresentation in the financial statements. Kaya nga sabi ko, alam nyo, meron akong isang tax consultancy na talagang fraudulent, no? So, anong ginawa ko? Inayos ko lahat. No, it took me more than 1 year, no? Inayos ko lahat. Bakit? Sabi ko, there is material misstatement. If you try to look at the financial statements niya, parang okay na okay kasi nasundan niya lahat yung reporting standards. But, if you try to look at the transactions, ano siya? Hindi compliant. Ano yun? From individual to corporations, the business is hospital, no? And for so long, ang hospital nag-operate na under the name of the corporations. Pero yung hospital talaga na asset, nandun pa rin sa may-ari, no? Hindi nila pinatransfer. So sabi ko, hindi rin sila nagre-rent or whatever. Sabi ko, anong ibig sabihin yan? Nag-operate kayo ng hospital, pero wala kayong assets na hospital. So, misrepresented, no? That is a material misrepresentation in your financial statements. Why? Kasi nag-operate kayo ng hospital, hindi wala kayong hospital. No? Anong dapat? Kung halimbawa, related parties yung may-ari, dapat nagre-rent kayo. No? Pero hindi sila magre-rent. Bakit? Kasi binenta na nung may-ari sa corporation. At ang daming stockholders ng corporations. Another, masasubject kayo sa violations. Any material misstatement in the financial statements for failure to comply with the applicable financial reporting framework, no? Example, failure to adopt the prescribed financial reporting framework or any accounting standard resulting in a material misstatement. So dito ako nadali yung iba yung reporting framework, no? Laki-laki nilagyan siya sa small entities. Diyos ko, ang assets more than 350 million na full PFRS na ngayon, no? And then material misstatement pala yun, no? And then another is failure to disclose required information and other relevant or material information. That's why nag-discuss na tayo kanina, what are the disclosure requirements for the financial statements, no? Kaya inisa-isa natin yung mga disclosures. Another is the failure to submit any basic component of the financial statements. Ano yung component ng financial statements? Balance sheet, income statement, cash flow, statement of changes in equity, and also yung notes to financial statements. They are very important, no? Failure to submit financial statements audited by a qualified, independent, certified public accountant. When we say qualified, meron siyang BOA, no? At hindi expired. Kasi pagka CPA nga, pero expired naman lahat yung accreditation niya, hindi na siya qualified, no? In fact, hindi na siya pwede mag-certify or mag-audit. Failure to submit a complete SMR. Ano yung SMR? Statement of Management Responsibilities. Failure to comply with any other requirements under Part 1 or 2 of this rule. No? So, kanina we discussed about the Rule 68. The penalties imposable on an airing company for the violation of this rule shall be in addition to the fine imposable due to late or incomplete filing of the other parts of any report. Kaya, sa totoo lang, marami na talagang violations dito. No? Yun nga lang pinakompute ko noong nakaraan, 100,000 na yung babayaran. Shall be in addition to the fine imposable due to late or incomplete filing of other parts of any report which the financial statements are required to be attached. No? So, laki ng penalties. In addition to those provided in Part 1 and Annex 68A of this rule, penalties may be prescribed by the Commission shall be imposed on the independent auditor or auditing firm. No? Kasama yung auditor at saka yung auditing firm as the case may be due to any of the following violations. Kaya nga, talagang kinakascade ko to sa inyo kasi hindi lang ang taxpayer ang mape-penalize, pati rin ang CPA, no? I-penalize ng SEC, no? Halimbawa, magkano lang ibabayad sa iyo ng client, tapos na penalty ka pa ng SEC, di amodado ka pa. No? So, kaya medyo ingat-ingat. Failure to submit any of the reports required under this rule and any material misrepresentation in the following information or documents, kagaya ng application for accreditation, certification submitted with the applications, and any of the reports required under Part 1 of this rule. No? Refusal for no valid reason upon lawful order of the Commission to submit requested documents. Ano yun? No? Audit work papers. Kaya nga, pag kayo ay kayo ang CPA required to maintain, no, the audit working papers also for 10 years, no, nakalagay talaga diyan. 10 years from the date of audit, i-preserve mo yung working papers mo, no? Kasi during the audit hahanapin yan ng examiner. In connection with the ongoing investigation, the independent auditor shall, however, be made aware of such investigation. No? Kasi tingnan nyo, pagka yung tax returns ng isang company is under investigation, dapat daw yung auditor, the independent auditor, shall also be aware of such investigation. Kasi bakit? Nag-render siya dyan ng opinion and secondarily liable siya on the financial statement, especially kung nagkaroon na ng misrepresentation. Gross negligence in the conduct of the audit or failure to comply with any of the PSA, Philippine Standards on Auditing, and such other issuances of the AASC and or the Commission. Gross negligence, ibig sabihin, hindi ba alam yung requirements, no? Issuance of an unqualified opinion which is not supported by full compliance by the auditee with the applicable financial reporting framework due to a material deficiency or misstatement in the financial statements. So, meron ng deficiency yung and misstatement in the financial statements, nag-issue pa rin ng unqualified report or opinion. So, that is violations. Conduct of an audit despite the lack or eventual loss of independence as provided for under the Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants in the Philippines. Sino yung may loss na of independence? Pagka nag-audit ka, ikaw yung CPA, in-audit mo yung business ng tatay mo, ng kapatid mo, no? Yun yung mga requirement ng independence, no? So yung mga family members mo, hindi ka na independent kasi meron na yang relationship, no? So bawal po ang isang CPA na mag-audit ng mga kamag-anak niya as to the third degree of consanguinity. Conduct of any non-audit services for his statutory audit clients if he has not undertaken the safeguards to reduce the threat to his independence. No? Failure to comply with any of the operational requirements for accredited auditing firms or sole practitioners under Part 1 of this rule, or failure to obtain from the Commission on Accreditation appropriate to the company's client category under this rule prior to engagement or during the period of audit and signing of the auditor's report. Okay. So what are the test of materiality na sabi natin pagka material na yung amount? May penalty na, malaki na kasi it will be tantamount to fraud, no? Ito itong babasahin ko rin sa inyo na mga requirements. Okay. Ito yung masaklap na parte ng buhay ko, no? Kasi kaka-accredit ko lang sa SEC, may bago na naman silang requirements 2022. So, isang taon lang munang ma-enjoy. May iba na naman requirements. Pero yun talaga ang buhay. After 3 attempts, nag-attempt na ako noon pa eh. After 3 attempts, and then, yun pala, 2022, hindi na naman pwede. Okay. So, bakit nakapaka-importante po ng materiality? Why? Kasi kung mga error lang yan, na maliliit, pwede nating i-disregard yung mga error natin sa, or mistake sa financial statement. But if the error is material, kailangan ng may disclosure, no? So, materiality is determined for the financial statement as a whole. As a whole, hindi yung segment lang. Where there is an identified misstatement or error, the determination as to whether the financial statements are materially misstated is based on evaluation of such findings, taking the financial statements as a whole, no? Such evaluation shall not be driven by the number of, or by the size of misstatement or errors done, but by the overall impact on the financial statements, taking into account both the quantitative and qualitative factors, no? Okay. So, qualitative test shall be applied by the Commission pagka mayroong deficiency or inconsistency. So, failure to submit any component of the financial statements prescribed under this rule shall be considered a material deficiency. Halimbawa, nag-submit ka lang ng financial statements mo, dalawa lang, balance sheet, income statement, hindi nakasama yung cash flow at saka changes in equity. No? So, may deficiency na din yan because of inconsistency. No? Disclosure deficiency or inconsistency in the disclosures within the financial statement shall be material if the information involves a transaction, amount or account that represents 10% or more of the total of related accounts or transactions. For issuers of securities to the public and public companies as identified under Section 3B and 3 of Part 1 of this rule, the test to be used shall be 5% based on the circumstances identified by the Commission. Okay. Ito na. In resolving the issue of violation, due regard shall be given to the written explanation of the external auditor as to his basis in determining materiality and the exercise of professional judgment in issuing his audit opinion on the question of financial statements. Okay. So, misstatement, no? Qualitative considerations. Reissuance of financial statements. And then we have the effectivity and transition. No? Dito sa effectivity and transition, ano yung dapat natin malaman dito? No? For letter A, unless otherwise specified, the revised SRC Rule 68 shall become effective for AFS covering periods ending December 31, 2019 and onwards, no? So 2019 and onwards. And for interim financial statements stating the first quarter of 2020 and thereafter. So the financial statements requirements for registration of securities under Part 2 of this rule shall be effective starting January 1, 2020, no? Compliance with the two-partner requirement. Ito na yung sabi ko na masaklap. Auditing firms which have less than 2 partners as of the date of the effectivity of this rule shall be given until June 30, 2022 with which to comply with the new two-partner requirement. So, partnership na po ang practice ng accountancy. No? So, tingnan nyo dito ha. Compliance with the transition from sole proprietorship to partnership. So, talagang ipapa-partner ka na nila, bibigyan ka ng partner, yung sole proprietor. sole practitioners, no? Kagaya ko, ay sole practitioners. Kaki-credit ko lang sa SEC. Ano yung sabi niya? Sole practitioners as of the date of the effectivity of this rule shall be given until June 30, 2022. So next year, within which to comply with the requirements to convert to a partnership structure from sole proprietorship in order to continue being accredited by the Commission. Kasi kung hindi ka partnership, hindi ka na i-accredit. No? So, hindi na talaga sila mag-accredit ng sole proprietor. No? So, okay lang. At least, nakahabol ako. Pero, sandali lang.
So, ano kayong reason?
Hindi na sila nag-accredit ng sole proprietor, no? Okay, so all other requirements effective for applicable reports after 15 days from date of publication of this rule, no? So pagka may mga subsequent amendments pa, no? So every time na meron tayong bagong mga rules and regulations, so tingnan na lang natin because those subsequent rules or regulations that will be passed by the SEC, kasama pa rin natin yun na i-comply, no? Okay. So, meron pa ditong Annex 68A, yung quality of audit work of applicants for accreditation and accredited independent auditors, no? So, diyan ako na penalized, no? Saka yung may mga reasons ng denial ng accreditations, no? Pero hindi ko na to i-discuss sa inyo. You can always refer to the SEC Rule 68 for further knowledge, no, sa inyo para malaman nyo lang. And then, ito yung mga schedule na non-stock, non-profit. Bukas ko na to i-discuss sa inyo. No? Kasi we will have our question and answer. No? Okay. So, yung 68B, ito yung supplemental written statement of the auditor. Existing na to. Ito yung to the stockholders and the board of directors. Tapos, yung financial statement of the company for the year ended on which I have rendered the attached report. Sa CPACE ito, no? So, in compliance with the revised Securities Regulation Code, Rule 68, we are stating that the said company has a total number of stockholders owning 100 or more shares each, no? Tagal na tong requirements. Name of the firm as applicable, no? Name and signature of the independent auditor, the BOA accreditation number, PRC license number, is easy accreditation if any. And then the PTR number, issue date and place, and then the date, no? So, yun yung requirements for the supplemental written statement of the auditor. So, what we got today in the morning, we discussed about the claim itemized and other deductions. Yung mga explanations as to the statutory requirements or the mandatory requirements at saka yung kanyang mga corresponding provisions in the tax code, binigay ko po sa inyo as to the deductions ng mga expenses sa ating income tax returns. Although hindi natin na-discuss isa-isa, but reviewin nyo na lang or basahin nyo na lang because nandyan lahat yan sa soft copy na pinadala namin. How to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements, no? So na cover din natin yan kaninang umaga. How to prepare the consolidated financial statements and also yung segmented financial statements, no? We have covered that. And also we have the reconciliation of earnings available for dividends at saka yung napakaraming mga schedules, no? Or actually, pag gumawa ka ng schedules, gagawa ka ng matrix dyan eh. No? Tapos, ako kasi, ang maganda sa mga ginagawa kong box para hindi siya, madali siyang intindihin at saka hindi nag-overlapping. Especially kung may mga computation, no? So, ginagawan siya ng matrix. So, our free 2-day seminar for tax preparer, day 1, ngayon, February 11, ito yung today natin, ano na tayo, no? We end up with our lecture and discussions and then we will proceed to the question and answers, no? For those na, ano na sila, ilan yung participants natin ngayon, Hari?
Yung nanonood na lang kayo, ma'am, 161.
161. Okay. Yung mga wala nang clarifications, pwede na po kayo. But for those na may mga questions pa, i-discuss po natin at sasagutin natin yung mga questions nyo. Okay? Sige.
Ma'am, question. Okay na.
Sige. Bigyan mo siya ng mic, Hari. Doon ka sa mic para na, nila. Doon may mic si Hari.
Medyo
Oo.
Sige.
O, diyan ka sa harap ng camera.
Okay, sige.
Para makita ka niya ng
medyo tapat na yan.
Ayan, question.
Dito siya sa camera.
Question. Ayan. Ayan, Mike. Okay.
So,
So, ma'am.
Dito
Alam ko.
sa harap po.
Ganito. Okay.
Oo.
Mama, question regarding dun sa BIR compliance ng mga inventories.
Yes.
Yeah, for example,
Opo.
let's say retail company or store. For example, this year meron silang inventory,
Okay.
pero next year for example, yung medyo laylo yung business. So,
Okay.
at the end of the year, wala nang inventory. So, okay lang ba na the following year, wala na silang compliant? Kasi wala naman nag-iisa.
You still have to comply.
So,
Wala
anong gagawin?
wala pong exemptions ang compliance. You still have to fill up the form ng inventory and then may affidavit yan. At ano yung ilalagay nyo doon? Ilalagay nyo na wala kayong inventory. no?
Mag-note lang na zero.
Yes po.
Okay. So,
May ano yun affidavit. No?
so, gagawa pa ng
Yes,
supporting affidavit.
gagawa po kayo nun. At saka
Okay.
yung mga form na dapat i-fill up, lagyan nyo na lang ng none. No?
Okay.
Kasi nandun yun sa revenue RMC ba yun? O Revenue Regulations 57-2015 RMC, no? Yung mga requirements natin sa inventory list, no? Very important yung inventory list.
Okay. Thank you. That's another thing, ma'am, okay lang?
Yes.
Dami kong question eh. So, yung sa quarterly alpha list naman, for example, di ba, usually kasi ang nilalagay as tax type yung expanded because of the rent.
Okay.
So, for example, hindi na kayo nag-rent. Eventually, kasi katulad ng pandemic, parang medyo taghirap. So, nag-move in, nag-ano na doon sa bahay na lang, parang nag-transfer. Kasi wala nang pang rent. So, for example, the whole year, hindi talaga sila nakapag-rent. So, okay lang ba yun na hindi na sila magsasubmit nung
hindi,
submission? Di ba merong DAT
Yes.
file?
Oo.
So, paano mag-submit ng DAT file kung wala namang iano? Kasi yung quarterly, ma'am, di ba, pag QAP, pag meron kang, di ba, let's say, January, February, March, kung January, okay lang, so submit. Pero kung January, February, March, the whole quarter, first quarter, wala talagang expanded. So, wala kang isa-submit na DAT file. So, anong gagawin po doon?
Pero yung return na 0619E, pina-file talaga yun.
Pina-file talaga monthly.
Kasi
Opo.
ma-open case kayo
Correct.
doon.
Opo,
no?
opo.
Okay, so Hari, anong gagawin nila?
Ay, kung wala naman po kasi,
Wala namang isa-submit
wala
eh.
naman masasubmit kasi hindi naman magbabalidate yun kung ano eh.
Correct.
Kung
Okay.
tawag doon, kung blanco yung lalagay
Yes,
sa
Okay.
yes. Oo.
So did not file.
So, okay lang. Basta yung as long as yung tax type na 0619
Yes.
and
Tapos
1601
mag-reflect po doon dapat
dapat.
na wala talaga, wala.
Correct. So, parang pag sa reporting din nung 1604E, talagang marireflect naman na wala.
Na
So,
wala.
okay lang yun, yung that file wala.
Kung mamaya kasi
Okay.
yung dot file nyo wala, tapos at 0619 meron.
Yun,
Yun.
malaking question yun. Oo.
Oo.
Pero basta ang concern ko lang is, syempre sabi ko, ano isa-submit kung wala ka namang that file. So, okay lang. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. So, sige.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Ayos ko lang yung camera saglit. Para ano, so.
Okay. Sige, question.
Ma'am, first question galing kay Yolanda Garcia.
Okay.
Ang mga penalties po for taxes, classified po ba under taxes and licenses?
Hindi po kasama. Classify siya as taxes and licenses, but for purposes of claiming as deduction in your operating expenses, hindi po kasama ang penalties, no? Kaya yun yung sabi ko na deductions lang yun against your written earnings or your income. But for tax purposes, as operating expenses, hindi po siya kasama. Why? Because ano ba yung rationale or reason kung bakit hindi siya sinasama? Dahil hindi ini-encourage ng gobyerno na magkaroon kayo ng penalties. So anong ini-encourage niya? You pay on time so that walang penalties. No? Okay.
Ako, next ma'am, galing kay Sharon Corpus. Kapag OSD po ba wala ng cost of sales na ibabawas?
Wala na, OSD siya eh. No? Standard yun eh, ang 40%. The 40% will cover na the cost of sales at saka, sa individual pero pagka corporation, ibabawas mo pa yung cost of sales. Kasi di ba, dinifferentiate na yan natin. The taxable base of 40% optional standard deductions for individual is the gross sales. Pero kung sa corporation, gross profit. So when we speak of gross profit, we mean sales less direct cost equals gross profit multiplied by 40%. Yan ang corporation. Pero yung individual, diretso na sa sales. So hindi na ibabawas yung direct cost. Okay? Si Mia naman, magbasa ng tig-isa kayong question. Sunod si Cathy. Sige.
Yes, madam. Yung next question po, galing po kay Sel Balagot.
Okay.
If the lessor charges light water which are in the same name, if the lessor charges light water which are in the name of the lessor, can the lessee withhold on the light and water and claim the expenses? Can the BIR disallow?
Karamihan dinidisallow po talaga yun ng BIR because the requirement is in the name talaga yan ng lessee, no? But depende na din yan sa examiner, no? Kausapin niyo yung examiner or you have an agreement with the lessor, pakita ninyo yung lease contract na nagli-lease kayo doon. And then, discretion na po yan ng examiner, no? Pero ang general rule is that lahat ng receiver of business or yung sa'yo as a taxpayer. Okay.
Next question from Crystal Mangalik. Question, paano po if sa si bookkeeper ma'am hindi niya na-file yung quarterly ITR pero may annually naman po siya na-file, magkano po kaya ang penalty doon sa BIR?
Depende yan, no? Meron kang annual, you file your annual income tax return, pero yung quarterly, hindi mo na i-file, may penalty po yon, no? Yung sabi mo kung magkano, depende yan sa magkano ba yung tax due mo on the quarterly basis. Kasi pagka halimbawa may tax due ka quarterly, kukumputan niya ng examiner ng 25% surcharge, the 12% interest per annum, and then the compromise penalties. Ngayon, kung wala ka namang tax due kasi bawa net loss yung quarterly mo, nag-i-impose sila sa iba, ang isang return na hindi mo ma-file is 1,000. Pero depende yan sa RDO, kaya bago ka magbayad ng penalties, pa-compute ka muna sa officer of the day.
Next ma'am, galing kay Drea Di Maano.
Okay.
Sa taxes and licenses po ma'am, kasama yung payment sa city? Yung mayor's permit,
Yes,
for example?
kasama po. Kasama po. Yung mga binabayad natin sa local government units, barangay, binabayad natin sa sedula natin, residence certificate, tapos yung binabayad natin sa mayor's permit, yung sa zoning, lahat na yan, kasama po yan sa taxes and licenses, no? Kasi ang tawag diyan actually licenses yan eh. Regulatory power yan ng police power ng state natin or ng ating city, no, or ng local government. Kaya kasama siya sa taxes and licenses. Pero ganun din basic lang, hindi kasama yung penalties. Kasi pagka may kasamang penalty yan, pwede na yung tanggalin ng examiner during the audit. Kasi sabi nga natin, the filing of the income tax return is voluntary. Ibig sabihin ng voluntary, sino bang gumawa ng income tax return mo? Ikaw din. Sino bang pumirma? Ikaw din. That is your own declaration. So, makikita na lang yan na tama o hindi tama yung ginawa mo during the audit. No? So, yung sabi ko sa inyo that the taxes and licenses should not include the penalties. No? So, including din yan yung mga mayor's permit natin na may mga penalties na. Tanggalin nyo yung penalties and basic lang yung inyong sama doon sa taxes and licenses. Okay.
Ay, excuse, may tanong po ako.
Okay.
Ma'am, yung mga...
Punta ka na lang doon para hindi na tayo sa camera.
Thank you.
Oo.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So,
Mm.
yung mga maliliit na stores ba, like, syempre mga sari-sari stores, kailangan pa ba yun ng mga inventory? So,
Yes
bakit-
po, kailangan din.
Ay, kailangan talaga.
Opo.
So, magsasabit.
Actually, yung if you try to look at the revenue regulations VIDAS 1, yun yung kinuhanan ng RMC 57/2015. Anong sinasabi doon? Ang target nga talaga doon sari-sari store, no?
Naku,
Yeah.
dapat-
Kasi ang revenue regulations VIDAS 1, 1947 pa yan, mother regulations ng bookkeeping yan. Nakalagay doon na meron ka dapat na special books of accounts for inventory, no? Sa mga sari-sari store.
Okay. So, dapat pala talaga. So, another thing, dami kong tanong. So, ma'am, yung sa partnership po, like, di ba, yung members ng partners, so,
Opo.
lalo na kung GPP, so, di ba, tax exempt
Opo.
sila. So, yung at the end of the year, so, syempre, magagawa ng FS.
Opo.
So, tsaka lang naman natin malalaman kung yung magkano yung income. So, parang, eventually, after a year na lang din, yung kanilang dividends or partners
Yung share.
O, kasi hindi naman pwede, let's say, for 2020 and December 31, 2020. So, gagawin pa lang naman yung FS.
Okay.
So, kailan po ba ang right time na i-distribute po na yung dividends? Para for them to file din ang ITR.
Actually, walang deadline, but it should be before the deadline ng annual income tax return so that hindi naman malate itong partner. Why? Because it is mandatory for the partner to include his share of income from the partnership. So, dapat before April 15.
So, dapat pala kumbaga ipa-prioritize mo dahil
Yes po. Kasi you have 4 months naman after the end of the taxable year. So, you have 4 months. Alam nyo na yun eh. Alam nyo na kung magkano yung kinita. No?
Okay. Tapos, bali ma'am, pwede na silang hindi na sila i-withhold kasi magpo-file naman sila ng individual.
Di ba wini-withhold sila ng magkano ba? 10%?
May 5 or 10.
Yes.
Pero kasi syempre at the end of the year, hindi pa naman alam. So, kailan sila i-withhold?
Upon distribution ng kanilang partnership.
Distribution. So,
Opo.
basta upon distribution, tsaka let's say, i-distribute ng March. So, April siya ibabayad sa BIR.
Yes po.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Next question, ma'am.
Sige.
From Ms. Ruth Payot. Are penalties from other government agencies other than BIR is an allowable deduction
Hindi talaga po.
classified under taxes and licenses?
Hindi po talaga. Na-discuss na natin yan, yung taxes and licenses from the city. Saan ko nagbabayad ng taxes and licenses? Sa Register of Deeds on the mga properties, no? So, bawal talaga ang penalties. Hindi siya pwedeng isama. Hindi lang naman yun penalties ng BIR payment, no? Ng taxes. Kasama pa rin dyan yung ibang government agencies. Halimbawa sa Customs, halimbawa sa DTI, no? Halimbawa sa Board of Investment, sa PESA. Basta ang pwede lang dyan, basic lang na taxes and licenses, hindi kasama yung penalties. Sometimes malaki din yan, ha? Okay.
Next question, ma'am, from Marin Ceredon. Yung
Okay.
daily expenses po, ilang percentage ang dapat lang
Si
sa
Marilyn.
travel at transpo?
Ano natin yan, member natin yan dito eh. Sige, ulitin mo yung kanyang...
Yung daily expenses po, ilang percentage ang dapat lang sa travel at sa transpo, sa meal or representation, sa gasoline, sa repair and maintenance,
Okay.
and advertisement and promotion sa Office of Life.
Okay. Ang mandatory lang dyan na may selling or may percentage is the representation, no? Yung representation natin is 1% of sales from services, no? Sale of services. And then 1/2% ng sales if sale of goods, no? So yun yung ano natin, limit, no? As to other, walang limit. Ano lang yung pinaka natandaan natin? It should be necessary and ordinary for the business. So, paano mo ma-determine na ordinary? Siyempre, ordinary na expenses mo yung transportation and travel. Halimbawa, yung business mo, your gross sales during the year is 1 million. So, hindi naman ordinary yun kung yung transportation mo is 300,000, no? 200,000. So, it should be proportionate to your business. Kasi pagka excessive na yan, that can be disallowed, no? Pero yung ibang expenses kasi dyan, walang limit. Yun lang representation expenses at saka yung mga charitable contribution, yun lang yung may limit, may percentage. Yung iba, wala. So, depende na yan kung kailangan necessary and ordinary expenses niya, huwag sobrang-sobra. Halimbawa, yung office supplies mo, 1 million lang yung sales mo, pero yung office supplies mo, 100,000, that is excessive. No? So, what is necessary and ordinary, i-prorate yan or i-determine yan dun sa size ng business mo. Okay?
Next question, same person, Marilyn Ceredon. At sa salary, ilang percentage lang per daily expenses po?
Wala din po. Walang limit na percentage ang salaries. As long as employee mo sila and then binabayaran mo, no? Kasi ang employee, fix yan. Whether may trabaho, may business o wala. Basta maintain mo siya na employee, babayaran mo siya. So, wala po siyang limit. Okay.
Next question ang galing kay Arvin Pingol.
Arvin
Pingol.
Pingol, okay.
Pingol. The interest penalties will be part of deductions.
Okay.
Saan pong account mapupunta po yun? Taxes and licenses or interest expense?
Interest expense, ang sabi niya interest expense, no?
Apo.
Interest expense, interest yan from the loans, from the accounts payable mo. Pero yung, do not confuse interest expense with your taxes and licenses, ha? Kasi yung interest sa taxes and licenses, yun yung sinasabi ko na hindi nyo pwedeng i-deduct, hindi yan kasama. So, ano yun? Yung interest on the taxes and licenses, wala yan sa picture ng financial statement. Tanggalin nyo yan, hindi siya kasama. No? Pagka sinama nyo yan siya, may penalty kayo kasi tatanggalin yan ng examiner.
Yung karugtong po, yung kay Sir Arvin. And also to entertainment account like golf. Hindi po ba siya pwede mapunta sa marketing expense?
Ay, hindi. Kasi ano yan, may sarili yan siyang classification. Yung mga marketing expenses, pwede mo siyang i-lump doon, yung other expenses mo. But specifically, itong entertainment, meron siyang sariling account. Kung baga doon sa financial statement, may sarili siyang line item. Hindi mo siya pwedeng isama doon sa iba. Bakit? Because binigyan siya ng selling o binigyan siya ng limit ng BIR. No? Although, in real life, ginagawa yan ng iba, sinasama doon sa iba. Pero, yung totoo talaga, sa law, statutory, ang entertainment, may limit. That's why hindi mo siya pwedeng isama doon sa ibang account. Okay.
Sabi niya, ma'am, katulad daw nung like ginawa po yun to gain more sales or customers.
May limit pa rin eh. No? Yeah, which is 1% ng sales of goods and then 1/2% of sale of 1/2% for sale of goods, 1% for sale of services. Yes.
Another question, ma'am, from Miss May Francisco. Hi po, may chance po bang may open case si client kahit walang tatanggap na letter from BIR?
Yes po. Marami. Hindi nakakatanggap ng letter pero yung open case, ano na, sobra-sobra na. No? Kaya, hari, ang dami nating lalakarin dyan. No? Sobra-sobra na yung kanilang mga open cases, hindi naman binapadalhan ng letters. No? Kaya tayo na alam natin na may mga open cases, work on na para yung ating mga filing, hari. Pero last January, nakafile tayo?
Hindi rin. Withholding.
Kaya nga eh. Dapat itong February, mag-file na tayo Turuan mo na si Mia at si ano. Sino to? Kate, para i-file talaga yan. Kasi sabi ni Sir Eugene, turo tayo, hindi. Napipenalize din. Yun yung para bang karpintero ka, na ang ganda mong gumawa ng bahay ng iba, pero yung bahay mo sira, no? So, better said than done. Yun. Guilty tayo dyan.
Parang ako, ang mga benefit ng tao, iba, nababantayan ko kung sarili.
Kasi nagbabayad sila eh. Binabayaran ka, pero yung personal mo, papabayaan, no? Kaya ako ano na naman ako, no? Yung aking resibo sa consultancy ko, 25,000 kasi penalty. Ngayon dito naman sa merchandise ko, kasi I was forced na magkaroon ng merchandise na sales invoice because of my book no, ng basic transfer price. Pinasok ko siya sa National Bookstore. Ni-require ako na magkaroon ng sales invoice. Ayaw nila ng OR, so nagpagawa ako. Ngayon expired na. Another 25,000. So, 50,000 na ako dyan. Okay.
Next question, ma'am, kay Anrica Santos. Ma'am, ask ko lang po yung notes na need din po sa single proprietor or corporation lang po.
Kahit single proprietor, may notes din, no? Hindi naman sinabi. Ang sinasabi po doon sa framework sa corporation, para sa corporation yun, yung SEC na mga disclosures na sinasabi natin kanina. Pero pagdating sa single proprietor, meron pa rin tayong accounting standards na yung mga accounting standards natin also requires na may mga disclosures din yung ating financial statements. Kaya, applicable yun sa single proprietor. No? Kasi single proprietor nga siya, ang laki-laki naman niya. So, dapat may disclosure din sa notes to financial statements para maliwanag, naiintindihan yung kanyang financial statements. Oh. Okay.
Next question ang galing po ulit kay Sir Arvin.
Okay.
Isa ko pong kilala is naka-experience na ma-penalty ng 100,000 in SEC about
Yes.
sa non-compliance in accounting standards.
Yes.
Ano po kaya yun?
May breakdown sila kasi may findings yun, may evaluator po doon, may monitoring sila ang SEC, no? So minsan maliit lang yan 100,000, minsan malaki pa, no? Mas more than that. Lalo na kung matagal. And minsan, 'di ba, nagre-revoke pa sila ng company, no? Kasi meron na akong na process naging client, ni-revoke na ng SEC. Ang masama doon, may nakapangalan o naka-registered na asset doon sa company. So, hindi mo ngayon magalaw yung company. Paano mo i-transfer yung property doon? Hindi mo na magalaw. So, ano yun? Nag-request kami ng lifting of order ng revocation and you have to pay a lot of penalties doon. No? Kasi bayaran mo lahat ng violations kung ilang taon yun. That's why, yung mga penalties na yan, mga reporting requirements, akala natin wala lang, papilang naman yan, report lang naman yan. So, hindi natin i-comply, no? And then, yung papel na yan, naging pera pala yan pagka penalties na, no? At mahal din.
Sino po ba yung mga sa account auditor, ano naman yung mga notes and disclosure? Auditor, kasama naman yun sa audit fee. Sila yung responsibility.
Ay, hindi po. Pagdating sa preparation ng financial statements, kasama na yung notes. Hindi ko lang nabasa sa inyo but sa SRC rules, ang dapat gagawa po niyan is the management. Hindi po yung hindi po yung accountant, hindi po yung auditor. No? It should be the responsibility of the management, not the auditor. At saka yung preparation ng financial statement should be prepared by the management. Yung auditor, mag-o-audit lang. No? Magbibigay lang siya ng opinion kung conform ba doon sa accounting standards, no? O kaya sa compliant ba siya with the rules and regulations ng SEC. Yun lang. Pero yung preparation talaga, it should be prepared by the management. Okay?
Next question po.
Marami pa ba?
Dami pa ma.
Sige. Tapos tatapusin natin yan. Ano to? Ano ba tawag doon? Sa commitment, no? Basta walang iwanan.
Miss Crystal Mangali, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, sa AFS in income statement, yung sa expense portion, okay lang ba na nakalamsam niya sa expense like isang account lang ginamit? Example, general and other administrative expense lang po yung account.
Pwede. Inano naman yan ng ng is-easy, no? Ng standard. Pero, meron pagdating sa notes sa financial statement, meron kang breakdown kung ano yung component ng general and administrative expenses, ano yung component ng operating expenses, ano yung manufacturing cost, halimbawa kung manufacturer ka, naka-disclose po talaga yan doon sa notes to financial statement. No? Presentation lang yan doon sa income statement, nilamp mo lang lahat. No? Although, sa anong sabi dito ng is easy or ng standard, pagdating na sa income statement, inano ko sa inyo kanina. So, ito yung balance sheet, ito yung income statement. Okay, ano yung mga nandyan sa income statement? Ito yun, nakalagay yung operating revenues, operating cost, operating expenses, net operating income, interest expense, line item siya. Gain or loss on investment, income tax expense, net income from continuing operations. So, pwede yung general and administrative expenses, pwedeng nakalump lang siya, pero be sure na meron kang breakdown or explanations pagdating na sa notes to financial statements. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Next question po kay Josie Tindo Bambao. I have a query about SEC. There are two activities to comply the GIS and the audited FS received by the BIR. In the case of corporation needs to submit GIS and FS, how much is the penalty? And would it matter about the amount of the income declared?
Sa easy na po yan, no? I have no idea doon sa mga penalties nila. Kasi ang nakalagay dito sa Rule 68, penalties and violations, wala po silang sinasabing amount. May schedule yan sila doon or may rate sila na sinasabi. And hindi din po sila magbibigay kung hindi sila muna dadaan doon sa monitoring nila, no? So, yung the best person to answer for the amount ng penalties, yung is-easy po mismo. At dalhin ninyo yung inyong FS, evaluate nyo muna sa kanila, bago compute, no? Kasi sila yung magdidetermine ng rate ng penalties. Okay.
Next, ma'am, galing kay Blissful Time.
Okay.
Ma'am, ask ko lang po kung pwede pong pa-explain ang MCIT and its effect or impact on ITR.
Sa ano siguro natin yan, no, sa ibang ano, kasi wala pa tayong explanation yan, Hari. That's why dapat magkaroon tayo ng specific video on that, on the minimum corporate income tax, no? Ano ba itong minimum corporate income tax? The minimum corporate income tax is applicable only to corporations on their gross income, no? Pag tiningnan mo, gamitin mo yung EBIR, mag-input ka doon sa 1702, yung income, sales, gross income, less direct cost, equals gross profit, tapos mag-input ka ng operating expenses, equals net income, mag-compute na siya kaagad ng tax due. And yung tax due na i-compute niya is whichever is higher between the MCIT and also the 30% on net income. Kaya pag net loss ka, anong i-compute ng system sa iyo, ng EBIR? Yung MCIT, no? So ano itong MCIT? This is 2% of your gross profit, no? Pag sinabi natin gross profit, ito yung sales less cost of sales equals gross profit, no? So ano siya? Mandatory siya. Kasi hindi pwede na pag net loss ka, wala kang babayaran. Kaya ginawa itong MCIT 2% of the gross profit. Pagka gross loss ka pa, halimbawa, wala ka pang gross profit, that is a nonsense na business, no? Hindi na yan pinag-iisipan, hindi na yan totoo. No?
Yun nga, ma'am, karuto ng tanong niya eh. Sabi niya, If the company has a net loss for the current year,
Okay.
ang MCIT po pa ang mag-prevail.
Yes, magpe-prevail po ang MCIT, no? Kaya nga wala talagang hindi pwede na walang bayaran yung company because kahit wala siyang net income, meron pa rin siyang babayaran na 2% on the gross profit, no? Okay.
Ma'am,
Next.
another question po from Miss Crystal Mangali. Ma'am Elsa, yun pong from previous years na naka-OIP po sa ITR.
Okay.
Then gusto niya po i-change sa itemized. Ano po impact sa BIR nun?
Actually, wala namang impact sa BIR, but the impact will be sa iyo as the taxpayer who have to comply with the requirements. So, ano yung magiging result sa iyo? Anong dapat mong gagawin pagka from OSD ka and you want to revert to itemized deductions? So, ang gagawin mo during the first quarter of the following year, limbawa itong 2020, OSD ka, gusto mo sa 2021, itemized deductions ka. Pagdating na ng first quarter, no, na ipa-file mo yung ITR mo, dapat i-check mo na doon ang itemized deductions, yung method of deductions mo. Tatlo yan eh. Optional standard deductions, tapos yung 8% na option rate, di ba? At saka yung itemized deductions. So, mamili ka na doon. So, instead of checking the OSD, this time, ang i-check mo yung itemized deductions so that qualified ka na ngayon to make a deductions na itemized. Okay.
Next question, ma'am. Galing kay Miss Mira Seda. Ma'am, ask ko lang po, paano yung mga rentals na ayaw magpa-deduct ng 5% for
Okay.
EWT? Paano yung gagawin namin?
Ang nangyayari po dyan, add-on ninyo yung 5% sa inyong rental. No? Bakit? Because the consequence would be, di ba dapat nag-withhold kayo? Ayaw nga magpa-withhold nung may-ari. So, kayo ang ma-penalize pag hindi sila nag-withhold. So, ano yung ginagawa ng karamihan? Nagre-remit sila ng 5% withholding tax on top of the rental income. So, halimbawa, yung rental mo is 10,000, nagdagdag ka pa ng 500 na 5%. So, magkano na ngayon yung rental expense mo? 10,500, no? Hindi na 10,000. Add-on. So, you shoulder the withholding. Otherwise, kayo yung ma-penalized. At hindi nyo pa ma-claim na expense yung rental expense. Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Fe Herrera.
Okay.
Ma'am, question po.
The ever masipag. Okay.
Ano po ang audited opinion kung ang assets ay 500,000?
Okay.
Liabilities is 8 million.
Oh,
This is due to no operations.
Fraud
Ano po
yan,
magandang
ah.
recommendations eh?
fraudulent yan. Meron mo mga papautang sa iyo na ang asset mo is 500,000 lang and then may utang ka na 8 million. No, that is big question mark na yan, ah. But dito naman sa mundo may mga imposible na nangyari, no? So, pwede din siguro din mangyari. Anong tanong niya?
Tanong niya ma'am, sabi niya ma'am, this is due to no operations. Ano pong magandang recommendation dito?
Ang magandang recommendation, unang-una sa gobyerno, dapat nag-close ka na ng business. At kung totoo man yan, no, dapat declare ka na sa court ng insolvency para yung assets mo na natira, mag-list down ka ng order of preference mo para mapunta na yun sa creditors mo. Otherwise, lolobo pa rin yung 8 million mo na liabilities. And then, hanggang sa wala na, ma-dissolve na yung company mo. No? So, ano yung maganda gawin mo? Kasi masyado maliit yung assets mo, malaki yung liabilities. Yung sa iba, ang ginagawa nila, kung halimbawa corporation yan, nag-i-infuse sila ng capital. No? May nakita nga ako, yung company, it's a foreign company, net loss siya ng billion. No? Anong ginagawa? Yearly, nag-i-infuse ng capital para lang sa kanyang operations. Pero alam ko kasi na-trace ko yung using the transfer pricing audit method, hindi naman talaga siya net loss, no? Kasi bakit? Dinisallow ko yung kanyang mga claims for K management na mga expenses na sobrang laki na hindi naman dapat. Why? Bakit? Kasi net loss yung company eh. Bakit ka magbigay ng napakaraming benepisyo sa empleyado mo eh wala kang pagkukunan dahil net loss, no? So mga fraudulent transactions. So see to it also na halimbawa marami na talagang liabilities nag-accumulate yan and then wala na siyang assets. So mag-infuse kayo ng capital kung kaya pa ng mga stockholders. Or yung iba, nilalakihan pa nila yung liabilities nila, no? Okay. Sige.
Next question, ma'am. Galing po kay Ma'am Leonora Chuwatoko. If the accounts receivable has been outstanding for more than 1 year, can it be charged to bad debts? Na-close na po yung company as of the end of the year.
Okay. Yes, pwede po kayong mag-charge to bad debts. But see to it na tingnan ninyo dyan yung requirements natin sa bad debts ha. Sa yung Section 34 na binigay ko sa inyo sa handouts, may mga reason dyan kung kailan ka pwede mag-claim ng bad debts at kailan din pwedeng hindi, no? Those bad debts that cannot be written off, those bad debts na manggagaling or yung creditor mo as is a family members or related parties or the person or the stockholder owning 50% or more of the company, hindi po siya pwedeng i-bad debts, no? So hindi lahat na accounts receivable mo pwede mo ilagay na bad debts. Pagka related parties, hindi po siya magiging bad debt. So nandyan lang siya. Iko-collecta mo pa rin yan dun sa kung sino man yung nakautang. And for BIR purposes, ano naman yung requirements ng BIR para magkaroon ka ng bad debts written off? You should show proof, no? Kung halimbawa corporations ka, you must have the board resolution, no? Declaring that bad debts or to write off the bad debts. And then for BIR purposes, you have to show proof that you make an exhaustive effort to collect the account, no? And then you show proof also na wala ng capacity to pay yung nangutang. So paano yun? You file a case in court or you make a certification na wala na talagang assets yung tao, no? So in that case, i-allow ka ng BIR to write off the accounts receivable mo. Okay.
Next question po, kay Ma'am Leonora Chotoko. Yung
Okay.
naiiwang inventory, pwede ba i-offset ang advance ng company from the president since nag-close yung company noong December 31?
May ano po yan, may approval yan sa ICC, especially yung ano yung sabi niya, i-offset sa advances to, ano, depende na din yan sa mga incorporators, no, kung papayag sila. Ang gagawin nyo dyan is the board resolution lang, no? Pero ano naman yung implication niya sa tax, especially if the inventory is owned by a VAT registered taxpayer, no? So, halimbawa, pinambayad mo sa utang yung inventories mo, that is a sale, that is a deemed sale for VAT purposes and you are going to still to pay the 12% VAT. No? May implication po yan for VAT purposes. Okay?
Galing po kay May Francisco. Ma'am,
Okay.
yung mga software licenses po, pwedeng isama sa taxes and licenses, expense or separate account?
Separate account po yan. Actually, yung software na yan, those are, ano ba yan? Sa internet or sa program or sa ano, hindi po siya kasama sa taxes and licenses kasi ibang expense po yan, nasa operating expenses yan, pero ibang classification, no? Kasi, ano ba yan, sa system yan eh, or IT, di ba? Or, ano ba yung tama? Dapat nagre-reclassify tayo ng accounts ngayon, especially na bago na eh, no? Kaya yung major expense natin ngayon, communication na, no? Depende rin saan mo ba ginagamit yung software at anong klase ba siyang software. Kasi kung sa communication yan, then you can classify it as a communication expense. Pero kung halimbawa accounting software siya, so saan mo siya ilalagay? Anong classification mo sa kanya? O related also sa accounting, no? Yung software. Or ilagay mo siya sa intangibles. Intangible yun eh. Ang mga softwares, those are intangibles. Pero kung halimbawa, nagsusubscribe ka lang, nagli-list ka, then rental. No? Subject to 5% na withholding tax. Okay. So, depende po kung anong klaseng software. Pero definitely hindi po siya pwede sa taxes and licenses. Okay.
Next question po from SP Salom. Ma'am, regarding sa inyo Alpha List 7.0 Schedule 1, yung column basic salary 250,000.
Oh, sa iyo yan, Hari.
Ito po ba yun, mga employees na above minimum na hindi umabot sa 250,000 salary for the year?
Sagutin mo, Ari.
Apo. Yes po, tama po. Doon po ilalagay yung sa Schedule 1, yung mga 250 and below, pero above minimum. Kasi yung mga below minimum or yung mga minimum wage earners, ibang schedule po yun. Schedule 2 po sila ilalagay. Tama po yun, Schedule 1.
Okay. Next.
Ito ma'am, next question galing kay Miss Cupcake.
Okay ka, Miss Cupcake. Thank you for watching. So, okay natin yan sa live streaming natin eh.
Final expenses from litigation, say 5 million.
Okay.
Can we charge it to retained earnings?
Litigation?
Apo, expenses from litigation. For example daw, 5 million. Can we charge it to retained earnings?
Pwede na. Kasi actual na eh. Binayaran na eh, no? Yung hindi mo lang pwedeng i-claim dyan kung allowance pa lang siya o meaning inappropriate mo pa lang siya for payment ng contingent pa o hindi pa sigurado. Pero kung declared na siya ng court, no, may court order na and then kailangan mo na siya bayaran, you can deduct that already doon sa retained earnings mo. No? Payment of contingent liabilities na hindi na contingent kasi decided na ng court. So actual na siya. Pwede mo naman po siyang i-claim. Okay.
Ma'am, next question po. Ma'am Priscilla Quezon. Ma'am, if 7001Q di pwede mag-apply ng 250K, bakit
correct.
po nilagay po siya ma'am sa form?
Oh.
Sabi niya ma'am, kung sa 1701Q daw po, hindi pwede apply yung 250,000. Bakit po nilagay pa siya sa form?
Hanapin mo nga yung 1701Q. No? Kasi hindi siya pwede. Why? Kasi quarterly lang yan eh. Pag quarterly, i-claim mo yung 250,000. Pagdating na ng third quarter, naka-claim ka na ng 750,000. No? Annual lang po yan. Okay. $1701Q. 57. Okay. Saan siya nilagay? Sa ano lang yun? Tax table po. Tax table po to. No? Sa tax table lang po yan. No? Ang tax table kasi is standard yan. Provided yan ng law na sa train law yan. Republic Act 10963. Nilagay lang po nila dito for reference purposes. No? Pero for computation mo, hindi ka pwedeng mag-claim ng 250,000 quarterly. Otherwise, pag quarterly ka mag-claim ng 250,000, aabot ka na ng 750,000 isang taon kasi 3 beses ang quarter, no? Hindi yan pwede. Yung nilagay dito, tax rate yan, general po yan for information purposes.
Ito ma'am. Next na ma'am. Galing po kay Sir Arvin. About po sa NCIT. Kailan po magiging subject to NCIT? For example, November 2020 nag-register.
Sandali lang ha, balikan natin yung question niya. May merit yung question niya eh. Kasi pag tiningnan mo nga naman yung tax rate, no, mayroon siyang not over 250,000 na zero. Tapos, over 250,000. Kasi actually po, pagka ginamit ninyo itong tax table, ang hindi nyo na kailangan na i-deduct pa yung 250,000 kasi ang question mo is, i-deduct mo ba yung 250,000? Hindi na po kailangan. Why? You just apply immediately the tax table kasi automatic na lang siya magdi-deduct ng 250,000. No? So if you use the same table doon sa second quarter, nandoon na yun, automatic na nakadeduct na. Iba pa yung sinasabi mo na kailangan mo i-deduct bago mo i-multiply yung tax rate. Multiply immediately the tax rate. Hindi mo na kailangan i-deduct kasi nandoon na siya sa loob ng tax table. No? So do not be confused. Na halimbawa, yung total income mo is 100,000, deduct the 250,000. Hindi ganon. Pag nag-quarterly ka, your net income is 100,000, multiply it immediately to the tax table kasi yung tax table nandoon na naka-built na yung 250,000, no? So do not be confused na kailangan mo pa siyang i-deduct, hindi na kailangan. You just multiply immediately the taxable income dito sa tax rate, tinatanggal na niya kusa yung 250,000. So do not deduct. Okay.
Pa-question po ma'am galing kay Sir Arvin. About po sa NCIT, kailan po magiging subject to NCIT? For example, is November 2020 nag-register.
Okay.
December 2023 or January 2023, magiging subject to NCIT?
Ay, hindi. You count 3 years, no? So, yung nag-ano ka ng December 2020, wala ka pa mang 1 year yun. So, kailan magpapatak yung 1 year mo doon sa 2021, no? So, magiging subject ka sa 2024 kasi 21, 22, 23, hindi ka pa subject. Kailan ka maging subject sa 2024 na.
Sabi niya ma'am, may nakapagsabi po kasi sa akin, kahit na November 2020 po ang start of operation, counted as 1 year na daw po yun.
Depende. Depende. Paano mag 1 year yung 2 months? No? Sa iyo na yan pagka na-audit ka. No? So, wala mo sinabi niya na automatic 1 year ang counting ng 2 taon o 2 buwan. So, okay.
Ma'am, excuse, additional mag-ano na ako doon.
Oh.
Sa form, merong hindi naman tinatanggap ng form na pag hindi ka pa NCIT. Sabihin niyo, you're not NCIT. May click. So, ibig sabihin, aware na program na din.
Pag sinabi ng system na mag-BIR ka na subject ka na sa MCIT, din subject ka na. Pag hindi pa rin, no?
Kaya huwag niya problemahin. Hindi kasi sinusuka yan eh. Sinusuka na
Yun yung kagandahan na computerized tayo. That's why, alam nyo, the government really encourage taxpayers to computerize. Why? Kasi convenience na at saka accurate. No? Wala nang error. Kasi ang computer hindi yan nag-i-error, no? Hindi kagaya ng tao na nag-i-error.
Wala tayo ng bilang eh. Pero siya, hindi niya tatanggapin. Sabi, hindi ka pa allowed. Ito, ipipilit ko, hindi ka pa allowed. Hindi ka makapag-file ngayon.
Sige. Marami pa?
Medyo.
Okay, sige. Walang iwanan. Minsan nga, Hari, umabot tayo ng 10:30, no?
Opo.
Talagang sinagot namin lahat ng questions. Sige po.
Next question, ma'am, galing po kay Alvin Aguliana.
Okay.
Need pa po ba i-disclose sa notes to FS yung improperly accumulated earnings?
Sa FS? Yes po. Kasi may disclosure tayo doon na taxes and licenses. Nandoon, nakalagay po. And then, hindi lang yon sa notes to financial statements, meron, anyway, bukas, yung sa mga financial statements, nandoon yung question mo yun na mga disclosure sa taxes and licenses, no? Hindi natin na-discuss lahat kasi kanina dahil mako-cover din natin sa mga discussions natin tomorrow na puro siya financial statements of different kind ng taxpayer, no? Okay. So, pero kailangan din po yung disclosures. Especially, meron diyang revenue regulations na pinapa-disclose lahat ng payment mo taxes during the year.
Next question po, ma'am, kay Marlene Seradon. Okay po, note po. Maraming salamat po. Meaning lahat po ng expenses ko po ay pasok din to claim ng expenses para maibawas sa gross kasi necessary and ordinary
Yes.
lang po lahat eh.
Yes, pwede po. At saka may sunod pa yan. Yes, meron ka mga expenses. Yung sunod dyan, since necessary and ordinary expenses na sila pwede. Ang next naman dyan, substantiation requirements. Bakit? Kasi kahit necessary and ordinary sila, wala ka namang resibo. So what happened? Hindi mo rin pwede ma-claim. No? So that's why necessary and ordinary na siya and then substantiated with receipts. No? Okay.
Ay, ma'am, excuse, may tanong ako dyan, ma'am.
Opo. Opo.
Paano yung sa mga materials sa, let's say, di ba, syempre, ano siya eh,
Oo.
kasama siya sa inventory.
Okay.
Oo, so kung hindi siya isasama dahil nga walang resibo, dahil ang dami talagang walang resibo eh.
So yung
So, paano siya?
inventory mo
Siyempre-
walang resibo?
Hindi, what I mean, may ilan. Let's say, mayroong mga inventories na na kumbaga yung materials pinurchase mo, walang resibo.
Okay.
Oo, so syempre kasama siya talaga sa purchases.
Okay.
Oo, so yun nga, ang problema paano kaya? Yun kasi walang resibo. Kasi kung hindi mo naman siya isasama sa taxi, syempre hindi siya
Inventory.
walang resibo. So, na kumbaga yung inventory ngayon, hindi na siya, meron siyang mistake, understated siya.
Oo,
Paano kaya,
understated siya. So since declare mo yon yung inventory mo, meron ka nga yung unsupported na mga purchases.
Oo, kasi kung i-declare nyo nga po, yun, unsupported.
Unsupported
purchases.
yun, no?
Oo, so kung ma-audit ka, syempre ikakaltas nila yun, no?
Yes.
Kaya lang, wala ka rin namang choice kasi kung hindi mo naman din siya isasama sa inventory,
Kulang.
kulang naman yung inventory mo. Tapos,
Oo. So, yun yung consequence doon na kailangan, kahit nandyan yung inventory, since unsupported yung purchases mo, may penalty ka pa rin. No?
oo, so
Yun
ang
yung i-disallow.
pinaka-best nun siguro, kung talagang ayaw mag-issue na resibo mo, isama. So,
Huwag mo isama at huwag kang bumili doon. No? Kasi ikaw naman,
minsan, yun ang mura.
ikaw naman, kasi,
Kasi ganun, ma'am eh. Ang dami kasing ganun. Kaya nga, bakit kaya yung BIR, may mga ganun hindi naman, like, yung mga ibang, ang dami ko sorry ha, maraming mga ganun negosyante, ayaw talaga mag-issue kahit anong gawin mo. Kaya lang wala ka ibang supplier, hindi ka na makapag-business.
alam mo, yung minsan, duman ako sa palengke, sigaw na sigaw yung nagtitinda. Dito kayo, bili kayo dito, mura lang, walang taxes. My goodness. Sabi ko, dapat ikulong ito eh, no?
Maraming ganun.
Inaano pa nila, no? Pero yun naman, yung risk, yan sa bumili, no? Bakit? Kasi, okay, nakamura ka nga, pero shoulder mo naman yung tax dahil nakatipid ka na rin eh. Kasi yung binili mo, walang tax. So, prepare mo yourself na ikaw yung papasan ngayon ng tax. Why? Kasi di ba ang tax naman talaga nasa end consumer. So, nasa iyo yung goods, ikaw yung shoulder ng tax.
So yun nga, ang disadvantage. So,
Next, ma'am, galing kay Kiara Ferda.
Okay. So,
Ma'am,
dati din natin yan siya, no? Sa taas ng tax training.
Yes, ma'am, sa
Okay.
live stream. Ma'am, sa paggawa po ng ITR ng cooperatives.
Okay, bukas.
Yung quarterly kasi, regular kasi, di pa lumalabas yung tax exemption.
Okay.
October kasi lumabas yung tax exemption. Ano pong gagamitin sa annual ITR? Yung regular or yung exempt?
Exempt po. 1702AX. Kasi annual na eh. Meron naman na kayong tax exemption. Actually, yung tax exemption na yan, administrative requirements lang yan eh. Because statutorily or mandatorily, in accordance with the law, exempt naman talaga yung cooperative, no? But you have to prove kasi may mga transactions na rin ang cooperative na taxable, no? So, pagka may taxable transactions ka at the same time exempt, yung gagamitin mo, MX, no? Yung mix. Pero kung exempt lahat, AX, 1702AX, no? Pero kung taxable naman lahat, 1702RT, yung regular. Okay.
Next question po, galing kay Rin Miron. Ma'am, ask ko lang po if an ordinary person not doing business has a property at nirentahan ng company, subject pa rin po ba sa expanded withholding tax?
Yes. Yes po. Walang ano yan. Ang expanded withholding tax kasi creditable yan sa income tax mo. Since wala kang trabaho, anong nagtatrabaho para sa iyo yung property mo, no? That is classified as services. Yung rental kasi classified as services yan na income. Bakit? Okay, ikaw, property owner ka, wala kang trabaho. Pero yung property mo may trabaho. Bakit may trabaho siya? kumikita siya ng renta, no? And since ikaw yung owner ng property, sa'yo na pupunta yung income. So, ikaw yung taxable. So, yung nagre-renta, mandatory sa kanila na withhold sila ng 5% na creditable income tax. Since taxable ka, then, mag-withhold sila ng 5%, i-credit mo, i-deduct mo yan ngayon doon sa income mo, no? Walang exemption dyan, ha?
Next question po, kay Mira Seda. Ma'am, ask ko lang po, paano po ba i-compute yung cost of sales? Kasi po yung pumapasok lang po na cost of sales, yung mga deliveries na out of the inventory. Tama po ba yung computation?
Ano ba yung nature ng business niya? No? Kasi di natin ma-determine kung tama o hindi. Depende kasi yan kung ano ba yung kind of business mo. Kung services lang at related lang dun sa delivery, then tama yon. Pero kung delivery is just a part of your operation, halimbawa, yung delivery dyan, nagpapadeliver ka ng mga goods, yung goods talaga yung binibenta mo, then depende, no? Depende yan. So, i-clarify mo kung anong line of business. Next.
Galing po kay Maria Luisa Tanyegra.
Oh, ala si ma'am, may check pa tayo sa kanya na hari, yung nagmali noon. Participant natin siya dito kaso lang nag-lockdown, hindi na tayo nagkita-kita. Pero mabait yan si ma'am, no? OFW yan Nagka-problema din yan sa estate tax, no? So, hi and shout out to you, ma'am. No?
Ang tanong niya, ma'am, pag-exempt po ba under BMBE and at loss din po, required po ba magsabit ng FS? Notes to financial statement?
Kailangan po.
SMR.
Ang sabi diyan is information return, no? And you will be penalized kung hindi kayo information return. Information return po ang sabi diyan, ang tawag because wala po siyang tax due, no? Kasi BMBE, no? Okay. Sige.
Next po, ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Yolanda Garcia. Ma'am, yung allowable po na 250,000, pag in-apply sa first quarter, hindi na po siya i-apply sa second quarter kasi carry over na po yung negative effect sa next quarter.
Huwag nyo nang isipin yung 250,000, no? Para hindi kayo maguluhan. Ano ang gagawin nyo? Kung ano yung net income nyo for the quarter, i-multiply nyo na lang using the tax rate, no? Kasi ang tax rate mismo, siya nang bahala doon, bawas na niya yung 250. No? But wag na wag yung ibawas sa net income nyo yung 250,000, saka nyo i-multiply sa tax rate. Never, never. Kasi ang laki na magiging, deficiency. Sige.
Next question po kay May Francisco. Ma'am, required po bang isama ang form na 2550 ng mga expenses from non-VAT supplier?
Yes, tingnan mo yung VAT. May line item dyan na purchases exempt from VAT. No? Kasama siya. Although wala siyang input, hindi ka pwede mag-claim ng input, pero kasama po siya na di-declare nyo pa rin sa VAT returns. No? Okay.
Galing po kay Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Ano po ang dapat po gawin sa mga online businesses na matagal na po nag-ooperate kahit sinabihan na po ng maraming beses, ayaw pa rin po magpa-register?
May task force na po ang BIR dyan, no? Kinukuha na yung mga records nila sa mga online service providers, no? And then, susulatan po yan sila, no? Susulatan yan sila. Kita mo, ang dami na. At nagde-data mining ngayon ang BIR, kumukuha sila ng mga nagagather na data sa mga service providers, ng mga internet service providers. So nagkakaroon niya na sila ng data and then padadalhan na po yan sila ng sulat, no? So pabayaan nyo lang sila and BIR will take care of them, no? Kasi meron nga tayong famous case na 15 years, no? Inassess pa siya. Okay. Sige, next.
Tapos sabi niya, ma'am, paano daw po yung gagawin sa 23 years in business pero grabe ang practice po nila? Ay inappropriate po talaga.
Marami yan, no? Mga unethical. So, depende na yan. Kasi kung Kung wala naman silang record. Pero ngayon kasi, since halos lahat recorded na, may mga database na rin, no? Mahuhuli na rin yan. Kasi iba yung practice 23 years ago at saka ngayon. No? Ibang-iba. No? Lalo na sa pagdating sa BIR, pagdating sa SEC, ibang-iba na. No? Kaya yung mga hindi magandang practices noon, kita nyo, kahit yung mga rules and regulations, iba na. No? Kaya,
Ang mga tao, ma'am, talagang hindi pa rin natitingnan.
pero ano din
Pero
yan.
sa bagay, bahala na sa BIR.
Oo. Kasi, pagdating naman ng ma-assess yan, minsanan lang yan eh. Kung 15 years yan, 20 years yan, isang assessment lang naman katapat yan. Sige.
Next, ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Hindi, kay Ma'am Mary B. Lucernas. Ano po pwede account title sa mga mall charges for joining the mall sales promo? Medyo malaki po 200,000 plus.
Mall charges for joining the
mall sales promo.
kasi nagcha-charge sila para yung ibang ginalagay nila dues and subscription, no? Mga dues, no? Membership dues. Kasi hindi ka din naman maka-avail ng mga mura nila na paninda kung hindi ka mag-member, no? Or membership dues, no? Pwede rin. Okay.
Next question.
Parang
Follow-up question po kay ni Griselda Quezon. Ibig ko po sabihin yung 8% IT rate sa line 52 po, ma'am. Meron pong allowance reduction, allowable reduction.
Ano yung sabi niya? Line number
52. Meron pong allowable reduction.
57. Ha? Line number 52. Sa anong form yung sinasabi niya? 1701Q? Line number 52. 1701Q. Okay. Okay. So, ito yung sinasabi niya dito, no? Line number 52. Cumulative taxable income or loss as of this quarter. Sum of items 49 and 50. Less allowable reduction from gross sales, receipts, and other non-operating income of purely self-employed individuals and or professionals in the amount of 250,000 pesos. Magkakaproblema ka dyan. No? Hindi ko alam bakit nila nilagay yan dyan. Pero sigurado ka magkaproblema at the end of the year, no? Kasi ilalagay mo diyan 250,000 quarterly, hindi umabot na yan ng 750,000 in a year, no? So, hindi ko alam bakit nila nilagay diyan. Kasi taxable income or loss to date. Why? Kasi kasi sa 8% ka pala. Sa 8% IT rate ka pala, no? Pero kahit na po sa 8%, posibleng blunder ito ng BAR dito na i-deduct mo siya ng quarterly na 250. Why? Kasi 3 quarter yan, di maging 750,000 yan a year, no? So blunder yan. Iisa lang na 50,000 ang pwede mong i-claim for 1 year. No? At saka hindi lang yun. Pag ginamit mo, kasabagay kasi sa 8% ka, one time lang yun, dapat isa lang kasi ang 250,000 na claim. No? Tama. Kasi bakit? Ang line number 51 niya is cumulative eh. No? So, ibig sabihin, minsan mo pa rin lang siya maklaim. Bakit? Kasi, cumulative. Ibig sabihin, for the whole, halimbawa, 3 quarters na siya, January to ano. So, yung income mo rin na cumulative, first, second, and third quarter, yung nandyan. Kaya pwede mo siyang i-claim na 250,000. Why? Basta ang dineclare mo is also your cumulative taxable income. So, ang net effect niya yan, minsan mo pa rin lang kinlaim yung 250,000. No? So, ang tanong mo na pwede kasi yung 3 quarter na income, i-declare mo rin sa iisang return. No? So, ang effect nun, minsan mo lang siyang kinlaim. Okay? So, yun. Pero kung halimbawa, hindi siya cumulative, then, hindi pwede. Kasi maging 3 beses ka nag-claim ng 250. But since cumulative siya, ibig sabihin, doon din yan para sa 3 quarter. So, i-deduct mo ngayon yung 250, good as isang beses mo lang kinlaim yung 250,000. Okay.
Galing po ulit kay Ma'am Marilyn.
Okay.
Seredon. Ano rin po ang dapat gawin sa mga may business na lahat po walang resibo?
Nako.
Ang dami pong branches pero wala pong resibo. Ano po ang dapat gawin sa
Ang daming ganyan. Anong ginagawa dyan? Dapat yan. Is ID po ang nag-ano dyan. No? Ang ginagawa ng iba, meron silang affidavit na sinusulat, no? And then i-attach nila, halimbawa, kung ano yung ini-issue ng mga businesses na yan. Halimbawa, acknowledgement receipt lang o kaya yung papel-papel lang. Gagawa kayo ng affidavit and then i-attach ninyo kung ano yung ini-issue nila na hindi naman resibo. And then ibigay nyo po yan sa SID, sa Special Investigation Division ng BAR. Nasa regional office po yan ng BAR, no? Para maimbestigahan sila. No? Marami pong ganyan. Sa totoo lang. That's why sabi na nga, we must be proactive. Okay?
Next po, ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Mary Ann Tumanon.
Okay.
Ma'am, paano po kung ayaw magpa-withheld ang lessor ng 5% tax sa rental?
Same na yan. Na-answer natin yan kanina. Anong gagawin? Add-on mo sa rental expense mo. So, yung sabi natin kanina, if your rental is 10,000, i-shoulder mo yung 5% na withholding tax na 5%. So, yung rental mo is na no longer 10,000 but 10,500. No? Pero hindi pwedeng hindi ka mag-withhold because ikaw yung ma-penalize ng BAR. Because you are constituted as withholding agent, ikaw yung may hawak ng pera, so dapat hindi mo ibigay sa kanya. Ayaw niya mag-withhold, magpa-withhold, mag-aaway lang kayo, so i-shoulder mo na lang. Might as well, paalisin ka rin niya dyan sa ano mo, sa pwesto mo. So, anong ginagawa ng iba? Sino-shoulder na lang nila yung 5%. So, ang rental expense nila is 105%. Okay.
Next question po, ma'am. Kay SP Salong. Ma'am, yung technical consultant namin na walang COR pero underexpanded holding tax sila sa 10% na deduct sa kanila. Pwede po ba namin sila ma-claim sa cost and sales kahit wala silang official receipt?
Oh. Pero nag-withhold kayo? Nag-withhold ba sila? Nung 10% na withholding?
Under expanded withholding tax doon na 10%.
Oh, nag-withhold sila, pero walang resibo. Pwede naman siguro i-consider yan ng BAR kasi may compliance kayo eh. No? Ang ilagay nyo lang sa note na failure to issue receipts. No? Okay. Marami pa?
Tama.
Last na lang.
Ilan pa yung ating viewers?
100.
Oh, talaga? O sige. Question.
Ako, galing po ulit kay Mira Seda.
Okay.
Ma'am, ask ko lang po yung sa cost of sales, ang nare-record lang po ay yung delivery receipts.
Kawawa naman. Delivery receipt. Sige.
Ask ko lang po yung sa cost of sales, ang nare-record lang po ay yung delivery receipts na out sa inventory. Nag-i-import po kami water, heater, and installation sa mga condo and hotels.
Ako. Alam nyo, saan yan dumaan yung importation nyo na hindi binayaran yung customs duties, no? ano pa kayo dyan, ma-question kayo dyan. No? Kasi, importation yan eh. So, dumaan yan kung saan-saan, hindi binayaran yung tax. No? O kaya, may binilhan na kayo dito sa local, hindi rin nila binayaran yung tax. No? So, anong mangyayari dyan? Wala kayong i-claim na cost of sales. No? Or mag-claim man kayo, mape-penalize lang kayo later on because that would be disallowed. At ano yung proof nyo, yung delivery receipt nyo is not a proof of purchase. Ha? That is only a proof of delivery. Ano yung proof of purchase nyo? Sales invoice pag goods at saka official receipt pagka services. No? So wala nang iba kasi hindi naman natin pwedeng baguhin yung batas. Hindi naman pwedeng sabihin natin na pwede. Sinabi naman ng batas, hindi pwede. No? So, bear with it. Anong mangyayari? Yun na yung sabi ko, since hindi naman pinasa sa inyo yung tax, hindi nyo rin binayaran, ready na lang na pag na-audit kayo, sa inyo lahat matcha-charge yung tax. So, anong ibig sabihin? I-disallow yan ng examiner and then i-charge nila yung tax mo dun sa halimbawa, purchases ka, i-disallow nila, wala ka ng purchases, lalaki ngayon yung net income mo. Okay. So, ang consequence niyan, yung tax na hindi binayaran doon sa purchases mo, sa iyo babagsak. Kasi ikaw yung recorded na nagbenta. No? So, mababagsak sa iyo lahat ng tax na dapat bayaran. Para yung importation, pag nag-import ka ng goods, hindi duman sa customs, tapos makita ngayon ng mga customs officials, ikaw yung gumagamit nung halimbawa, bike or motor na hindi binayaran ng customs duties, sa'yo lahat babagsak, ikaw yung sisingilin, no? The person in possession. So, in this case, the person who consumes. No? So, ikaw lahat yan. Okay.
Ma'am, sabi po ni Ma'am Marilyn Seredon, regarding po sa ayaw magpa-withhold yung lesser ng 5% tax sa rental.
Okay.
I am wondering why and how they are paying their municipal taxes. No issued receipts and how come they compute? Inulaan lang po yung sales nila.
Yun lang. Yun lang. Marami po yan. No, or hindi sila nagre-report or drawing lang, hindi sila naglilibro, no? Alam nyo yung mga ganyan, minsan lang din naman yan sila eh. Pag na-assess na sila, imagine, i-assess ka ng 15 years, no? So, okay.
Ma'am, galing po kay Kiara Kerda.
Okay.
Ma'am, yun pong ukay-ukay kasi wala naman silang binibigay na receipt. Paano po yun i-record?
Oo. Paano nyo i-record? Okay, binili nyo? Binili niya?
Opo.
Okay. So, binili mo, walang, ganun pa rin, no? Yung purchases mo can be disallowed. Pag na-disallow na yan, masyado malaki yung income mo. So, what does it mean? Ikaw yung mag-shoulder ng taxes. Why? Kasi benefited ka naman eh, no? Binili mo siya, mura lang, walang tax. So, ikaw ngayon nagbenta, lahat ng tax, ikaw magbabayad. No? Bakit ikaw magbabayad? Kasi yung purchases mo, i-disallow.
Unfair naman, ma'am, kasi binili mo pa.
Oo. Eh, kaso lang, hindi ka humingi na resibo. So, paano i-keep track ng gobyerno yung binilhan mo? Wala. So, ano yung maganda? Bakit ganyan ang sistema? What is the rationale or reason? Para hindi ka bibili sa mga nagbebenta na walang resibo. Eh, siyempre, doon ka rin dahil nakakamura ka. So, ano ngayon ang consequence mo? Ikaw yung magsushoulder ng tax on that transaction. Huh? Okay, next.
Wala na pong tanong.
Wala nang tanong? Eh, maaga pa. Okay. So, thank you very much and let's call it a day at saka bukas tuloy po tayo, no? Bukas lahat ng mga tanong nyo about the computation ng financial statements, masasagot natin yan bukas. So, with that, I would like to say thank you and in behalf of the staff po natin, si Mia, si Cathy, si Harry, and our the loan na face-to-face na participant. Ano nga yung pangalan? Mila Abunales. Oh, naalala ko na. Yung Abunales yung naalala ko. From San Mateo, Rizal po siya. At kasama po natin siya ngayon dito sa face-to-face po siya, no? So with that, thank you very much and see you ulit tomorrow. Hindi pala see you. Ano dapat yung term? Kasi di naman see you eh, no? Hindi ko alam kasi new normal na nga ngayon. Ano dapat? Basta, see you na lang siguro kasi nakikita naman tayo sa ano eh, sa online eh. See me daw, hindi see you kasi hindi ko kayo nakikita eh. So bukas na lang po ulit and let's call it a day. No? Thank you very much. Bukas na lang po ulit and let's call it a day. No? Thank you very much.